Exactly. You know,
Uh,
because people are mad that their childhoods are ruined.
we're live. We are live. Hey, people, how do you do? We are here with ECUM 16 with hold on, let me put chat on screen. With a few people. SK is gonna be late because he's SK, so that happens. But we're here with Editron. Say hi.
Hi, Editron.
Hi, Editron. Yes. Actually, yeah, everyone here is a returning guest today, so that's cool. And Zod, say hi.
Hello again.
Hey. Has there ever been an Ecom stream where you haven't been on ever since you got your setup? Setup?
No,
chat.
I think
I
you've
haven't
been on
done any
everyone.
extras since either.
Yeah, you've been on every extra as well. So yeah, Zod is just always here apparently. So that's cool. And we also have the three hosts: Crash, Jabikoot, Batchinson, and me.
Crash. What?
Crash
Crash
Bandicoot.
Cooch.
No,
I'm Jeb
fuck,
the
no.
Bandy Cunt Bush.
Oh, okay. No, that's a much better name.
Yeah, that's why I came up with it.
Yeah, sure. Why are okay? Yeah. So today we're gonna be talking about Falcon and the Winter Soldier, which is a really good show. Don't you guys agree?
Yeah, 2 streams ago we defended it.
Yeah, we definitely don't regret it. Or anything.
Well, I know I definitely don't regret any of the things I said in support of the show being well written.
Yeah.
It was a good time where we stuck our ground. We took it to Hill versus Babyface. We said some things. And we totally don't regret it. And we totally haven't been. I wouldn't say the word attacked, but annoyed by the other side, which is the MCU normies. I know I definitely wasn't subjective to any severe blowback by I don't know, about 2 million people. I don't know.
I mean, nobody told you to be yourself, right? Like nobody would do that.
No, it's not like people were claiming I'm some sort of a racist who doesn't allow for black superheroes to be, important figures in TV shows. Especially when, I point out a black superhero who, was a symbol of America, wearing the stars and stripes, so.
Yeah, but
no,
it's in Iron Man 3 and
that didn't happen.
so.
None of that, Well, the show's great. Like we said, show's great. Nothing has happened between then and now. No big call that took place where our takes got completely shat on and proven to be idiotic. That totally didn't happen in the space of, I don't know, 3 weeks or so. Nah. So everything's the same. Everything's all normal.
Yeah. So since last time we streamed, during the stream we even talked about how our views on Falcon and Winter Soldier had changed. After I talked to the EFAP crew, and it was like, oh, this is actually not a good show. And then last Saturday they broke down the show on EFAP, which I still haven't finished. That stream I've seen like 3.5 hours of it. And, the references are really good. The show is really garbage. I don't agree with everything they've said, but yeah, mostly like 95% of their points have been really accurate. So I'm just like, isn't it cool that the show we thought was like fantastic, the first few episodes is just garbage now? That's awesome. And,
yeah.
And
so that entire month of us, praising a lot of the scenes, praising the show, we were blind.
We were actually
we're straight up. We were. I did the whole fucking tweet about the scene between Bucky and Sam in the therapy room. Well, not therapy room. It was a police station, but I praised that scene, saying this is the best scene in the MCU in a long time, and now I feel real dumb.
Yeah, no, that scene is not very
Because
good at all.
here's the thing, like I think Mauler said on the EFAP on Falcon and Winter Soldier, he said like a much better way to do that line that Bucky says right at the end would be him to half say what he says.
Yeah.
And that would be so much better. It would be him just saying like the actual like how he's actually feeling. Yeah, as good. The acting is really good. Like it is good, but the dialogue isn't good. And that's most of the show. Well,
I mean,
most
the show
of the show,
in
there's
a
some.
from a technical perspective, it is good. But the show from
I mean, yeah.
Yes, but the show from a writing perspective is definitely not good at all. So, that's awesome. So yeah, and then we talked about episode 5, which was pure garbage last stream, and then between the last stream, which was 2 weeks ago, and now the finale came out, and well, it was better than episode 5, but it was still awful. It was like
it was better by like a 0.5.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like it was more confusing. Like I had no clue what was happening, but it still broke less than episode 5, so that's cool. And but yeah, so Falcon Winter Soldier is really bad, like really bad.
Yeah,
it's not like WandaVision levels of breaking everything, but it's still really garbage. And the issue comes from like how they break characters more than world building, like WandaVision. Even though WandaVision does fuck with characters a lot, but like this show with
like
fucks with Sam, Bucky, and Captain America. Like Captain America, even after he left the MCU, they're still assassinating him. Like they're saying he's a symbol.
Did
for
you guys
the
know
Aryan
that
race.
Captain America only chose Falcon because he was black? And not because he was a good person.
No, dude. See, he chose him because he was a good person, but Steve didn't realize the issue that would come from choosing a black Captain America, like Isaiah said. Like we all know that a black Captain America would never be accepted.
Steve, how can you be so naive to racism? You fuck. You
like,
blonde man.
We all know that a black character, a black hero, even more so, would never be allowed in the MCU. Like that's just silly, incredibly fucking silly. What I'm showing on screen is definitely unrelated to what I'm saying, but like nobody in this universe would be allowed to wear the stars and stripes and represent the American government while being a black person. They would never
as
ever
Falcon
ever
says, as Falcon says in episode 6, he is a black man wearing the stars and stripes. We've never seen that before.
Never. No,
never happened. It's not like that. I don't know. It's not like me and Shiny pointed that out, and we were absolutely shitted on for some reason because
apparently
you're comparing
Captain
black
America
people
and Iron Man are different, even though it's like the same.
How
position,
dare I compare to black people? That is just clear as day racism.
You're saying that black people are all the same, so that happens.
Yes.
So yeah, it was garbage, and then we have in the finale that retarded speech from Sam to the fucking.
Oh my god,
that was like one of the worst things I've ever seen. Like guys, we were talking just before the stream started.
I don't know how bad the situation is, but you know what? That's a good thing.
Yeah, that's a good thing.
It's a good thing. It's a good thing I'm retarded.
Yes, it's so. So in just before we started the stream, we were talking about Bly Manor. I won't talk too much because 3 of the people in this call haven't seen the entire show. But I was talking about.
Go watch Bly Manor.
Yes, Bly Manor is fucking fantastic. So then we were talking about the scene in episode 4, the bonfire scene, which is like my favorite scene in the show by far. And I'm just like, wow, that was like an entire monologue that a character had, which was fucking phenomenal. And you can tell a lot about his character, and it's really well written. And then we come here to talk about Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where we have Sam giving a monologue to the entire nation of the United States. And it's the most retarded thing you'd ever seen, because the speech starts with him saying about the flag smashers, don't call them terrorists. So
don't call the people that thrived and got coomed all over themselves for killing people. Don't call those people terrorists.
like it's just so funny, dude. Because like when I was watching the episode, we thought just when he said that, paused the episode and I was laughing for 2 minutes straight. I was like, no, I cannot believe he just said.
When I was watching it, I was just like, what am I fucking watching?
Pretty much.
What the fuck is this? Especially all the fucking after all the bullshit in terms of like breaking just logic. This just broke my head in terms of this person is stupid and he shouldn't be. What the fuck is happening?
Doesn't Sam also say like don't use words like terrorist and refugee?
Yeah, but
what's the problem with the word refugee?
From their perspective, they're absolutely in the right to call them terrorists.
They are terrorists. They're categorically
for a political. They kill people for political reasons. They are absolutely terrorists.
They are 100% terrorists. There's no two ways about it. It's
the fact that he was annoyed at the fact that remove all of like how Sam feels about Carly. It's retarded, but just remove that. The people who are outsiders who aren't involved in the fight, the fact that he was annoyed at them for calling them terrorists is so stupid. Of course they're going to call them terrorists.
Here, the definition of terrorism: the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians in the pursuit of political aims, which is exactly what they did. Like Carly in episode 3, she murders innocent people.
They did what they did for political reasons.
Yeah. And she's like, she murders the innocent people in episode 3, and she says that's the only way they'll learn.
She wants to kill Captain America for political reasons.
Yep. She also says like that they're only gonna kill people who matter. She's like, I didn't want to kill Battlestar because it doesn't matter.
I'm sorry I killed Lamar, but he didn't matter.
Fuck that shit. Fucking
Dude,
Lamar.
Stan Walker, man, and Lamar. Rest in peace, Lamar. The only two good, well, I wouldn't say good, but two characters that, you know, are actually fucking likable.
Hold on. The FBI's definition of terrorism is also qualifies here. Violent criminal acts committed by individuals and or groups to further ideological goals stemming from domestic influences, such as those of a political, religious, social, racial, or environmental nature. So yes, they are terrorists, 100%. And it's also funny, like,
and
why
fucking America defends them.
Oh no, yes, of course. And it's just, I don't like. He also says, don't call them refugees. What's wrong with calling them refugees? They are refugees by definition. And like Carly even says earlier in the show, it's like, we're not refugees because we have nothing to refuge from. And I'm like, no, you do though. That's what you're doing by definition. I really don't get what she was saying. Like, I don't get what the show's trying to say because none of it makes sense, be it externally or internally with the world building in the MCU. So it's all garbage. Wait, she calls John Walker a Nazi?
Yeah, but in episode, episode 4, if you put the subtitles up, as he's like, the conversation between Sam and Carly breaks down because of Walker coming in, she calls Walker a Nazi.
Wow.
If the subtitles literally have her saying Nazi.
Bro.
And that's so weird because John Walker is the most un-Nazi person in the show.
What? 100%.
He's like so good.
Dude,
he's
he has
such a good person.
3 medals of honor.
He is like the best person this show has, like in terms of just moral and like accomplishments. He is such a good person.
Wow. Okay.
And when we were saying this show was good, we were still saying he was a good person.
Yeah.
Like he's still a really, really, really good person.
And I'm worried that they're gonna go down the route, considering how they left him off in the end of the show, that they're gonna make him like a Nazi or some shit. With him working for that woman, whoever she is. I don't even remember her name. The fucking lady with purple hair who talks like a 12-year-old.
The lady, yeah, no, her acting and dialogue is really weird. I fucking was like, this feels like another show. It
just feels like
a character from another show.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
It's that weird, like, the writers want to write her as, like, charismatic, but it's really shit.
She doesn't come off as charismatic. She's just cringy.
I don't know. It's complete cringy, but I think the writers think that she's very charismatic for some reason.
She comes across as overconfident. Fuck, I can't speak. Overconfidently retarded.
Overconfidently retarded.
Yeah, John was so excited to be Captain America. Yet the opening of episode 2 is actually like it's really really good for Walker's character. You know, like his nervousness, like him establishing like this is so different from everything else he's done in his life. That this is going to be constant for the rest of his life.
Rest of the show
it's really good stuff.
Yep.
And then the rest of the show happens after that.
Well, it's like that's like how it's like that's the idea of his character. It's like, okay, so this is someone who's gonna be Captain America, and you know he's gonna struggle with it, and that's the idea. But they never develop on it, so that's all we get. So like we don't get any execution about it. We're gonna get any development. It's just the idea of it is what we're presented with, and I guess the idea is enough for a lot of people. But like, no, that scene is setting up something, and that should be developed instead of just dropping it. Which is like the entire show of them just setting up stuff and dropping it. Because like most conflicts they set up in episode 1 or episode 2 when they just get back to it in episode 5. And they do it in a very retarded way, so... Yeah. This show should have been so much longer, dude. As I was talking to Thought when we watched
What is wrong with having a season of like television be like 15 episodes?
Yeah, like I was talking
because I feel like you can extend this shit to 15 episodes.
Well, I was talking with Thought. I felt like this could be a 22 episode season, like easily. Like not just like I don't really like 22 episode seasons because like sometimes they get really long in terms of CW. At least they have to stretch the season out. For example, but we have shit like Agents of Shield where it's like. Even in season 4, they were dealing with the terrorist organization and everything. And it's like, well, you have to stretch this story out for these episodes to give the characters development, to also make the story make sense. And like the show just does so much in so little time that everything is really rushed, but also nothing happens. Like episode 5, what happened in that episode? Like nothing happened.
Nothing.
It was such a worthless episode. I really don't get it.
You could do so much. Like the first 5 episodes can be the establishment of the Flag Smashers. Like you learn what they're all about, and we slowly but surely sort of like get an idea of how they're affecting the world right now. And then like around midway through the show, you can have Bucky and Sam finally meeting and stuff. There's like so much thing you can do to just extend it, and it wouldn't be that hard. It really wouldn't. Like I think Rags said, I think on stream, like you can have the Zemo breaking out of prison be a whole episode.
Oh, for
very
sure.
Easily.
They just do it in like a 2-minute scene, and it's like, okay, so I guess he's out, but how does that make any sense? How did he get the card inside his cell? It's like, no, you have to.
How did no one fucking notice him as he was walking out?
Yeah, it's like, okay, he's wearing a guard suit, but it's Zemo, the
not,
guy who destroyed the Avengers.
That discreet.
Yeah, it's really weird. Like,
It still has a fucking.
Like we have Prison Break as a TV show. The entire first season is them breaking out.
It's been a whole season.
Yeah, it's literally one season for them to break out of the prison.
Because you know what? Breaking out of prisons is really fucking hard.
Yep.
Like,
of course, like
there
superheroes that have resources, it would be easier, but instead of just, Michael Scofield with tattoos on his body. But it's like, dude, no, it's still not as easy as just, oh, he's gonna walk out because he has a card inside a book.
Man, Michael must feel real stupid that he could have just disguised himself as a guard and just walked out. Hey guys, let's all just beat up like six like guards and just dress up as them and walk out. Let's just clock out for the day and just leave.
So dumb, dude.
Easy. And even in, you have season 2 where they are being chased down for like the whole season.
No, they're still being chased down even by season 3. They only get let out because what's the name? It's not the network, is it the company? They're like they want Michael to break what's his name, Fisher, out of the prison in Panama. So it's like they're still facing consequences of them leaving. Like season 4, it's them with doing missions for the FBI in house arrest. Like
Zemo literally tore the Avengers apart. His ass would be chased everywhere around the world. He would be the most wanted man on the planet.
And after escaping prison, yes, he would. Especially when it's like Bucky breaking him out. It's like, oh shit, he has control over
the
Bucky.
Winter Soldier, the person that Zemo
think.
is known for controlling.
Yeah, everyone would think, yes, Zemo has control over Bucky now. We're fucked. Which is also like, why did they let Bucky talk to Zemo? I don't fucking know. Like,
we need to see.
So retarded. Like, they could have just had Bucky say, no, I want to talk to him, and then the guard doesn't let him, and Sam goes like, no,
but Marcus, Zemo said the words.
Ah, yes.
It's really cool.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah, no, I love it. By the way, the fact that Zemo is a Baron, it does actually fuck some stuff up in Civil War. I was rewatching it recently, so I was like, oh, that's cool. Whereas, like,
for fuck's sake.
in Zemo, when he was going to Siberia, he was, like, booking a normal flight, which, of course, would be kind of risky for him because, well, he just called the housemaid to find the body in his hotel room. So he'd start to be chased down by the Avengers. So when he get, like, so that's risky. But it's like, okay, so he doesn't have the resources to do it any other way. And he needs Iron Man to get there at that point, which is fine. But then, considering he has a private plane and Falcon Winter Soldier, he could have just used that, which is way more inconspicuous.
Yeah, why didn't he call his butler?
Yep. He could have just called his butler and be like, bring me my plane, let's go to Siberia.
Butler.
That's it.
I need to be picked up. I need to go to this location and kill some Winter Soldiers.
No one cares.
Hi, Jeb. You love this show, though.
Anyway, back to the show.
Yeah.
I've got a lot to say on this piece of fucking shit show. I've got a lot.
I've got something to say.
I've heard a lot of stuff, and I've got a lot to say. Well, so to clear up on the previous podcast, I still found Hill's fucking arguments retarded. With the
I still think that
stuff.
We didn't even explain. We still claim that he didn't actually explain why it was bad.
Yeah,
and that's always always my biggest complaints about videos is when you just say it's bad and you don't actually explain it. You can't just assume the oh yeah they'll know what my arguments are. No, you need to say it. Because a brand new viewer could be seeing that for the very first time, and not actually know why it's bad.
Yeah, and
let's normalize people actually explaining why scenes are bad before they claim it is. Please, please, please.
To give him credit, he did watch the rest of the show. He did give some reasons why it was bad and backed up his arguments better in his recent video.
I'm assuming he did.
Yeah, I don't understand. What this feels like someone who's just gotten into politics, basic worldview, and they remove all nuance out of it. It's black and white. When I watched that speech, I was and Marcus watched it, I was ranting so much to Marcus.
You were.
Like, I wanna make clear, I'm a left libertarian, so this kind of principle is, something I'm more in favour of than someone who's, for example, ANCAP, like Stinky Marcus.
Yeah, imagine being ANCAP, you couldn't beat me.
So I was like, okay, well, you've just fucking butchered that notion. When you go, don't call them terrorists, I'm like, what the fuck do you want us to call them? Let's call them danger people. No, they're terrorists. Like, they killed, they murdered people. Like, Falcon, you literally fought terrorists. I don't understand your notion here. And then when he goes, don't call them refugees, what do you want to call them? People that need help? I don't fucking understand.
We should call them the angsty teens.
Like, this is what it felt like the angle they were going for. When you got, like, Boston Tea Party, the Peaceful Revolution in Germany, where they attack more of the trade stuff, or they're peacefully protesting. That feels like what they were trying to go for, and the US were going, these are terrorists, to demonize that, to try and get people on their side. But it's like, no, they literally set an entire building of people on fire. Carly's going, yeah, I'm going to murder people, and then shit on John for killing a terrorist. That doesn't compute to me. They literally killed a US soldier. Like, I just... what else though? Oh, they were holding all the top politicians under ransom, and they were going to
she
take
tried
them
to kill them, or she drove the fucking.
Yeah, she tried to.
She exploded one of the trucks and she drove the other one off. Like Bucky saved one truck and the other one she was like, okay, let me drive this off to fucking drop them and have them die. And then Sam somehow stopped the truck.
And like, and the bullshit fucking notion that this show thinks that people can be like, you know what, Sam, you're right not to call them terrorists. It's like, no, fuck off a second. Fuck off. What would actually happen is people would just tell Falcon to get fucked. There is no way they'll be like, you know, you're right, Falcon. Because he's also going on this whole notion of why are they doing this? And it's like, Falcon. Why they're trying to murder people isn't justifying their cause at all. They don't need to murder people to do that. It's just like, what the fuck am I hearing? And then that Countess character, by the way, she's a big cameo. For people who weren't aware, she's the big fucking cameo they were freaking out about. People are not going to know her unless you know comics.
Yeah, when we were watching, thought he looked her up because he wanted to know if she, like, who she was. And he was like, oh, she exists in the comics. It's not like, oh, I know her from the comics. He just figured out she exists from the comics and sent me a link from, like, the Marvel Wiki. Like, nobody knows who the fuck she is. She's not even a big character in the comics.
So as sad as this is to say, I genuinely knew who it was, and I was like, wow, this is going to be the big cameo, as I said to you. And it feels like they're going to try and do, there's going to be a top secret Russian organization. It might be Leviathan, although that was done in Agent Carter. They might do something different with the KGB. They're probably going to introduce the Thunderbolts. That's the group she's referencing.
Thunderbolts.
And that's going to tie to
Isn't that referenced
in
Humans, or am I being retarded?
No, it's not referenced in Humans.
Why do I know that?
I think you're thinking of Black Bolt. You're thinking of.
Oh yeah. Good point. Good point.
Close enough.
So that's what I think's going on there. They're going to do like a quote unquote super villain team. The fuck
Aren't they
off! I
already
don't
trying
care.
to do the Sinister Six as like a supervillain team? It feels like.
Exactly. I don't fucking care anymore.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at.
I mean, they're gonna do Sinister Six
sure.
in Spider-Man 3, right? With like Doc Ock and then Electro. So they already have Vulture and I guess Mysterio. I guess I don't know.
Death means fuck all, apparently. So fuck
yeah, I mean Doc Ock isn't dead now, which is something.
Yeah.
Do you want to know what?
Into a freaking sun.
Do you want to know what? Do you want to know what baffled me the most? And it consistently did it. They kept making the Iron Race allegory towards the figure of Captain America, which is based on Steve. And I'm like, do you not know what the first Avenger literally did? He gets asked, do you want to kill Nazis? And he's like, I don't want to kill anyone.
I just don't like bullies. And
yeah, he just wants to do the right thing. And I'm like, that's the opposite of Nazism, you fucking retarded cunts.
Dude, not gonna lie, First Avenger is a really good film, and this show shits all over it. Like Bucky, he was also character assassinated from the First Avenger because he says in this show that he's always been fighting for his country, and he's always in a losing battle or some shit. I forgot the actual line.
Fought for something that wasn't about yourself?
Oh yeah, exactly. That's a line. He said, "I've always fought for shit that wasn't about myself, and I've always lost or some shit." And it's like, you won World War II, you retard. You sacrificed your life for Captain America to help stop Red Skull, which he did do that. And the U.S. won World War II. So that's just retarded. Like, his character, and just with that line alone, he's just neglecting everything he did in the first Avenger. And it's like, he's such a good character in the first Avenger, and you're just butchering him for absolutely no reason. So, you know.
I just. And it's like, how in the fuck have you assassinated Tony Stark? Steve, how do you assassinate Steve Rogers?
Twice.
He's like, it's the hardest character to fucking assassinate.
I mean, they already assassinated him in Endgame, and they're like, I'm gonna fucking do it again.
It's like, just do what's morally righteous. That is a fucking difficult concept to do, guys.
And it's like Civil War, like in Civil War, they challenged that with this character. Like, is what he's doing right? And it's like, no, he's protecting Bucky, but like, yeah, he should have told Tony. Like, that's not morally right, but that's still in character with them because, you know, that film is well written. But when we have shit like this, they're just like, oh no, he was a Nazi apparently because he has blue eyes and white skin, and it's just like, dude, no, you cannot say Captain America was racist. Like, that's not Captain America. He had a fucking there was a fucking black person in the Howling Commandos in the first Avenger. Like, fuck off.
Yes.
No, Cap's racist though.
And they're in Agent Carter. And I'm like, ugh. And then there's Agents of Shield with Deathlock.
Oh, Agents of Shield also gets shit on by Falcon and Winter Soldier when it says like that not a black person would never fucking be Captain America. It's like, do you know who the director of Shield is after season 6? It's Mac. He's a black person. Nick Fury was the director of Shield from like what from the 1990s till 2014. And it's like, really? Are you really gonna say that black people in power don't exist? That they don't represent the government in any way? Like, fuck off, dude.
No.
And it's like, people say, well, he's from a secret organization, so of course the government would be okay, which means that the government would be outwardly racist instead of inwardly racist. It's like, what? How does that make sense? Why would the government be racist in the eyes of everyone, but not actually be racist, like, within their own ranks? That's retarded. Like, why would they want to seem racist? I don't get it.
The government is racist.
And I'm like, guys, you've got to understand as well, the SSR and SHIELD are inherently not racist things. They were built against those principles. That's literally Carter, Stark, and there was someone else that founded SHIELD. 3 people, all on those principles, and that's why it was very inclusive, which we see in Season 7 of Agents of SHIELD, because they could fucking write.
Yes, it just SHIELD is fucking fantastic. And they also deal with like racism and sexism in Agents of SHIELD Season 7 when they travel back in time. But it's not retarded because, you know, it's a good show.
I'm just
There's
the fact that fucking Sharon Carter is this fucking power broker, and I'm like,
hold on, just before we get into that, just for chat, because we've been talking for like 34 minutes and you guys still don't know what we're gonna do today. So we have 2 videos to cover, brown tables and high tops. But I guess we're talking about this, and you know, since SK said he'd be like an hour late, I guess there's like no issue with starting the video late. So yes, just letting you all know. And now, yes, Sharon is the power broker.
You know what?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Sharon as the power broker.
evil.
Why is she evil, by the way? Like, how does that inform her? How is that informed by her character in the form?
Yeah, but Marcus, it's a post-credit scene, so that means it's cool. It's cool.
Well,
I love the fucking slow-mo when she was walking towards the camera. It was so bad.
If I had to go what the show's trying to do, and it's retarded, they're doing the whole, oh, I'm mad because I became a fugitive from my own government that I chose to do because it was the right thing in Civil War.
Yeah, she chose to do that. She chose to help with Captain America. She was like, I choose to help you, Steve. But she's like, I have this this information to give to you, to get you Bucky, but like my superiors need it right now, so that's all the head start you're gonna get. That's pretty much all she did, and get the stuff, the wings and the shield back to them. And it's like, no, she's choosing to do that. She thinks that's the right thing to do. and she knows she's gonna get fucked by that, because if she doesn't, she's retarded. So
she fucking kisses fucking Cap. Like,
yeah, and it's like it's
and
also
she's
pretty
like-
weird how they're like they never try to contact Sharon. Like she's just kind of forgotten that she exists.
Yeah, and she's like, I haven't been able to see my family in the song. Yeah, in the finale, she's able to have the facial thing in Winter Soldier. I'm like, use that, you know, go to their house. You're not going to be tracked if they don't know who you are. Why the fuck is she the power broker?
Because
Like,
yes.
Stupid.
I like to call her Sharon
makes-
Sue. You know, that's a good. Yes, she is very Mary Sue-ish in the show for absolutely no reason. They just make her do anything. So, yeah.
And she was like, you know what? I'm going to let Zemo go to the scientist that's recreating the serum, even though he wants the serum wiped. That's a big brain idea.
Genius.
Fucking genius plan that.
I'm just. Wait, see, we all were like, yeah, no way they're going to make Sharon the power broker. That's retarded. You know, fuck
Oh,
it.
that's
Everyone's
exactly
the power broker.
that's exactly what we said though. It's like that's too retarded for them to do, and they actually did it. It's like no, they're not gonna do that.
I was like, that Countess is going to be the power broker.
Yeah,
no,
that's
it's
what we
Sharon.
thought.
I'm like, okay.
The pitch meeting for the show is great though. I've heard that. Yeah. The pitch meetings guy is good. I like him. It's like the only quality content that Screen Rant makes. So I imagine it's good.
I'm just like, what the fuck did you do, guys? You kind of destroyed that entire side of the universe. You've already killed
I'm
Magic.
assuming a bunch of 12-year-olds got together and decided, guys, I think racism is bad. We should make a show saying that racism is bad.
Yeah, because racism, the MCU has never ever been addressed, like ever. Hold on. I'm just searching for something on the internet. Completely unrelated to put on screen right now. Open image.
The thing is, I can literally give a premise of
the
how
MCU
to
has
do
never ever dealt
racism.
with racism ever. Yes.
Never.
Sorry. Yeah. So they just like, yeah, so racism is bad. Let's make a show about this, and they did, and it was garbage.
The thing is, like, so I said how they could have done it in the server, and this is how you could also justify why Rhodey stopped being Iron Patriot. Iron Patriot. So you retcon why he does it to be the media treating him differently to like Tony or Cap. So there's subtle racial biases in there, and then you do that with Falcon as Cap, and because the media is doing that, people start believing into what the media is saying. That means the government's like, shit, we need people on our side, so we kind of need to do these decisions to get votes because we want to stay in power. Because that literally happens sometimes in real world instances. You just flesh that out. You do that notion.
They can use post endgame Earth to make social commentaries too different from our world. I agree, but not only that, I feel like they wasted so many great opportunities to deal with how the world would be post Endgame. Like, of course, Endgame already screws it up because the world would not work 5 years later with half the people on Earth dead. But if they had like created a world that didn't make sense, they explored how these characters are back, and it's kind of like this kind of post-apocalyptic thing, because it's just we don't know what belongs to whom and everything, and it's way more chaotic. I think it'd be way more interesting to deal with. I was talking about this earlier with Jab, Tin, and Zod, and it's like, yeah, this could be a really interesting idea, but they just like, no, let's say the world is just back to normal, and then Falcon and Winter Soldier is like, well, it's not exactly back to normal because there's some terrorists who want to get the world back to what it was during the blip, during the snap, and it's like, why?
Their aim is to kill half the population, clearly, if they want to kill people.
Genius. It's like I don't get the flag smashers. They're so retarded. Their logic is so backwards. And it's just like, why were there no borders during the snap? Like borders just disappeared.
So in theory, it'd be because where all these countries are so dependent on one another with resources, it's like we can't really afford to have borders as much. But when they're back, you kind of have to have borders by this point.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, you can just not have borders anymore. Especially when it's like, what, 20 million refugees that are in America, that they say? That they want to send out for, I don't know how they would do that, but sure. And it's like, wow, 20 million, that's like, almost to a tenth of the US population. That's a lot of people that they're just, housing. Like, borders aren't necessary in that sense. Like, and that's coming from an NCAP, so
it's like if you remove borders from the world, you are doing national security failures one-on-one. If we didn't have borders, there'd be about 100 different 9/11s, to put it in perspective.
yeah.
Now, imagine the impact of one 9/11 on the not just American society, economy and such, which is still felt today, but it impacted globally. Economic markets were crashing, and it changed how we perceive national security, especially with airports. Would you do?
The flag smashers are going to be spreading a virus in order to return to post-snap numbers, but they really realize the pandemic storyline right now is a bad idea. Yeah, I heard that they just scrapped an entire storyline about vaccines and viruses, which I'm gonna recommend a show to you all. Watch Utopia, the 2013 version, where it deals with this, and it's good. I won't say much, but yes, it deals with vaccines and viruses and something a bit similar. Great show. Not the 2020 version though, that's garbage. Which also, came out during the pandemic, which I think it's funny. They just released a show about conspiracies and a virus being released and vaccines. So, but
also, I'm kind of glad they didn't do that virus thing, because I think that's also that'd be more retarded.
I mean, I don't think they would be able to do that just from like them being normal people. Like they're not the government to be able to just manufacture shit like that. I don't know how they'd get funding or anything.
You also we know how virology works recently with COVID, how you can really narrow down the source. You kind of fuck yourself over, and the virus isn't necessarily going to return to post-snap numbers. So I'm glad you didn't touch that. That's a worse idea.
Yeah, it have to be done very carefully with like them building this conspiracy for like years for them to be able to prepare it to make it work. And with the way the show wanted to do it, it's like, no, we're doing this 6 months after the blip, and that's it. Which, not enough time to prepare at all, and especially not enough time to resolve it with the way they do it in the show, where it feels like, how much time has passed? Like a week? I don't fucking know.
Oh no, I just know I don't know why the Accords are still around, by the way. They clearly don't pay attention to them.
Yeah, the Accords are just ignored in the show as well.
Yeah, but guys, Sam and Bucky are free agents. They can do what they want.
Except they're working with the government, and Sam has government technology.
No,
and in episode 5 he says, "Oh, the government benched us," but whatever.
I don't They go, yeah, the Accords still in effect. I'm like, okay, why are you doing that? That doesn't help you. Just say, oh, because of the catastrophe, the bill got removed because it was decided to play a factor into that. It's like, whoa, you can easily sort out the cause here, and you can make
the fact the Accords in both WandaVision and this have been just like, oh, there's still a thing. We're not going to talk about how they might have been altered. There've been a bit discussion on the Accords. It's never been brought up. Never. They just vaguely mention it that they're still in place, but they don't give a reason as to why or what the current status of the Accords are, or how the world leaders feel about the Accords right now, given what's happened. Like,
Yeah, they just fucking exist for no reason.
Like, I don't think they. I feel like they should be like changed. The rules of the Accord should be changed, but they don't address that. You know, they don't. They're still in place. So characters just going, we'll ignore them. It's just as retarded as them not being like mentioned at all. It's really. It's just so fucking confusing. It's so
I'm just
infuriating.
Just like, what's the point? I'm kind of done with the MCU by this point. It's too.
Oh,
like,
I'm done.
I'm gonna watch
I'm still gonna
everything,
watch.
but yeah, I'm
I'm
just
here.
it's just for the sake of discussion that I'm gonna watch. Like I already know Loki's gonna be shit because
Yeah.
the trailer already created issues. So, and then we have
Yeah, that's gonna be.
what else do we have? Oh yeah, Doctor Strange 2, Spider-Man 3, it's like all that shit is just doomed. What is oh yeah, Shang-Chi. The trailer was alright. Like I didn't think it was awesome, but
I'm
the
still
action
yet
was cool.
to see it, and I'm probably not gonna.
I mean, it's a fine
Wish-
trailer. Like the song is pretty cool. The action is neat. It's just I just really don't care about the MCU at this point. It's just they're gonna tell a new story. I wonder how they're gonna fuck up the world building this time.
I'm just like with Shang-Chi. The song is one of them by NF. I know NF made the song, but with the trailer, I was like, I don't see why people are getting hyped for this. I think it's just because the way the fight choreography is. But I'm like, narrative-wise,
Yeah.
it's already fucking doomed. Like, you're gonna have to do a lot of explaining of why is he only here now. Where's he been, especially during the Infinity War and Endgame? The whole Mandarin, you got to resolve all that. How does Endgame impact Shang-Chi?
Oh shit! Wait,
I-
Shang-Chi is written by the Wonder Woman 84 writer. Is that true?
Let me check.
No, fuck no.
Shang-Chi writer.
That would be
I
weird to
can't be.
have that being back to back. Well, I guess
David
James
G,
Gunn, but
IMDb.
James Gunn is a special case.
Okay. Dave
Oh, no.
Callahan. Okay.
Yeah, it is. Oh no.
So Dave
Yeah,
Callahan. Oh
he's-
shit! Yeah,
Why?
Dave Callahan, and he also wrote Godzilla
Oh.
2014. Oh god.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
no. And he wrote
Why?
Zombieland 2. Expendable.
Why?
He also wrote Doom 2005. And then fucking hell. Okay, so one of the writers, he directed Just Mercy, and he wrote Just Mercy, which is a good film from 2019, so that's good. Like it's a really good film. About a true story. And the other writer is Angel Lanham, who also worked on writing Just Mercy. So 2 for 3 wrote Just Mercy, and the other one wrote Wonder Woman 84. So I don't know what you think now.
I'm
Well,
afraid.
we're fucked. Like, I'm sorry, we're categorically fucked. We're
The
already won.
MCU is already dead. It's just the grave just is the dirt. More and more dirt is being piled on to the MCU while it's buried in its grave. Just every film, just another handful of dirt just being tossed all over it.
And
Amazing.
if Loki's bad,
Loki's
bad,
Like,
like,
I
I
we
think-
already know it's gonna be
Well, it's
bad.
gonna,
Yeah.
it's gonna be bad.
Like
it's,
we've
it's
seen
gonna
the
be bad.
trailer, we
It's
already
dealing
know.
with time travel.
Yeah, we already know the trailer already created issues with the world.
It's gonna be
building, so,
bad.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have fun with that one.
Yeah, no, that's
especially
gonna
when
be one
they
that you're
do
gonna
a
love to
good season.
dissect.
Yeah, but given that one's going to fail, that means Doctor Strange 2 is going to fail even more because the writer of that is writing Doctor Strange 2. Yay!
At least you have Sam
I
Raimi
understand
back,
that.
right? He only makes good films.
It's gonna be
Yeah.
so good, guys. It's gonna be so good.
Like, other than
And the
Guardians
biggest one
3,
of
is there
both,
anything in the MCU that doesn't sound like pure garbage at this moment?
I Am Groot thing.
Oh, yeah, that's...
guess.
isn't there gonna be, like, a short film or something?
Yeah, but
Guardians
There's
3
some-
might be okay.
Yeah, I said...
I
other
think
than
Guardians 3 will be good.
Yeah. Guardians
Yeah, that's
2 is the best.
and that's the
MCU.
benefit with Guardians 3. It has the benefit that the rest of the universe has not been explored. All the problems on Earth you can just ignore them.
Yeah, it's great. I mean, they're gonna still need to deal with how the snap worked with the the outer universe. But since it's James Gunn, I believe in him. So
also, I think 4-4 is on like a flip of a coin right now because Jane Foster.
I mean, I don't really. I am kind of hopeful because it's Taika and Ragnarok is a good film.
Exactly.
So it's like maybe it'll be good. It's like people are saying it's doomed because they're adapting from a very bad comic storyline, and it's like, yeah, well, comic storylines, I don't really give a shit what they're adapting. They change shit a lot when they're adapting to make them different.
I mean, like, everyone said.
Civil War did that.
Yeah, Civil War is a very bad comic storyline, but in the film, it's really good. So you can do it.
The idea of a civil war between superheroes is really cool, and obviously they adapted that to the screen, and it was great. So yeah.
Guardians 3 is before Infinity War. It's not though. Thor is confirmed to be.
It's not.
It's afterwards.
It's not. That's. Come on, do your research.
So yeah, is there anything you guys want to say, or can we get started with this masterpiece of a video?
I will just want to say that, not to toot my own horn any more than I already have, but the fact that the tweet that I sent out was so big that Brown Table quote tweeted it. There is a chance, I don't think it's big, but there is a chance that my tweet could be referenced. There is a big chance that it could this could be something where Brown Table has this slight little dig of people, having a problem with that scene. So that's going to be very interesting if that is brought up.
If it does mention it.
So in a way, if he does do that, I've helped make this video. Inadvertently.
Oh, good.
Oh no.
Come on, Brown Table, I believe in you.
Never heard that one before.
Is everyone to watch together? Yes, there are 5 people here. Okay.
I am in there.
Right. Yep.
Deep.
This video is sponsored by Storyblocks.
Good start.
Black Widow!
Okay.
In 2020, I specifically...
I don't know what that was about, but sure.
I mean, I don't know. I like Anthony Mackie. That was fun. Yes.
I remember thinking, wow, I am kind of exhausted by the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Everything that isn't Avengers is terribly mediocre.
Wait.
Isn't Avengers...
What does he mean outside of this? Or does he mean including this? Because he says anything that isn't Avengers, and then he puts an asterisk. So I guess he likes these, which are like the 3 worst MCU films. Well, Ant-Man isn't one of them, but Ant-Man is the worst, but
I'm just like, the fact that you put those 3, you have no taste. I'm sorry.
But
all the fucking 3 films.
Is it that he means that that these 3 films are good? Because I'm confused.
Replay the clip.
Kind of exhausted by the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Everything that isn't Avengers is terribly mediocre. Now there's a Black Widow movie.
Okay, yeah, he means they're not included because he does the asterisks as a correction.
So he thinks that those 3 films are good. Okay.
Yes.
Good for you, Brown Table.
Coming out, and it's Black Widow, so I sleep. I kept saying the MCU should have ended with Endgame. And, to be fair, that would have been a perfect finale. But now a year...
Perfect finale.
Oh god. No.
We've already dealt with this. Let's just move on. There's an entire ECUM talking about this or whatever.
A year later, WandaVision comes out, and it's ridiculously good. The problem is...
Ridiculously
Oh.
Oh no.
No.
No, it's not.
It's Legion if Legion was shit. That's my take.
I think that's harsh to use Legion in the same sentence.
I agree. It's I'm trying to think, because it's hard to think of a more apt comparison, because like it really is trying to be Legion so hard, but it's garbage. So watch Legion.
Wait, people people going, he doesn't like Far From Home. Then I don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Does he not? Let me check. Brown table far
Any
from.
like a video where where he said it wasn't perfect or something?
Yeah, he
'Cause
said the fundamental flaws of Far From Home, and he has a video called Spider-Man Far From Perfect. And he also has an original animation called How Spider-Man Far From Home Should Have Started. Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and SK responded to the fundamental flaws of Far From Home. So, you know.
I guess he just worded that really weird then.
Yeah.
Of course he did.
I guess those were examples that he was using, but the examples are unnecessary. I really don't know. But I thought he liked Captain Marvel.
Yeah. This is what I'm not understanding.
Oh, okay. So he means that
that's fine.
Captain Marvel, Far From Home, and Ant-Man and the Wasp are the mediocre ones he means. But then why show
That's
it
the
with
one
the
he-
asterisk? Just show the clips in the background. How any fucking video essayist would do.
Yeah, because the asterisk means you're making an amendment. And yes, Brown Table is the person that did that, Alice.
Yes, the sexual harassment meme comes from this dude, this genius.
Yeah, the whole Don storyline originates from him.
Yes.
For better or for worse.
Well, are you saying you have a hot take about the Dawn storyline, Tim?
There we go. Fucking fixed it. There we go.
Perhaps.
Everyone loves a good hot take.
Later, WandaVision comes out, and it's ridiculously good. The problem is that it doesn't stick the landing, but I rather appreciated what the show is going for. The MCU is...
What was it going for? Like, the landing is what it was going for. Like, the entire show is set up, and the final episode destroys everything. Like, what was it going for?
I don't know, dude. I still don't know.
Hopefully to be good.
Evolving, it's trying new things, most likely because it's become so insanely popular that they can honestly do anything they want now. And while WandaVision tries new things visually and film-wise compared to the rest of the MCU, The Falcon and the Winter Soldier makes it its mission to tackle new controversial themes and stories. And
yes, because racism
That
has never
don't
been tackled by
make sense within the world.
You want me to pull up the fucking Luke Cage picture again?
I just want to say, you're saying a controversial theme is going racism bad. I'm concerned.
That's a good point. Such a controversial thing.
It's very controversial to say that racism is bad.
Yes. We all know racism is
controversial. Racism bad.
What?
At a perfect time, too, with Marvel having massive success and with a world ready to tackle themes like these. Now here's the main thing. I'm here to talk about The Falcon and the Winter Soldier and the story of the show, and the story is very clearly political and talks about racism and how the United States treats its veterans and refugees, etc. And if you think that's cringe, well, you can just leave, I guess, because...
No, not inherently. The way the show does it is cringe, though.
I mean...
Yeah, we kind of know that.
If you find it cringe, just fuck off. Don't complain. Okay, but
don't complain.
Just consume
Brown
product
Table.
and get excited for next product.
Brown Table, if you think the fundamentals of Far From Home are a problem, just ignore it.
Just shut up.
Yeah, no one.
Don't talk about it. Shut up.
Just fuck off. We all know
Like-
you don't need to talk about it.
He's a generally a nice person. He's just retarded in what he says.
Yes, he is very retarded.
I'm not going to deny
Like,
the show.
Brown
it's all-
Table, aren't you like one of the many people who advocates for people to have their say and have their vision and have, you know, allow people to say what they want to say and, you know, allow people their imagination, all that shit. Yet you're telling people, guys, if you think this is cringe, go away.
Go away.
leave,
Go
I
away
guess.
now.
Because I'm not going to deny the show its own message. I'm here to talk about it. I think the show
Deny
tackles
the show. It's so
What the fuck
Don't
is it?
deny.
Thank you
If
for
you
allowing
are
the
gonna
show to say
cringe
its own
at this,
message.
you are
that
denying.
mean?
You are denying the show's themes.
I could just imagine him sitting there going, "You know what, show? I'm not going to deny you those messages that I have no control over."
You know, I'm gonna allow you to do whatever you're doing. 'Cause
No,
I'm
I
that-
fully denied what he was doing. If you, everyone claimed that I was denying the fact that the show talked about racism.
These issues incredibly well, and in general, comic books themselves have been politically charged with lots of social commentaries since their inception. Speaking of comic...
Yes, we know this. This isn't a new concept to us, you fucking idiot.
I don't know why he's showing this instead
of
showing
X-Men,
which are the, allegory for racism.
Hey, Brown Table, did you know that Civil War was very political? We don't hate things that are political. We hate things that are badly written about politics.
The MCU
There's
is
a very clear
political
difference.
at a lot of points, so it's just
Iron Man 1 is very politically
Iron Man
driven
choo-choo.
in some aspects. Yeah.
Someone, because obviously Brown Table said it's doing something very new with the racial commentary. Someone said, "Well, Luke Cage."
Yes, I mentioned twice, and Sam Collins said in chat. It's just like, no, it's not new. Luke Cage has been doing this shit. And Luke Cage is a good show as well that deals with racism well. So, but whatever.
It really explores as well black culture within America.
Yeah, it's really interesting the way they deal with that shit in Luke Cage. It's really cool. Luke is a really good character.
Funnily enough, this speech from OG Steve Rogers is the central theme of this entire show. It doesn't matter what the press says.
Oh my god!
What? What's happening?
Come on!
What's happening? Did I just have a stroke? What's going on?
Animation again.
Why?
Brown Table's the most pretentious motherfucker.
Wait, so is it like okay, I'm confused. Is this like a comic panel that he's animating?
Yes.
And dubbing?
Oh my god.
He's voice acting as well. Dude, come on. Just if you're gonna do this, you know what you should do, Brown Table? Hire an actual voice actor, just someone you can get on Fiverr or whatever. And promote them, you know? Someone who's actually good at this, not you.
Oh no.
When
I mean, Brown Table, you're not an actor. You might be an actor, but you're not a very good one, clearly.
Okay, come on. Let's get through this.
Why not show the actual moment? I don't.
Yeah, like the way I do it is just show the comic panel and read the lines.
He has to do the voice, like he got to do the Captain America voice. You know, it's got to be low, heroic. Gotta really get into character for this little cringy segment in my video.
It doesn't matter what the press says. It doesn't matter what the politicians or the mob say. It doesn't matter if the whole country decides that something wrong is happening.
Man, I feel bad for the animators who had to do
It's
this. All this
founded on
talent
one
going into this.
principle above all else. The requirement that we
But
stand up for
it's a
what
bit
we
anime
believe,
though, so.
no matter the odds or the consequences. So when the mob, and the press, and the whole world tell you to move, your job is to plant yourself.
Oh my god, what is this character design? What is this shit? He looks like he has some oh my god! What is that face?
He looks like he has like HIV or something. And it's being drained slowly.
Oh no!
I need to screenshot this shit. I need to keep it in my memories.
Yes.
Oh no! Well, that's a face. Amazing. Wow.
Tree beside the river of truth. And tell the whole world, no. Move.
The dramatic zoom to his eyes when he says no.
He's trying to sound intimidating at the same time.
He just looks lifeless. I'm
so dead inside.
I'm in disbelief in like Brown Table. Thank you for providing this because you could cure depression with how hilarious this is. I don't understand.
We've just found a new meme reaction picture for any really retarded tweets.
So good.
Hey, whoever animated this, who drew this, thank you so much for being a little bit shit in this drawing. Thank you. Jesus.
Now, before we get...
Oh, so that was that. Okay, so he just needed... He was just referencing the line in the comics where Captain America says, when everyone tells you to stand, you keep going. You gotta be the one, like, to fight for it, whatever. But isn't that line in, like... Sharon Carter shares in the Civil War. She says that Peggy, you should
and it's
say
actually good in that scene.
And then they use it in the Square Enix Marvel Avengers.
Did they actually use that?
Yeah, so what happens is, like, I played like 15 minutes. I said, no, I'd rather kill myself. Kamala gets picked on by these two kids in the competition, and then she does the whole speech, and then Cap's there right next to her going, oh, you did pretty good, here's a comment.
Oh, shit!
I've seen that.
I saw a clip of that. That actually totally happens.
What piece of shit game?
Jeb needs to continue playing it to make a video on it. Everyone in chat, support Jeb
Yes,
playing the rest of the game.
Please, no, please, I want to live. I don't want to kill myself. I played like 15 minutes.
One of us has to, and none of us want to do it. You have to do it.
Yeah, Jeb, you're the one who knows how to talk about games. You gotta be the one to play it.
Yeah, you're the gaming guy. Go on.
There's so many fundamental design flaws. It's quite hilarious.
You
Exactly.
put yourself through Lego Marvel Superheroes 2, you can put yourself through this.
No, I can't.
Is it, from what you
can.
played, is
We
it better
believe
or
in you.
worse than Lego Marvel Superheroes 2?
Worse.
Wow. Okay.
Like,
I
I'm
know.
willing to 100% Lego Marvel Superheroes 2. I'm not willing to go half an hour with Marvel Avengers. I just, no.
So is that the scale of bad game? It's just if terrible is Lego Marvel Superheroes 2 and abysmal is just like Marvel's Avengers.
The thing is, like, people won't fully understand why it's so terrible because obviously I'm looking at it from a game design perspective more so than a player, and it's just like the aiming system, for example, with Tony. What the fuck is going on? There's no really lock-on feature. If so, it's very, very soft that you can't really use it. The way you aim is very problematic if you're a controller user, which you should be accounted for even though you're focused on PC. The gameplay is very repetitive. There's no feeling of weight in the hits either. Like Kratos in God of War with the Leviathan axe, you can feel the swings. 4, no, it just feels lifeless. I just please no, don't do this to me.
Getting back to Brown Tape. Something
still can't go over this
slightly
picture.
better than Marvel's Avengers.
Started. This video is sponsored by Storyblocks.
Okay.
Storyblocks is an affordable online subscription
off.
service that makes
don't
finding
care.
HD video content and
Okay.
images easy. So if you want to bring your stories to life, Storyblocks is the place to...
I need you to just shut up.
Okay, I muted the
a
video until
lot.
the ad read is over. So yeah, this is a weird ad.
I've muted it.
Hold on. So he's promoted something. I assume you gotta pay for stock footage.
Wait, for real?
That's what it is. It's got HD stock footage all available.
But
I don't know if you have to pay for it, but it seems like
And
it.
most of my videos. With the unlimited all access plan, you get unlimited downloads of HD stock footage and images, After Effects templates, overlay.
But okay, stock footage. Sure. I mean, people do have to buy stock footage to use, but like,
Yeah.
I don't know if this is good stock footage. Like, look at that on the right, the green screen people then see. Like, that's not
The
a
one in the bottom row, second on left. What the fuck am I
woman
looking at
dancing
there?
club. Yes, we're just focusing on that woman's crotch.
And the top left as well.
I mean,
We're gonna get banned.
I have nothing against that. You know.
No, I'm
These
saying.
and more. So go get some high quality royalty free images right now by going to storyblocks.com/browntable or go to the link in the
Fuck off.
description. Seriously,
Story
they're
No.
great, and if you
No,
make
I don't
videos,
think
they
I
make
pay
your
for this.
videos look so much more professional, it's crazy. So one more time,
It's
go to
crazy.
storyblocks.com/browntable or go to the link in the description.
You have to pay for this. I just want to point
I mean,
for royalty free. Royalty free. They literally say that.
wait,
There's a plan to pricing.
wait. They
Does
said
they
it's
not know the
royalty free.
definition of royalty free?
Yeah, literally. I've typed in the link that he said. If you search it, it goes royalty free stock images, video, and audio for every story.
Then why?
Do they know what royalty-free means?
And you've got
it has the word free
like,
in
if
it.
If it's all an aggregator of videos, all you have to do is like get a free trial or some shit, download the ones you want, and then just cancel it because it's royalty free.
Like
so
I'll
there's
screenshot.
No way,
I'll screenshot as well. There's probably a blue dot, but who gives a shit?
For instance, you say
Unlimited
like you get
access
stock
is
footage on
nearly
YouTube and
30 quid.
whatnot. Depends. Not everything is free of copyright, and if you're doing like something professional, you can just get other stuff, unless you make it fall under fair use, which if you're like making a film or something, the laws don't apply very clearly.
So he's like unlimited all access. You either pay £29 a month or $3.50 a year. Fuck you, Brown Table. Fuck you.
Limited downloads of HD footage, 4K footage, After Effects templates, music and sound effects, photos. Okay, so like music and sound effects, you can find those on YouTube. Like YouTube has those for you to use if you want. After Effects templates, just look up a tutorial on YouTube of After Effects. I don't get it.
No, pay £350 a year.
Sure.
Do that.
Yeah. Oh, 350 pounds, right? So
Yeah, that's in pounds, man.
oof. So that's a lot of money.
Do you want to know how much that? I think that's the same price as a all digital PS5. I think that is $350.
I think it's 400, but it's close.
Okay. Well, it's cheaper than the. No, this is more expensive than the Xbox
Series
Series. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay.
Oh no.
Fucking.
And it's like yearly that you have to pay for it, so that's cool.
Link in the description to get some high-quality, royalty-free images. Thank you so much, Storyblocks, for sponsoring this video. Check them out. Supporting them supports the channel. And let's get on with the video.
Okay.
Yeah, please.
I think The Falcon and the Winter Soldier is one of the best things the MCU has put out. Out of all their productions, I feel like this is the most important story.
Pretty low bar, then.
I remember saying, wow, WandaVision is definitely one of the best things the MCU has made, and honestly, it's better than like half of what the MCU has produced.
No, it's not.
No.
It's not. That last episode is the worst piece
Even
of
if you
MCU
don't
content
count,
ever.
even if you don't count the fucking finale, like the show was really just average. It was like a 6.
It's low tier.
Yeah, it was just fine. Like,
I'd say more like a 5. Yeah. But yeah,
it's just really average. And
first
then,
3 episodes are pretty decent, and then
3
it kind
episodes
of
are
falls off
great,
the
and episode
wayside.
8 is great, and the rest is garbage. Well, not pure garbage, except for the finale. Like they have some cool stuff. Everything with the outside world is retarded, but we already talked about this.
Anytime they go outside, it's real bad.
Yeah, and then the final episode breaks everything, even inside, so that's cool.
So it's not even close to top tier. It's not even mid tier.
Yeah.
Falcon and the Winter Soldier makes WandaVision look ridiculously mid. And by the way, as I say this, I'm not counting Marvel Netflix, that's entirely different, and Daredevil is better than the entire Marvel Cinematic Universe. Okay, anyway, the Falcon...
I agree. That is correct. The Daredevil is better than the entire MCU. Thanks for being correct.
Falcon and the Winter Soldier is all about people who have differing agendas all going against each other. Every single character believes they're doing the right thing, and the story occurs when these agendas clash. It can be as simple as...
They believe they're doing the right thing. Yeah, no shit. When do characters believe they're doing the wrong thing? Like, genuinely. When do characters believe
I don't think
they're doing the wrong
anybody
thing?
does.
No, nobody
think
does.
so.
Everyone's a hero in their own story. That's like a famous saying. It's classic. Like you're not gonna say that what you're doing is wrong. You think you're correct, and
Carly doesn't regret anything she does, like at all in the show.
She murders innocent people. It's fine.
Because there's a message, guys. I need to send out a message.
That's the only way they'll learn.
You know, like a non-terrorist would.
Like not. Yes.
all going against each other. Every single character believes they're doing the right thing, and the story occurs when these agendas clash. It can be as simple as Bucky thinking Sam's...
That's like every story. When you have opposing sides that believe they're doing the right thing, and when they clash, that's how a story, exists.
I have a little take. I think everything that Bucky says in the scene, the dialogue's shit, but I think he has every right to be annoyed with Sam.
Oh, for sure. Sam is a cunt in this show. A complete and utter fuckwit. He's just retarded. I hate him in this show.
He doesn't give an actual reason why he gave up the shield.
No, Sam is just fucking Gary Stu in this show. He's so fucking bad.
Because
When
he's,
these
I think he
agendas
does it so
clash,
right.
it can be as simple as Bucky thinking Sam shouldn't have given up the shield, and something more complicated
shouldn't
like how
have.
Sam and Bucky don't think John Walker deserves the shield.
Why?
They're wrong about
But he
that.
totally does, though. He's got 3 men.
They chose the best person they could ever
totally
choose in the
does.
history of the universe to be Captain America.
He's
they chose someone
literally
who's
the
a
best choice.
They chose someone who ascribes by Captain America's values, who has 3 medals of honor and based his entire life after being as good as Captain America. It's like, no, this is the best person you could ever choose ever.
You really can't understate the 3 medals of honor thing. Like, nobody in the entire history of the human race has ever won 3 medals of honor.
And the only person
And
who's ever
nobody's-
won
So it's almost
2
like he's
was
like
in
the
World
best
War I.
choice.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, and on like every statistic, he's nearly Cap's level.
Yeah, they said he scored like almost as good as Captain America, which is a very impressive feat. Like in Agents of Shield, they even make fun of that with Deathlock, where he's carrying like a truck on his back, like he's pushing a truck through his back, and they're like, and after he finishes, he's like, "How fast was I?" And you're like, "Oh, you broke a record. Did I break Captain America's record?" And you're like, "Not even close," because you know Captain America is fucking impressive as shit, and this guy who doesn't even have the serum was able to match most of his tests, and it's like, wow, this is the best person you could ever choose.
I just realized something funny as well. Zemo did less like terrorist acts in Civil War than Carly does with the flag smashes
The
in the
most
show.
he does is blow up
Well, he does
the building
kill
and killing Teen T'Chaka.
Doesn't he kill
Yeah,
more
so-
people, or is it just T'Chaka?
He kills.
It's
Well, he
just
obviously kills more
T'Chaka.
people. He obviously kills
And the
more
Wood
people in the bombing.
Soldiers.
No, I
Um,
mean in
how-
terms of at that moment in the explosion, is it just
So-
T'Chaka who dies, or is it someone else?
No, it's definitely got to be more. But my point is, if you like compare the acts, he does the bombing and killed a psychiatrist. Killing the Winter Soldiers was a good thing, quote unquote, because that's you got to
I
stop
mean,
them.
the Winter Soldiers are terrorists, so
Yeah, compare this to Carly, who ignited the entire building with people in it. Was going to murder a truck full of top politicians twice. The helicopter situation that she's in charge of. Going to kill John Walker multiple times. Threatening Falcon's family directly.
a threat
Holding
to
all
kill
the
the fucking politicians in the last episode.
Yeah,
Yep.
and hold them all hostage.
Yep.
So if it starts racking up, she's done more than Zemo has done in terms of terrorist acts. It's quite amusing.
Zemo is actually really on the right when he says that Carly's too far gone, because you know she is too far gone.
Yeah, Zemo would know this of all people. Like, he self-admits that he's not changing his ways.
And man, it is rich as shit. The show has some of the best character work in the entire MCU. So
He
before
says
we get
that
to
while showing Isaiah. You say that while showing Isaiah. Really?
Oh, you
just-
should not say that about this show. You really shouldn't.
Hopefully he substantiates where.
Oh, we all know that he loves to substantiate his point, so we'll get around to that.
Oh yeah, of course we'll go there.
ideologies, let's just talk about something I just adore about the show, and that's the fact that these characters feel like people. They aren't quip machines that simulate human emotions.
What?
Falcon and the Winter
They are
Soldier
quip
can.
machines. They are exactly that. Like, they start quipping for no reason. Like, in Civil War, Sam is to Spider-Man. He's like, I don't know if you've ever been in a fight, but there's usually not this much talking. And then in this show, it's just like, no, never mind. I'm gonna be fucking quipping the entire way through because I'm fucking retarded.
You got beat up by that girl.
The thing is, they literally, as military veterans, the both of them, they literally have this whole military joke, as if they're like amateurs. with the whole you go on the right thing, and I'm like, what the fuck are you doing?
I don't fucking know, dude.
He's doing the goddamn video theorist thing. Not theorist, essayist. People, characters, text on screen to really emphasize my point.
It's like cringe.
These characters feel like people
instead of creepy machines.
Simulate human emotions, the Falcon and the Winter Soldier succeeds in making most of its characters feel like people who live lives.
You say that as you show him going on a date with that woman that shows up again for like
once.
2 seconds later to just be like,
we don't
oh,
see
yeah,
Bucky
Jesus.
live a life at all.
He
Like,
doesn't.
Episode 1, we get bits of what he's doing now, but that's it. Nothing else happens.
Yeah, it's like we don't see Falcon living his life either. He works for
With
the government,
Sam,
and then he
all we
goes
get
talk
is
to...
that his boat needs fixing and he can't get money, and that's
yeah, and
it.
he needs to fix
You're
a boat.
acting as if we get like their day-to-day lives. We don't.
It's so retarded, dude.
Which what you could do if you extended the show to 15 episodes.
Have desires and are just doing their best day to day. It is so
No, we
refreshing
don't.
to see what Sam's life is like outside of superheroing, what Bucky's life is as well. The show really develops these side protagonists that have not.
No, they
had-
don't.
They
What
don't.
you
They
on
forget
about?
they exist until episode 5 and 6.
They don't go back to these like side stories till episode 5. And then even then, hardly anything actually happens in those sections.
It's all just pointless.
Yeah, this
Yes,
is not
it's
developed at all.
completely
You're
pointless.
just saying it is for being like, okay, so it's just wrong. Like you don't even substantiate your
It's
point.
just he will praise just the fact that they had the idea of their day-to-day lives and says, "This is development." Done.
See, that's why I said the show should have been like 22 episodes. Because when you have like something, Agents of Shield, like
Imagine
when you
the
have
first
an
5
episode,
episodes be like a day-to-day life of like Sam and Bucky. You know, we spend a whole episode with Sam, sort of how he's adjusted to life post blip, sort of like what's been happening with him. What has he been on missions? If he is, what kind of mission is he doing? What's his sort of life with the government right now? And then with Bucky, you'd be like, what's he doing? What's his relationship with this new girl he's sort of like, is he actually dating her? It's her first date. All that. You can do so much in just one full episode with all these characters, you know? But they rush it in episode 1, but then never go back to it again until, okay, now let's end these arcs.
well, that's kind of what I was gonna mention. Like in the Agents of Shield, there's an episode with Mac where we see him spending some time with his brother, and it's like his brother. He is like kind of seeing the point of what the Watchdogs are, because they're a terrorist organization trying to kill the Inhumans, and he's like trying to convince him otherwise, but it's like really subtly done. And you get like a lot of development for Mac, and then we have development for Mac and Daisy's relationship, because he's pretty much his her big brother at that point. And then we have a lot of world building as well with the Watchdogs, and it's like all of that is achieved in one episode, with having Shield deal with that as well. So it's like you have advancing the plot, dealing with character, and doing world building all in one episode and doing it well. Whereas in the and it's like dealing with day-to-day lives, because Mac, I think it was right after a few characters left the show. I don't want to say who because Tin still hasn't fucking watched it. He's like just taking some time out for himself, and it's like, no, this is really fucking well done, because you have like this character that we've seen only in the context of Shield. Now he's just living a normal life with his brother for a couple of days, and yeah.
Let's one up that example and go to season 7 with Mac and even Deke
Mac
as
and
well.
Deke, yeah. That's actually a much better example.
Like the way they establish Mac's like childhood and the whole thing that happens, and then how Deke supports him. It's amazing.
Yes. Yeah. I actually
How
didn't
cool
remember
would
that.
it have been if we get like a whole like episode on like what was Sam's life like in the 2 years he was on the run? How did he feel about it? You know, what kind of stuff did he actually do in those 2 years, and how did it affect him and his family? There's so much you can do.
Him talking about
like
it
there is
with,
legit so much you can do.
You could just have him talking about it with people, and then just have him like some flashbacks show up, like showing him during that time.
What's his relationship with the government? All that kind of stuff. There's so much you can actually do in this show, and the fact that people are claiming like this show does so much for these characters, like it really doesn't. When you really think about the context of these people's lives, like what does Bucky feel about after being Wakandan for ages, and how did they feel when they died? What was it like? Like there's so much to explore.
They just drop everything.
You've got a gold mine of story that you have at your fingertips, and you decide, guys, we need to talk about racism and how it's bad.
Who knew racism was bad? In 2021, like nobody thought of that before Falcon and the Winter Soldier started existing.
That have not had enough screen time, and how they bring their own personal struggles into the action is what makes for great superhero storytelling. We have Sam, someone who's been
they never bring their normal struggles and show.
Yeah, they're pretty disconnected, to be quite honest.
Yeah, like you have the first two yeah, let's see, the first 2 episodes that deal somewhat with that, and then we have episodes 4 and 5 ignoring every bit of character that they try to establish, and then we have 4 or 5, 3 and 4, and then 5 tries to get back to it, but it's retarded, and then 6 it just ignores it again. So
the only character that I would actually say this applies to is Walker. His action totally infer with his story and who he is as a person.
Yep.
You know?
Yeah, I agree.
He's the only one, especially in episode 6, in the scene where he has to choose between Carly or the truck. That is a character moment that's been building up his entire run in the show.
Yeah, it's not great.
Yeah. There's so many issues with Walker, but there is stuff there. Not with Sam or Bucky. Not even close.
Been resurrected thanks to Tony Stark, and he's struggling to make ends meet even though he's a literal superhero. He's given up the shield as he believes...
he just pointed out a plot hole!
Yeah.
And it's like, what?
Yeah.
Even though
like
this totally should be happening. Brown Table, do you not know what you're actually writing? Like, holy shit!
To be fair, we did defend that during the Heroes vs. Babyface stream, but yeah, it is.
Yeah, but we were dumb.
Issue. Yeah, we were dumb back then. But yeah, it is a big issue. With how he's just like, I have absolutely no money. Like he's working for the government at this moment. Is he not getting paid?
First
the government
scene
contractors.
Of the show is him working for the government.
Yeah, government contractors. They pay very highly because it's a dangerous fucking
bank,
job.
I need a loan from the bank.
Sure. It's so retarded.
Not only does he not deserve it, but he isn't ready for the ramifications if he does accept it.
Yeah, which is a retcon of Endgame. Like, Endgame ends with him being like...
The whole reason why he doubted taking it was because he didn't think he was worthy to take the mantle off, like, Steve. It was not to do with, like, race. It was to do with him as a person in comparison with Steve as a person. That's what it was about, what that line infers.
Like, and it's like, in Endgame, it says, like, it feels like it belongs to someone else, and Captain America explicitly says it doesn't. And it's like, she smiles, and it's like, oh, okay, so he is gonna be Captain America now, that's cool. And then we have this show, it's just like, no, you know what, I don't actually deserve it, I'm just gonna go back to what happened with Steve.
Francine just said, thanks to Tony Stark, Hulk is the one that brought them back.
Oh yeah, good point.
Physically. Thanks, Roundtable. It's all about, like, Tony. Yes, what Tony does in Endgame is kill Thanos and his army. He's not the one who physically brought everyone back.
Yeah, that was Hulk.
Yeah. Just say the Avengers.
Yeah, much easier.
The remaining Avengers brought everyone back. That still works.
By the way, where's SK? Well, he said he'd be an hour late, and it's been an hour and a half, so he should be on soon.
He lies!
Yeah. He should be on some.
First, his sister wants to sell his family boat, something he doesn't want to happen. There's this scene in a bank that is just so great, because it's nice to see a superpowered being have to struggle with things
something he doesn't want to happen.
Face. It humanizes the character and makes us empathize.
No, he compared that to Daredevil. Fuck off, are you retarded? In Daredevil, it makes sense.
And Spider-Man 2.
Fuck Spider-Man 2, that film is garbage. Like, fucking hell. Like, to compare it to Spider-Man 2 is also retarded when it's like, oh, he quit his job and he can't take pictures of Spider-Man anymore once he stops being Spider-Man. So it's like, how does he make ends meet? How does he keep living? It makes absolutely no sense, but the film is like, oh no, you know, him not being Spider-Man makes sense now. That his life just gets better. So. That's dumb. Like, really fucking dumb. To compare.
They could have had him like in Spider-Man 2 have like he got his job at the pizza place back and he's just delivering pizza normally.
Just have him get a job somewhere else as a photographer. He's a good photographer apparently by the pictures he gets of Spider-Man.
But I think having that would actually be like a nice little neat through line, you know. It was like he actually, you know, he gave him another chance. And he's doing well.
Well, he said he's out of chances for Peter. Like, you'd have to rework the dialogue in the beginning.
Yeah, I get that. But, like, you know.
Yeah, just if you rework the dialogue, then it's fine.
Empathize. Bucky, on the other hand, is in therapy, so hey, good for him. And he's trying to write
good for him. It's mandated by the government. He doesn't want to be there. Not good for him. That's not how we...
wrongs and make amends due to his Winter Soldier past. Thing is, he's going about this the wrong way. The whole Nakajima subplot is absolute gold, dude. And seeing a hero trying to find love
gold. It's not even a subplot. We spent like 2 scenes entirely in the entire show.
We spent literally like what 2 minutes total screen time on this girl.
This
and
girl,
then
yeah, pretty much.
That's it.
I just like the whole notion that he's going about the wrong way, because Haku goes, you need to make them feel sorry. So what does he do? Just says, I'm sorry. Rather than do what he was doing, which was make them know he's sorry. Amazing.
It's such a nice feeling. I think it's...
You gonna say something, Joe?
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, you know, caring for an elderly person till they die, that's not showcasing that you're sorry. No sorry.
I'm calling it. SK has changed his mind on Civil War. As someone who's talked to SK recently, I can definitely say nothing. I won't say anything.
Okay.
I was gonna say something, but I realized no, it's probably SK. Better if SK comes in and says whatever he wants to say.
Love is just such a nice feeling. I think it's because most of the time the hero falls in love
such a
with
nice
the
feeling,
guys. Lead, and seeing something a lot more casual is very much appreciated, at least by me. The thing is, Bucky's guilt, his past that he can't escape, still traps him. It shows flaws in our heroes. Our heroes aren't perfect. And then we meet John Walker, who exhibits similar flaws. He's just a person, but now has to embody the symbol of an entire nation. Captain America is more than Iron Man, than Hulk, than friggin' Iron Patriot, because he symbolized the
Oh my god, he actually brought it up!
Oh, he did mention Iron Patriot. He did it to cover his ass. He did it to cover his ass. Oh my god. Amazing.
America is more than Iron Man, than Hulk, than friggin' Iron Patriot, because he symbolized the best.
I'm telling you, if me and Shiny don't make those tweets, he is not in this video. I guarantee you.
Since World War
Holy
II,
shit.
Captain America is an icon. John Walker has been built by the US government to become that icon, and to meet those expectations is pretty much impossible. Let's not forget also that there never was supposed to be another Captain America. Steve chose Sam to...
No, there was. It was supposed to be Sam. And Sam was like, no, you know what? I don't want anyone to be Captain America, even though it's important that we do have a Captain America. And we chose literally the best person we ever could. But whatever.
There was never supposed to be a Captain America, but yeah, Capture's here, but government had any other plans anyway, like they always did. Round table, please. They literally say it.
to be a successor, but Sam ultimately takes the personal choice to decline and hand the shield to a museum dedicated to Steve and his accomplishments. That's how the legacy of the shield was supposed to end, only for a new Captain America to be brought forth despite what Sam and Steve wanted. And then
Steve,
But that
no,
is
Steve,
what Steve
it is what
wanted.
Steve wanted.
a new Captain America.
Steve would 100% approve of John Walker being Captain America. He's the perfect Captain America.
Exactly.
And it's just like, oh, the government didn't respect Sam's decision. I don't give a shit. Do you think the government should
does Brown Table really think that Steve would be like, but government, I wanted Sam. I don't want this guy. He's fuck him. No. He'd be like, okay, who is this guy?
America. He's the perfect Captain.
Quite perfect for the job. Oh, I would have liked Sam because I know him personally, but if he gives up the shield, then yeah, he gave up the shield.
If Steve isn't dead,
Sorry, but if you actually think that Steve would have a problem with all the context of Sam giving up the shield for John Walker to be the new Cap, you clearly don't understand the character of Steve Rogers.
Yeah, no, this is really retarded. I'm just wow.
He doesn't like people who aren't like the sort of people who will literally let a guy crawl over him and cut the wire. You know, if I want to reference something, I'm going to reference Avengers, which is because it's a great film and it's a great film for Captain America.
Despite
but
what
Walker,
Sam and
he is
Steve
absolutely that person.
Carly, easily the weak wanted. And then there's Carly, easily the weakest link in the entire series, but that doesn't mean her story is any less poignant.
Thank God.
A common
Okay, so can anyone explain to me what she wants, why she wants, and if what she's doing makes sense with what she wants? Because it really doesn't.
She cooms for murder.
Oh, okay. She's just a psychopath, and the show treats her as right because
she literally is a psychopath.
She is, yeah. That's the only way they'll learn. Fuck off.
Message: kill people. Repeat.
Commentary on how the United States, more so the world, treats its refugees and immigrants. Carly wants to return the world to how it was before the blip.
Are you retarded? That's not okay. So
no,
okay. So like, how the United States nowadays in 2021 in the real world, how it treats immigrants. Yeah, it's fucked up. I'll say that. I don't care. But do you know that if half the world population died and then 20 million people moved to the US as refugees, the US would need to do something about it because it's 20 million people. It's almost a tenth of the population increase that they have to take care of now because of something they have no control over. It's like half the world, and like before that, half the world was gone, but now half of everyone is back, which means they're not gonna have enough resources for everyone, especially the fucking refugees who aren't even American citizens. It's like, it's not that easy. It's not just, oh, they treat refugees badly. Like, fuck off.
Yeah, it's like, by your own logic, Brown Table, it would actually be more inhumane to try and sustain them when you can't physically sustain them. Because they're being starved, they can't be hydrated properly, poor living conditions. That's why they're moving them.
I like how, not only the show, but people who defend the show, they're so retarded that it makes me defend the government. And, I'm ANCAP. So let that sink in.
Yeah, I was going to say, Francine pointed out, he said before the blip. The blip is literally the snap. He worded that really badly.
Story is any less poignant. A commentary on how the United States, more so the world, treats its refugees and immigrants. Carly wants to return the world to how it was before the blip.
No, yeah, he's right. Before the blip.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, yeah, he's right.
So how it is now.
No, he said before the blip. The blip is when people returned. The snap is when people died.
I thought they said that the blip is just the event of the snap.
No, the blip is when people returned. It's what they explain in Far From Home, and that's how they.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, no, Brown Tape is right. Yeah. Yeah, no, the brown tape is right. You guys are wrong. See? You fucking degenerate.
When people were helping each other during crisis.
For 5
People help each other during crisis. Because people don't help each other anymore. People half of everyone died, and people just started being nice, and then half of everyone came back. And it's just like, no, now we hate each other again. Because that's how it works.
No, yeah, fuck you.
5 years,
Honestly.
people have
Honestly.
been welcomed into countries that have kept them out using barbed wire.
What?
What?
And then boom.
Jesus, that was a really weird cut. Fucking hell, that was really bad editing. Fucking hell. Oh my
Yeah.
that's Hold on. Let me
I
put
just
this
want
on
to
screen.
point out something quite backwards as well about this whole notion. So they theorize when half the world is gone, everyone will come into unity. But we're seeing again with COVID, people are more hostile to one another nations-wise because there's like a vacuum of power, especially with the vaccinations, and there's lack of trust because, well, this country might have this variant, this country might have that, and people start turning barbaric because the order of society is tipped on its head. So the world shouldn't be united, it should be like torn down. It shouldn't be civil.
I just want to say,
I
Alice
just
said in
watched
chat, the blip
I just
is
watched the-
literally
Oh, do you wanna say
when
that?
they come back. It's when they come back. That's
No, I just
20
watched.
snaps.
I literally just rewatched the Far From Home scene. They say when people blipped away.
Yeah, and then they blipped back
They
instantly after.
Yeah,
Yeah,
when
but
they
the
blip away.
blip is like it's
Uh,
not
no, that's-
just
no.
people coming back.
No, the blip is
But the blip-
what they reference when people coming back. Just blipped away. It's just a verb
Yeah.
they're using.
Yeah, but the girl literally says when people blipped away.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that's
They
the
also
event.
reference
The
when
event's
people-
called the blip. One event is called the snap. The other is called the blip.
The 5 years is the blip.
I'm in the fucking MCU wiki. It says that the blip is in the event when Hulk snaps his fingers.
I'm also just.
The
I'm
blip
just going
was the
by
result of
dialogue,
the time
alright.
heist in which Hulk wore Tony Stark's nano gauntlet to resurrect the victims of Thanos' snap across the universe. The event was successful when half of the universe was wiped out by Thanos was revived. That is the blip.
Literally, they go here. Historic. Over 5 years ago, half all the life in the universe including around Midtown High swiped from existence. But then 8 months ago, a band of brave heroes brought us back.
Mhm.
They called it the blip. That's referred to when they were brought back.
And then the next line is when people blipped away.
Yeah, it's using
That's
a
the
verb
Yeah, but that's-
to show that it's
yeah.
the same event just reversed.
I guess, but
Yeah.
it's a little confusing.
So they do explicitly make clear it's when they were brought back.
It goes right back to the way it used to be. To them, at least Carly's doing something.
And so the flag
No, at least
least
she's
Carly's
killing
doing
people,
something.
guys.
Sure.
At least she's killing people.
smashers want to return to a world without metaphorical flags, as in no countries, no borders, and while their intentions can definitely be sympathized with, the show
What? I'm sorry.
What?
How would I sympathize with this? And hold on, because the stream is blinding people. Let me fix this. But yeah, how can you sympathize with their motives? Their motives are retarded.
countries, no borders, and while their intentions can definitely be sympathized with, the show shows them, especially Carly, growing increasingly violent and radical and not in the epic way. I hate you! And Zemo is
That's not what happens, though.
It's
Okay.
not.
It's not really what happens. Sam, if anything, like, really just has some weird attraction of Carly, like refusing to fight her for just some reason. I don't get it.
out here increasing the tension of it all. He believes that Carly is a supremacist. He believes that the super soldier serum
Yes.
will corrupt and the flag smashers will place
Yes.
themselves above others, unable to realize that that isn't assured. And Steve
What do you mean there's an assured? They already did that. Like, he's saying that
I don't
after the
care.
fact. It's in hindsight. Yes, the flag smashers do find themselves above other people. Because if they didn't, they wouldn't just kill other people. They say that's the only way they'll learn, as if like, oh, we're superior, we know what's best.
Exactly.
It's retarded.
Steve Rogers, for example, isn't like that at all. But that's the thing, isn't it? Steve Rogers is one of a kind.
Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, but the show shits on him.
It shits on him, but
Yeah,
Zemo sims for him. He says he's different, even though in Civil War he's like, eh.
Do you want to know what I find funny? They go, Steve is one of a kind, then use the Iron Race Nazi allegory around Steve, which means he's not one of a kind.
What was that? Whatever, fucking the show, dude.
Like it's someone else's.
There's all this shit about the Flag Smashers and the Power Broker, and it's all.
And that clip he used has nothing to do with what he said. Like, genuinely, it's completely disconnected. Hold on.
Trainer. How does it feel? Like it's someone else's.
How does that have to do with
What
Steve being
does that
one of a
have to
kind?
do with Steve? Yeah, what? Yeah, what?
It's okay if you say so, bro. I don't fucking know.
I guess what the shield represents can only be attributed to one person. I don't fucking know.
No.
I guess he thinks Sam is saying you can't be replaced. When he says,
like the shield and Steve Rogers are symbiotic in their relationship. Without Steve, there is no shield. Without the shield, I guess there's no Steve.
I guess. Oh, whatever.
I don't agree with that notion, but
Yeah. It's just I don't see why put the clip at all, but
There's all this shit about the Flag Smashers and the Power Broker, and it's all pretty messy, and it prevents the series from being the best it can be. But when the series excels, it does so with so much force because it knows what it wants to say with at least one of its stories.
It really
Captain
doesn't,
America,
really, actually.
it doesn't. It contradicts
Because you
itself
have
so
the
many
scene
points.
with you have the black kid joke, which is actually kind of like contradictive with what the message of the show is.
Yeah, that scene, he's like, oh, just because I'm black, you think you're gonna call me Black Falcon? Or should I call you Black Kid?
But then it's
Which
literally
means-
about him being black.
Yeah, it's like, oh, like color of your skin doesn't matter, and then later he's like, oh no, color of your skin
It
does
does
matter.
though.
It's very important, actually.
So important for the message. Like, so no, that's not right, Brown Table. You idiot.
The hero, Rogers, is a great man with incredible ideals, willing to go against his country in order to do what's right. But Captain America is more than Steve Rogers. It's a symbol that has many different meanings to many different people. Sam, Bucky have only ever really seen Captain America as Steve. Meanwhile, people like Zemo and Isaiah see the shield and think of the problems in the world.
What?
Huh?
What? Zemo?
What's
What are you
going-
talking about, Zemo?
What did he just say?
He says that people
Did he
like...
just say Zemo twice?
No,
Or
he
am
says
I confusing?
Isaiah and Zemo. He says that Isaiah and Zemo see the shield as in the problems that it represents. But what problems does it represent?
But
No, Zemo.
also
Zemo cares about the super soldier serum more than the shield.
yeah, he has no focus on the shield. He has to focus on how superheroes themselves.
I don't think Zemo would care whoever has the shield. He more cares about the super serum. You know.
I think Zemo would be
as for-
very okay with Walker being Captain America. Like, the show never talks about that, but I think he'd be fine with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
totally
with
fine.
Isaiah,
Yeah, with Isaiah, he says the shield represents white supremacy.
What about
because-
Isaiah?
yeah.
I'm like, because a lot of people are going, oh, but doesn't matter if Hydra were the ones operating on him. And I'm like, it kind of does. Because
It really does, because, you know, they're literal Nazis.
yeah, they're literally everything he's accusing the US government
If
of.
Carly's going to call people Nazis, you should call Hydra Nazis, if they are literal Nazis, not John Walker.
It's like, to prove this notion, the very fact that Falcon got introduced by Bucky as someone that Hydra fears as a way to garner respect. Imagine hearing Hydra was the one that did the experiments.
I mean, he should know it's Hydra because he says your people, but whatever. Like, the entire
hell,
plot
he's-
with Zemo is him saying it's your people, and Bucky assuming he means Hydra, and the fact that he doesn't mean Hydra is just like, oh, okay.
I mean, hell, in the as much as retarded as it is, when he sees this monument, it doesn't say was, it says is, which we say no, he's alive.
Mm-hmm. Which is like, you know, not really what he wants. Like when I saw the monument, I'm like, dude, are you retarded? Like he's been hiding, but he genuinely said he's been through enough, and you're gonna put a public eye on him.
But Marcus, Isaiah was wrong clearly, and everyone knew that.
Mm-hmm.
People totally didn't side with him when episode 5 came out.
No, sir.
Why so? If you regard Inhumans as canon, I wouldn't. But Black Bolt would be another.
They're great fucking characters, Black Bolt. I watched 2 episodes
Well,
of
Black
Inhumans.
Widow isn't black.
Inhumans is shit. Like,
Black Bolt is the one who with the voice power, right?
yeah, where he can only like softly whisper.
Yeah.
If that.
I really like how Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. had an Inhuman with a similar power in season 2. It was like, no, we're definitely not ripping out. We're definitely not like taking stuff from the Inhumans from the comics, though. To be fair, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. does Inhumans way better, so.
Those stars and stripes don't mean nothing good to me.
Whatever.
Desire to become a superhuman cannot be separated from supremacist ideals.
That's just not true, is it?
Can I like ask something about Isaiah?
Sure.
If he hates America that much and he needs to go into hiding, why doesn't he go to like a different country, like Canada, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, why doesn't he move?
Like,
If
it's
he
less
hates
risky.
America that much, why not just live somewhere else?
Yeah, and like obviously people use this as like when people complain about a country or are anti-patriotic, but this also helps him in a sense. He's got less chance of being noticed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't get why he just stays in America. It's really counterproductive. And it's
Like he has a hate for it. And like he very clearly does not like America.
When people just say, "Oh, my country is shit," and it's just like, "Why don't you move?" I can't. I don't have the money or whatever. But he definitely would have means of doing so, considering he's a super soldier. I think he'd be fine with moving to another country.
And like, if he asked, like for example, if he asked Bucky for help of moving countries, maybe he probably would. And because of Bucky's kind of guilt, I don't know, maybe. Just a thought.
I don't know.
Either way, he should just.
Yeah, but then
if he doesn't want to, if he hates he physically hates the country.
And then we have this.
Become a superhuman cannot be separated from supremacist ideals.
Which is retarded because John Walker doesn't have any supremacist ideals. He wants to become a superhuman to help.
Yeah, he
people.
He literally just wants to be a good person.
Thing. Yeah, it's the most selfless thing he wants. It's like, oh, I want to be a superhuman because being normal isn't doing the trick. I need to help people, and how would I do that? John Walker is a good person, but the show treats him as a fucking cunt, and I don't get it.
The characters treat him like an absolute arsehole.
Yep.
For some reason.
Anyone with that serum is inherently on that path.
That's also the kind of thing Walker now has to deal with.
Do you know who I am? Yes, I do. I don't care.
It's kind of brilliant how the show.
He doesn't even have the serum at that point.
Yeah.
So I don't understand.
I think he means
that's
by
the beginning of what, episode 3?
3, I think so. But I think he means putting that scene isn't like him being Captain America. It already puts a lot of weight on his shoulders, I guess.
Which I don't understand why he's crumbling, because this is, by his standards,
this is right in his wheelhouse.
This is
He's
a basic
perfect for this job.
This is a basic counter-terrorism op for him.
Yeah, pretty much. And he's just like, do you know who I am? He's like, dude, chill. No, that white, no. Like, he's tortured people for the government. I think that's what they imply with him saying, like, oh, we did some shit in Afghanistan. It's just like, so then, is that how you're gonna extract
Can't ask
information
the
from someone
simple
by
questions.
saying, "Do you know who I am?" Like that doesn't make sense, Sean. Does it?
Ask question, lose shit.
It gets they spit on his face. It's like, wow, oh no. It's like, dude.
Like, if you snap that quickly as well to a terrorist, you're like, okay, well, I've clearly got all the power here because I can really get under their skin and make them slip up.
Mm-hmm. Which is why Battlestar tells him to, get out.
Exactly.
Makes Walker very obviously not Captain America. His attitude, his behavior, ultimately culminating in him, someone with authoritative power, murdering someone who, while in the wrong, can't defend himself and is...
While in the wrong? He's a
He totally
terrorist.
can, though.
And he can definitely defend himself. He had tons of ways of...
He's a super soldier too.
No, yeah, he had tons of ways of getting out of that position. And he's just like, I'm gonna wait here to die because, yes.
begging for his life.
Also, yeah, it
John
doesn't
Walker
make sense
doesn't
for him not to be the right choice and him to act like he should. It's really, really weird.
Yeah, the show wants to, what do you mean? Have his cake and eat it or some shit. I don't know the expression, but it's just like it wants to go both ways, and one clearly contradicts the other.
It wants its cake, but it also wants to eat it.
Yeah.
Have what it takes to be Captain America. It should have been clear as day when this bit of dialogue popped up.
You ever jump on top of a grenade?
Yeah, actually I have 4 times. It's a thing I do with my helmet. It's a reinforced helmet. It's a long story.
And even though...
What do you mean? That shows that he's heroic as shit. Like, do you know? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you not know? Do you know the defining moment for Captain America? The moment that made Steve Rogers be chosen to be Captain America in the first Avenger, when he jumped onto a grenade, and when everyone jumped away in that World War II training camp. And that is the moment that he was chosen by the scientists, being like, yes, see, this is the guy we have to choose to be Captain America. Well, you know what John Walker did? He jumped on a grenade 4 different times in his life. Do you know how much...
Just that scene is just like, Bucky's so like, well, have you ever been done this? And he's like, yes, I have. And I could just imagine Bucky going like, oh shit. Oh,
Bucky and Sam are complete assholes to him in that scene for absolutely no reason. It's so dumb.
Oh my god, he called me a wingman.
And the thing is, if people want to go, oh wait, knows he's going to be safe if he uses his helmet, he wouldn't know that the first time.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, even then, even if you know you're going to be safe, it's still risky to jump on a fucking grenade, don't you think?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
And he's done it 4 times. He has 3 medals of honor.
Though John Walker isn't the greatest guy, he's genuinely doing his best.
He should be. He is the greatest guy. He has 3 medals of honor.
He should be.
See, this is what, like, the show does, dude. Like, it just, it makes you feel what it wants you to feel instead of, actually making the content of its story make sense with what the message they're trying to put forth is.
Which is what makes his character so compelling. But there's that difference between his approach to things, which is pretty much violence first, compared to Sam's approach, which is...
Sam's approach, yes. Let's talk to the terrorist instead of arresting her for some reason.
Yeah, just have a nice chat.
John does absolutely the right thing in like, yes, this person should be arrested. They killed innocent people.
Do you want to know what I find really funny? It's like, yeah, John, who's had years of experience, got called from an op in Chile for terrorism to be Cap. His approach is wrong on stopping terrorists. Falcon, though, who's never done it. In you get.
I'm going to talk to them. I'm going to talk to the
like,
terrorists.
That'd be like, I don't know, like I do cybersecurity. That'd be like Marcus suddenly going, no, I got this handled. I know how to do all around it. You don't.
To understand the enemy and attempt to neutralize the situation without anyone getting hurt.
Anyone else getting hurt. Because
anyone else, yeah, not anyone else.
Yeah, like we just gonna ignore the people that have died because of her.
Sam has this caring, nurturing side to him. We see
towards a fucking terrorist.
Sam completely forgets that Carly kills Lamar. He never even mentions the fact that Carly did what she did to Lamar.
She never mentions that she kills a bunch of people for no reason. She's like, well, I don't agree with the ways you're doing stuff, but you know, the cause is
It
right.
seems like the only person who has any awareness of what's going on is Walker.
Yes. Walker's the only good person.
Yeah.
The nurturing side to him. We see this in Captain America the Winter Soldier when he's helping people process their PTSD, their traumas. And in Falcon and the Winter
But that's
Soldier,
different
we see
from
him
killing
trying to understand
people and
Carly's
enjoying
issues
it.
to better resolve the
Yeah, he's helping people
She's
deal
not
with their
suffering
traumas.
from traumas or PTSD.
Yeah, like veterans dealing with trauma and, you know, having to talk to
She
them.
ain't a
is one
veteran,
thing.
she's a kid.
She's a kid, a terrorist.
And in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, we see him trying to understand Carly's issues to better resolve the conflict.
Fuck off with the words on screen.
General is a fine, albeit underdeveloped character. She kills
She's
people,
not.
but only people that were
That clip is
involved
the
with
one she says Nazi, by the way.
Amazing.
The one that she's punching.
Oh, this is going to be amazing. Like, let him finish that sentence. Please.
Carly in general is a fine, albeit underdeveloped character. She kills people, but only people that were involved with the mistreatment of other human beings. And
No, that's not true. What? You're showing the scene where she literally killed people that did not have anything to do with the suffering of other people. Are you fucking moronic,
No,
you
but
fucking retarded cunt?
No, they're bad people. No, they deserve to die. Bad
She was like, oh, you're holding the resources here instead of distributing them. That's not how it works. You shouldn't kill these people. They have nothing to do. It's like, there are regulations and they have to distribute it. There are other fucking facilities of the GRC that need the fucking resources that they're gonna distribute. It's not like, oh, we have these resources, we have to distribute them to other places. It's like they're just holding them for themselves. They're gonna do it because that's what the GRC is for, you fucking moron. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
but
got a bit upset.
I didn't get a
calm down.
teacher for like a month. I should kill them.
Oh, I'm gonna fucking. Lamar had something to do with the suffering of other people. Oh yeah, she says in the show that Lamar was irrelevant. So she said she didn't want to kill him because
He didn't matter.
Yeah, she says he doesn't
That's really
matter.
nice,
Like
yeah.
she didn't actually want to kill him. You know. So yeah.
her motivations are noble, she's just going about it in the completely wrong way. Her journey, going from wanting to save people to eventually killing people and being okay with becoming...
But she kills people from the first moment we see her. So how is that her wanting to save people and then going, oh, I'm gonna kill people? She's been killing people from the beginning of the show.
What do you think she's trying to do on the highway scene?
Literally, the first time we ever hear the flag smashes, they're causing chaos in a city full of innocents.
Yeah, that dude, Sam's friend, he mentions the flag smashers, and then we see him get curb stomped by a fucking flag smasher, and he almost dies from that. And like it's like what, a bank heist or some shit. And I'm pretty sure they kill a security guard in that scene. So yeah, they kill people.
And the guy was just trying to stop those from hurting others. So. You know.
Eventually killing people and being okay with becoming a martyr because there will always be people who will believe in the Flag Smashers' cause is pretty wild and pretty great. The only problem with Carly is that her goals are too broad.
Hang on.
Don't make
he said martyr. He said martyr. Being okay with being a martyr. She wasn't trying to be a martyr.
She didn't want to die.
She didn't want to die.
I mean, for some reason when she's fighting Sam, she's like, fight me.
Does Roundtable... Does he not understand the definition of a martyr?
No. And the thing is, it's like, this is a pretty cool concept. I'm like, you mean murdering people for no reason, and then claiming, oh, it's part of my cause. That's cool to you. You're generally concerning me, Roundtable.
Broad. The show makes it clear why she's doing what she does, but
Does it? Does it really?
No.
No, it really doesn't.
That's the only way they'll learn. Is the only reason she gives for killing innocent people.
doesn't make her endgame super clear. And without a clear endgame, the audience will always feel slightly unengaged with the conflict because they're not super sure what people are fighting for. It makes
that's a huge issue.
So
He's downplaying it, but it's a huge issue.
So, okay, there's not a clear end goal, therefore it's not very clear what they're fighting for. But then he just said they make clear of why she's doing this. Those don't make sense because you need to know what she's fighting for to know why.
Yeah, those are contradictory statements back to back, so that's cool.
It is literally impossible to make a scene more boring than these.
Makes for really weird scenes where Carly and the Flag Smashers just talk about their beliefs and how the world is screwing them over and how they're going.
But okay, so you're upset that the show doesn't explain their motivations and their end goal, which it doesn't. But then you're upset when it does try to explain why they're doing what they're doing, which is these scenes. So I'm confused right now, extremely confused.
Gonna stop it, but like, how? Seriously, how? Thankfully, plans are set in motion by the final episode. By the show's end, the most mid thing about the show is the Flag Smashers. There's this
mid, it's like fucking garbage. I don't know if I'd say that's the worst part of the show. I'd say the way the character assassinate everyone is the worst part of the show, so.
Falcon's the worst part of the show.
By far. They make him a Mary Sue and fucking assassinate him completely and make him assassinate Cap. So that's fun.
Overall tone to the show that I don't think I've felt in the MCU since maybe Winter Soldier. Before that, it'd have to be Iron Man. And I think it's because the show, along with those two movies, want to portray reality in a more serious, honest way. Tony Stark.
More serious than Civil War. Civil War is the example of that. It's the most grounded MCU film. Way more grounded than the Winter Soldier. The Winter Soldier has fucking Hydra trying to...
It's probably like the most political MCU film.
Yeah. It's just like other than Iron Man 1, Civil War is the most grounded, where it's like, because he says the Winter Soldier, but the Winter Soldier has fucking Hydra using these heli carriers to kill millions of people. And it's just like, that's not very grounded, is it? Civil War is much more grounded, where it just has this simple concept of a character who's been wronged trying to destroy the Avengers from the inside.
Stark? Yeah, he was an arms dealer who propagated wars. Captain America worked in a corrupt institution of the government, S.H.I.E.L.D., and the only way to defeat Hydra was to completely destroy S.H.I.E.L.D., for it to be rebuilt by the right people.
It was... you're showing not the people that rebuilt S.H.I.E.L.D. because S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't exist by that point. S.H.I.E.L.D. was rebuilt by Coulson. But if you don't want to count Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. as canon, then it was rebuilt at some point, for some reason, by Nick Fury in Far From Home, which is like, it became SWORD, I guess? I don't know.
Hold on. He's using the helicarrier in Agents of Ultron, which is literally from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
It is from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., yeah. Like, all he had to do was show Coulson, but whatever. Amazing, dude. I like how people just ignore the existence of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. even though it's better than the entire MCU.
It's really
And now, the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Isaiah Bradley is one of the most important characters in the entire series, despite showing up in a handful of scenes. Someone who was tested on by the government to ensure the continuation of the super soldier serum to create the next Steve Rogers. His story is so tragically told, I cried, man.
No.
I cried, man. I cried at this.
He did say that. That was the thing he said.
Cringe lord.
Oh no.
That made you cry?
Cry at fucking this.
Imagine crying at Isaiah.
I cried when the black person was tortured.
Makes me cry out of misery.
It made me laugh.
Frustrated. I was like, the big when Isaiah says, like, when he mentions Steve as just like a blonde-haired, blue-eyed, whatever, that really annoyed me because, like,
it's comparing him to the Aryan race. It's genuinely making him an allegory for Nazis, and he cried.
Like,
I mean, I cried too, to be honest. Not for the same reason.
I laughed. I laughed because I was like, you have massive balls to do that, and you've butchered that. Well done.
Got massive balls, but a small brain.
Isaiah has lost faith in his country and in the symbol of Captain America, because all he sees...
Why?
Did he not... Has he not been paying attention to the last, what, 15 years?
No, like, even then, Captain America won World War II.
Yeah. He sacrificed himself for his country.
Yeah, why? Like, the shield represented that for 70 years. It never represented something bad. And then when he came back, he saved the world from alien invasions.
Captain America, a part of the Avengers, brought back half of the universe.
This is fucking retarded.
Isaiah, are you senile?
When he sees the shield is the pain it caused him, and the lives and history that were erased for it.
What?
He claimed in that scene that times haven't changed. That times haven't changed at all. He literally says that.
Literally, the funny thing is, he goes, the lives that have been erased. One, we only see Isaiah get something erased. Two, it wasn't due to the shield. It was due to the fact that he was a top secret project.
Yeah, nothing to do with the shield.
By Hydra.
Yeah, it was they were trying to replicate the super soldier serum, which is, you know, obviously they would try to do that, and they used him.
That's actually that's a great question, Francine. Like, so was Isaiah snapped? If so, what the fuck does he think happened? If he wasn't, then was he just blind?
The answer is yes.
Remember in Endgame when the shield got split in half, and how significant that shot was?
Mm-hmm. Remember when Captain America stood with his broken shield in front of the entire army of, from Thanos to face them all by himself?
Does Isaiah not? He has a TV, so did Isaiah just not happen to watch the TV when the woman from the Avengers said that Captain America saved her life?
No, not only that. So the events of Avengers, the events of the Winter Soldier, where he stopped Hydra basically by himself. The events of Age of Ultron. What else? What else came? Infinity War. He was fighting in Wakanda, and then in Endgame when he came back, when he helped bring people back, he fought the army, from Thanos.
And then he was helping people for the 5 years.
Oh yeah, he was actually talking to people and trying to get them back on their feet. So, great show. For ignoring that.
The boys
yeah, but times haven't changed.
Those are my men. My brothers, not evidence.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna rewind because I have no clue what he's talking about.
Erased for it.
A couple of the boys get captured.
Erased for it.
Those are my men. My brothers, not evidence. So I bust out of the facility one night. And I brought them boys back.
Why is he... Okay, the clips he showed are retarded. This one at least kind of fits.
I know why he's doing that.
To emotionally manipulate and show that he's the same as Captain America, just without the fucking publicity because he's black. Because we all hate black people.
Yes.
That is a soundbite that you have of me now, so you're welcome, anyone watching.
And what did I get for saving their lives?
It's an important...
Okay, so they're saying that, but do you know what happened to Captain America when he saved everyone's lives? He was frozen solid for 70 years.
The thing is, as well, the reason... So you keep saying I got experimented on because I was black. That seems to be the undertone. But he literally goes, when he explains the story, it only worked on me. And it's like, well, now we have another specimen. We have a Steve Rogers. And this is what we need to crack the code. Which we know Hydra does, because Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 2, they do these experiments, and even in Season 7.
Yeah, Season 2, they're trying to use the centipede serum to create super soldiers. Season 1.
And then Season 2, they experiment on you know who.
Yeah. which is a really
Voldemort.
good fucking subplot. Well, I don't even know if it's a subplot. It's just the plot of season 2. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is great, guys. Me and Jeb can't state that enough. Zod has seen 5 seasons as well. The show is just really good.
Moment for Sam, because it's the question of, should I be Captain America? The bigger question being, should I even try to become the symbol Steve represented, a symbol that represents America's greatest values, when a part of America won't accept me as the face of that symbol? Forget Carly, forget
part of America. Who the fuck cares that you're black?
The thing is, the MCU has shown nothing to suggest that they wouldn't accept a black Captain America. The side story doesn't make sense.
They accept a black Iron Man.
Yeah,
they're happy with that.
He represents the universe, the country. He fucking he was supposed to be in a plane with the president of the United States to be his like personal bodyguard in Iron Man 3.
Yeah, and he's literally assigned to stop the Mandarin. Well, quite Mandarin.
Yep.
And then there's Nick Fury, who's got the most secrets.
No, he runs fucking S.H.I.E.L.D.
Hello.
Oh, hey, SK.
SK.
You're just 2 hours late. Yeah. How are you?
Fucking fine.
Good. I'm doing fine. How are you?
I'm doing great. We're watching Brown Table's video on Falcon and the Winter Soldier, where he says it's a masterpiece.
Oh, lovely, lovely.
Yeah.
You missed his animation.
Yeah. What do you think of? Oh yeah, dude, his animation. What do you think of Falcon and the Winter Soldier, SK? What do you want to say about it?
Well, I guess now is a good time to release the take. The thing that Borgie posted, saying that he convinced me that Falcon and the Winter Soldier was better than Civil War. That was a fib. It was a joke, guys. Y'all got terrified for nothing.
No, the take wasn't actually true.
No. What?
Well,
in what fucking universe is Falcon and the Winter Soldier better than Civil War?
I mean, apparently, according to Brown Table, it is. So you know, we all know that you love Brown Table.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Your hero.
This is gonna be a treat.
So yeah, thankfully, SK agrees that Falcon and the Winter Soldier is garbage.
Yeah, it's awful. It's the worst, second worst thing in the MCU.
I just want to point something out.
I'd say character-wise it's the worst, but it's like overall I don't think so because like we have Ant-Man and Endgame.
I want to.
Yeah. Okay. Character-wise, it's the second worst. Yeah. I should specify.
I want to point something out in the shot we've got. So they go racism is bad. You got obviously a black character there, but also you've got someone who looks to be of Asian descent.
Oh yeah, we have 2 non-whites in the Howling Commandos, so that's cool.
Yeah, but America.
Oh yeah, the guy who plays the Asian guy fucking shows up in Homecoming as the Howling Commando's grandson.
Oh yeah, and and I think he appears in Agent Carter as well. Certainly does.
I mean, the Howling Commandos show up in like 2 Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. episodes of flashbacks to the time with Peggy, so they do show.
In Age of Carter, they go on a mission with Peggy.
Yeah, so you know, but whatever. People they would never accept black people to work for the government. That's just silly.
Represents
I just noticed the title: Marvel Studios' greatest work. Are you serious?
Oh, did you see the thumbnail?
I just saw the title.
Or the thumbnail was him quoting Zemo saying, "A masterpiece, complete, comprehensive." So.
Oh God.
You're lucky. We're already like over halfway through this video. Like, you're gonna suffer through the high top video. This one is just gonna be like.
We're gonna show him the animation once the video's done.
Yeah.
Far From Home is not worse than Falcon and Winter Soldier. Yeah, I agree. Falcon and Winter Soldier is definitely worse.
Oh god.
The characters in Falcon and the Winter Soldier are way worse than Far From Home. But Far From Home is really garbage too. So.
Yeah.
I feel
world values when
I feel world building wise Far From Home was
worse, because world building in Falcon and Winter Soldier is garbage as well.
Well, I'm seeing it from like the impact with all the drones. How many issues?
Oh yeah, the drones, yeah, and the Edith. Yeah, that's a good point.
As the face of that symbol. Forget Carly, forget Zemo, forget Sharon. One of the things the Falcon and the Winter Soldier is all about at the end of the day, like it or not, is representation. You know, it's interesting. I'm rather young. You know, just a few years ago, I was a dumb teen who thought that having to see yourself in superheroes was cringe. Who cares?
What? Wait, what?
What?
Quick question.
That's like one of the main messages of superheroes. That
Yeah, like,
anybody can
he's
be a
showing
hero.
Spider-Man. The point of Spider-Man is that anyone could be Spider-Man.
That's what the whole
Stanley
point
was trying to do with those heroes, right?
Yeah.
Like, that was like his main. That you can see someone in a hero.
Hey,
Also, you can see yourself in a hero by just relating to what they go through, not just how you look.
For sure.
10. I want you to put respect.
That's a very superficial way of looking at a round table.
Yeah, like I relate
10, I
way
want you
more
to put
to sorry, Jeb. Just one last thing before you talk. I relate way more to Fitz in Agents of Shield than I do with like any character that looks more like me. Like yeah, Fitz is fucking Scottish. Like I don't give a shit where he's from. As a character, his struggles relate a lot more to me than anything could. And it's like I don't give a shit what he looks like because that's irrelevant. But I guess that's not for Brown Table. And Jeb, you can finally talk.
Yeah. See, Tin only mentioned Stan Lee. I wanted to put respect on Steve Ditko's and Jack Kirby's name because they had the same philosophy.
Oh shit! Right, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Stanley was the main one that came to mind, but yeah, that's who. Yeah, I'm just backtracking.
Don't do it again.
But then I imagine, like, if you get you something that's like animated, for example, you see Lion King. Like, if you have lost a parent, you can definitely relate to Simba. And he's a fucking lion. Like, I'm not a furry if I relate to Simba as a character.
Big Hero 6.
Yeah. I mean, you're a furry anyway.
Yes,
Big
I'm a furry
Hero
anyway,
6.
yes. Big Hero 6, I have not seen that film yet.
What are you what?
Exactly, yes. My parents one day were like, yo, you want to watch it? Because my cousins were here and they're little kids. I'm like, nah, I don't feel like it. And so I didn't. I never watched it.
Watch it.
I shall.
Watch it. Fucking watch it.
I shall. But anyway, this is a retarded perspective.
If Peter Parker doesn't look like me, Spider-Man still rules.
Yes.
Superman's this white dude, but who cares? It's all about the character and their relatability, their struggles, and all that shit you hear time and time again. And then I saw Spider-Verse, and
are you fucking for real?
What's your point here?
His point is that Miles is black, and
all
therefore
about that. No matter who you are, you can be Spider-Man.
Yeah,
it has
the
nothing
message
to
of the
do
film
with the
is
fact that he's
that-
black.
With
I don't think they ever actually bring up Miles' race.
No, but I think they do once in terms of him becoming Spider-Man.
I mean, somewhat.
Yeah,
he like the way he acts and everything is like very black culture. Like that's something they explore.
Yeah, but that's nothing to do with him becoming Spider-Man.
No, definitely.
Yeah, that's just superficial.
There isn't a line saying they would never let a black kid be Spider-Man.
Oh my, that is so weird. Oh, I don't want to know Brand Table's like what he gets from Spider-Verse now. I don't ever want to hear him talk about it ever.
I mean, even Spider-Man Miles Morales game does it really well. Not as good as Spider-Verse, mind you, but that handles the coming of age story.
Yeah, and it's like it also deals with things about racism way better than Falcon and the Winter Soldier.
Does Spider-Verse make Brand Table think, yeah,
black people
color
should
does
exist.
matter in superheroes? Fuck what I said earlier that we should care about the character really before we talk about, oh look, black people.
Imagine celebrating the fact that your take has become more retarded.
You should be basically just like, Into the Spider-Verse turned into a retard. Yeah.
Only Brown Table.
Brown Table does that.
What Alice said in chat also reminds you, like, there's a character in Euphoria, a TV show, and she's trans, and like she's the character I relate to the most in that film, and in the show. And like, I'm not trans. It's just like, you don't need to see yourself in a character to relate to them, their struggles. But whatever.
How my
I
favorite
relate more to
characters.
Peter Parker in most iterations of Spider-Man when he's a teenager than I do with Falcon in the show, because Falcon's a fucking crazy person.
I mean,
yeah.
And I even get told, like, hey, you look like Anthony Mackie. It's like, okay.
For
Wow,
me,
that's pretty racist.
my main character I look up to pre-13 is the Doctor, and now a fucking alien.
Yeah.
It's,
We could go on and on with the examples. Like,
I mean, my favorite character is a ghost. Marcus.
I know what you're referencing, yeah.
For the first time, I saw a Latino superhero on screen, a biracial Spider-Man, and the moment Miles' mom spoke Spanish and Miles spoke Spanish back, I knew that I had been wrong for years.
Oh no! Brown Table, you insane. Brown Table, you are actually insane.
Hola, mi español. Oh my god, my entire worldview's been changed on superheroes.
No, Brown Table, you're actually insane.
Isn't Spider-Man 2099? Isn't he Spanish or Mexican or some shit? Or am I?
Yeah, he is Latino.
yeah.
So why wasn't he like that before Brown Table? That is, when he saw any.
Because he's a.
Why this film? Why this film?
It's not even that. Like, it's the fact that she spoke Spanish. That's when it all changed for him.
Jeb, repeat that because your
Jeb has
internet
entered the
decided to.
chat.
Yeah.
Oh, I was going to say, it's not even that. It's not the film. It's the fact that she just spoke Spanish. That changed it for him.
Hey, look, Mexicans.
Like, what if he has like a Spanish dub of a film?
That's what Brown Table is doing.
Like, if he heard the Spanish.
He is literally seeing race.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, if he hears like a Spanish dub or a Mexican dub or whatever, does he suddenly just change his entire mind?
What about in Avengers 2012?
He doesn't care.
What about in Avengers 2012 where Bruce Banner's speaking a different language?
Oh my
god.
god.
Shit, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking Natasha's not speaking English at any point. It's like, oh my god, it's totally related to her.
Wait,
oh my god,
Black
a
Panther,
German.
Black Panther came out before Spider-Verse, didn't it?
Was same year.
Yeah,
It came out in
Yeah.
February, and Spider-Verse was the end of the year, so yeah, it did come out before.
Yeah.
So he didn't get it from Black Panther, which was very much focused
Because
on
Black
African
Panther is
culture.
not biracial, he's just black, and we all know that Brown Table hates the blacks. He loves biracial people.
Do I prefer Peter Parker over Miles Morales? Hell yeah. I love Peter Parker. He's the OG. He's bae, you know? But Miles
He's
is
the
more in
OG,
common
and
with
that's
me.
why.
Yeah,
Not
like
the content of his character, it's the fact that he came first.
Brown Table, your standards, dude. What the f...
I must say it, I think Brown Table's a bit racist.
He's bae, you know? But Miles is more in common with me than Peter ever will. And that's important. And now,
No,
seeing
it's-
Pedro Pascal, a Latino in the Mando...
You can use Mando as
I
an
don't
example.
understand the double standard here. So
Oh.
you give credit because the character is similar to you?
And yes,
Oh,
apparently.
God.
Because he
You
really
know
Brown
what?
Table's... Oh.
I think you should be praising Spider-Man 2 Peter Parker more because of how inconsistent Brown Table is with his stances. Because Peter Parker's not very consistent in that movie. So
He's gonna It looks like he's gonna praise Mando, who's literally a black hole.
I want to
of a
let him
character.
finish his point about Mando because it's fucking Mando. So
I can't believe Browntier was actually like the stereotypical like casual fan of like, hey, it's not white person, it's like me. That means it's good.
let's see him talking about Mando.
Actually doing the I only see race card. He's like, that's I am shocked.
He's actually advocating that that shit is good, like tokenism, pretty much, which is like
I find it funny when people say, well, reviews like such as here, I'll give an example. Mahler's video on the Snyder Cut, they say like, oh, videos like that, they lack substance, and then they think that this kind of shit is good.
Oh yeah, this is very substantive.
Oh, this is
very
so
substantive. They're speaking Spanish, and he looks like me. Therefore, we have more in common.
Fucking
Thank you for your valuable and insightful commentary.
Not white and are like me, therefore it changed my life. Into the Spider-Verse changed my life.
I can only imagine him like playing the old like because in the old FIFA games you could do a face scan of yourself and put it on a Pro Clubs player.
Yeah.
So it's like his favorite character in any game is like FIFA 14 Pro Clubs player he created because it looks exactly like him.
Yeah.
So fucking retarded, dude.
Will, and that's important. And now, seeing Pedro Pascal, a Latino in The Mandalorian, seeing the Shang-Chi trailer.
Oh, okay. He just moved on. Okay, so Pedro Pascal, we see his face like twice in the fucking show, and it's like
they don't reference his race at all.
Wait, so
it's Star Wars. It's not real life. It's Star Wars.
Yeah, Star Wars doesn't care about race.
wait, so I have a question. So does Pedro Pascal's character only appear in like a few scenes?
No, he is in. Well,
his actual face.
His actual face shows up in 3 scenes because he's always wearing the helmet.
Oh, okay. Well, because I was gonna say, like in the Raimi trilogy, we had Robbie who was in all 3 of them, and because if he was only in a few scenes where they show his face, then we have more scenes with Robbie showing his face in the Daily Bugle scenes in the Raimi trilogy. So
why not use Max Lord, to be honest? If you use Pedro.
Yeah, Max Lord actually deals with the struggles of being of his descent in that film. Like like it has actually his struggles actually have to deal with his background. So it actually would make a lot more sense that you just reference Mando, but whatever.
It's quite annoying as well. He's used series and films, so he referenced Shang-Chi, but it's like, why didn't you reference Daisy Johnson?
Why didn't you reference fucking Ghost Rider and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Season 4?
Yes, Ghost Rider.
He's fucking Blade as well.
Blade.
Yeah, but like Ghost Rider and Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., he's a Latino as well. And he's like, he deals with that. He has
superheroes that were black were invented in wherever the fuck that character was in the MCU. I don't know, Rhodey.
What about War Machine?
War Machine. So here's the thing. War Machine. He wasn't too black, and then he wasn't black enough, and then he became too black when he became Don Cheadle. So Brown Table can't relate.
Here's the thing. According to Twitter, he doesn't count.
Like I'm gonna list characters from Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. quick. Ghost Rider, Mac, Daisy, Trent, Raina. There's someone really obvious I'm missing. May. Yeah, May's so good.
I mean, you have you can mention characters on and on. It's like Yo-Yo, Jiaying,
Jiaying.
Of course,
a lot of the
fucking what's her name in season 7? The sister. I don't want to say whose sister.
Oh, what's her name? I can't believe I forgot her name. But a lot of the Inhumans.
Sister.
Deathlock,
Cora.
obviously.
Cora's her name, yeah. Yeah, Deathlock, of course.
Joey?
Who?
Is that his name? Joey?
Joey, yeah.
Yeah, the one who...
Yeah, he's Latino Endgame. He's Latino Endgame.
Yeah, he's gay Latino. He's actually the first gay MCU character. Everyone kept going, oh, Endgame did it. I'm like, fuck off, no.
And Joey actually has a character instead of, the guy who shows up for one scene in Endgame. But anyway, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. is good.
this Asian dude kicking ass, and Mark Grayson, another Asian character, being the main hero of this animated series, Invincible. I'm just so happy.
He mentioned Mark Grayson. I was like, I don't even know why he's mentioning him, because I saw the first episode. It didn't even clock to me. It was like I didn't even remember what race he was. I just yeah, he's a good character.
I generally think that brown tail was
I watched the finale yesterday. Throughout the entire season, they never draw attention to his race. It's never important.
Really?
Like the only thing I know that would make me think that he's like some other race, like other than just like maybe facial features or whatever, is like he's voiced by Steven Yeun. But like other than that, I'm like, no, he's just a good character.
It's also weird that because obviously people keep saying Luke Cage in the chat. It's weird that he was never confessed by Luke Cage.
Yeah, he even mentioned
Season 1 came out.
He mentioned the Netflix shows earlier in the video, so I'm just like, so you're just ignoring that then?
Yeah.
Isn't there even in Iron Fist they have a Latino character as well? What's his face? I fucking forgot, but because Iron Fist is garbage, but you know, it also has that. So he's just ignoring a lot of context.
I don't know who you're on about.
I can't even describe him. I forgot about who he is. But
I think you're thinking of Davos, but he's of Indian.
No, the other dude. He's in Defenders as well.
Oh, is it the one with the afro hair?
Yeah.
Yeah,
oh, yeah, he's a villain actually. Yeah, never mind. I just remember he's a villain in Defenders.
And then you got Colleen, who's Asian.
Yeah, and she's actually like the best character in Iron Fist. So.
Yeah.
That I get to see character.
Wait, Rosario Dawson, fucking Claire Temple.
Oh yeah.
She's in literally every single Netflix Marvel show, and she's actually a good character, and she deals with the fact that she is, not white, especially in Luke Cage. So.
That reflect my roots on the big screen. And it's important for black kids to be able to see a story about a man that looks like them deciding to become the symbol of America.
Here's a glaring problem with what he's saying here. So he's just giving credit. Well, he's black, and that's all you need to do. Okay, what about how that black person is represented? Let's look at what Falcon does in the show. He's a terrible human being. He treats John Walker like complete shit after his friend died. He treats him with less sympathy than he does with Carly, who's a known terrorist who kills innocent people. There's a line where he says to Sharon, "Oh, sorry we didn't call you or do anything to help you," when this confirms like, "Oh, so you could have done it this whole entire time, yet you and the entire Avengers team, you just abandoned them." Is this how you want black people to be represented in media? Just as a bunch of fucking assholes, yet presented as people who do good things at the same time? Like, do you really want people that you want black people to be represented this way? I don't understand that.
But SK, you clearly should have been inspired by Falcon after watching
That's true.
Really.
That's true.
I mean, after all, he is just black, and that's all you need to do.
I should be inspired by a dude who acts like a man-child literally the entire season.
Round table. Like, you're actually like, the only thing that you need to do, or the only thing that I care about, is your skin color.
Yeah, it's like, if you're black and you're fighting for your country, that's good. But if you're white, then it's not.
Memes aside, that is, honestly, I find that disgusting. Like, honestly. Yeah. Imagine not caring about the content of someone's character, whether it's a TV show or real life. No, I only care about about your skin color, if you can be an inspiration to me. Fuck off, you cunt.
That's like.
I think I died. Yeah, Discord died for me. Yay!
Fucking retarded.
I find it more generally. I find it really offensive
for like
when
a
people
minute,
go,
so everything that you said, I didn't hear, by the way.
Oh, we'll talk about like how.
Sorry, I have to. So Raul Gomez is in chat right now, and he's saying Sam never treated John like crap after his friend died. They just seemed to commit a terrible act and just fought against him. Both Bucky and Sam were cool with him at the end. No, he goes up to Jonathan saying he started the fight by saying, by saying, "Now give me the shield." He made it about the shield. He made himself look incredibly selfish there.
Dude, John, in that scene,
when his friend fucking died and he watched it. How is that not terrible, Raul Gomez?
Is like, you guys should go and check up on a medic. John's great.
John is
great.
like
back to what Marcus missed. It was the whole like, oh, they have to be this or that so you can relate. I'm like, I find it more offensive if you only care about a character because they're this representation. It's like, no, the whole point is these do not define us. These are just traits of us. It's who we are that matters.
I'm defined by the fact that I'm white. I'm defined by who I am as a person.
I think they forgot the whole part of Martin Luther King's speech. Content of character rather than color of skin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they even reference fucking Martin Luther King in the show.
This is what Branto was doing. He's fucking just... Oh, it actually really annoys me that he said this. And the fact that something like Into the Spider-Verse has made him rethink everything. Like, no, you know what matters really? Not the content of someone's character, their skin color.
Amazing.
It generally upset
me. SK say, I'm looking beast.
He did it. You're welcome.
There we go.
It looks like them deciding to become the symbol of America. The story isn't condemning Steve Rogers.
Not War Machine,
Sam Idol.
Oh, really? So what about the line where they say, "Oh, what did Bucky say?" He said, "Sorry, when Steve told me what he was planning, neither of us knew what it was like to give the shield to a black man." Do you know how naive that makes Steve sound?
Yeah, I hated that line so much. And then I got called a racist for saying
that's just an off-screen character assassination of Steve Rogers to make him this naive and uncaring.
Does anyone really think that in the whole years that Steve knew Sam, that they never once talk about racism in the modern day?
And that Steve would just not be aware of how this would affect Sam?
Do you really think that Steve doesn't know about racism?
Of course not.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not like he was born in like 1920s, 1910s. Like racism
like
didn't
exist.
exist.
The very scene that Bronte was showing, he is established to be learning about the current history. You know, what's happened in the time that he's been away.
Yeah, exactly. In the scene he's referencing right here.
As Steve. Symbol Steve wears that certain people have issues with, and they all have legitimate reasons for hating it, seeing the symbol as false hope. Sam in the end decides to wear it and give people hope again. And to become Captain America, he has to train. And to do so, they do a montage scene. And oh my god, I've been missing...
You're fucking kidding me.
Do you want to talk about the scene prior where he does it accurately?
Yeah, I was gonna say, it almost seems like an editing error because when he's throwing the shield with Bucky, he's doing it just fine as if he mastered it, and then he's failing over and over again as if he didn't master it. So they don't. It seems like they couldn't decide whether or not he knew how to use it or not.
Yeah, it's dumb. It's really dumb. And it's like, how does he do this so fast? But whatever.
Thingy called again. He saw him committed an act to kill the dude with that shield. He was going crazy and they just need to deal with him, take his shield, settle things. John went crazy, attacked them. No, they were the hostile ones first.
Yeah, they
John
literally...
didn't attack them.
Oh my god. Dude. Bucky literally says that he wants the fight.
Yeah.
Exactly. John Walker says, you don't want to do this, and Bucky's like, actually, yes we do. What a fucking dickhead. Imagine looking up to these people and thinking that they're heroes.
And like he killed a dude with that shield. It's not just a dude. He killed a terrorist with the shield, which is his weapon. He wasn't going crazy. He ran away, not to be
for some reason
in front of like a bunch of people, and he was composing himself. He's not going crazy. He was like fucking distraught by what he did. What are you saying?
The series never presented John as bad. Fuck off.
Are you retarded? They just saw him as an unstable man and ran off after he killed the guy, and then he just acted crazy. How did he act crazy? He was definitely the most reasonable in that scene.
Yeah. The series never presented John was bad. What about the time where everybody shat on John Walker for killing that terrorist, which they care so much about for some reason. I don't know why. They literally remove his title as Captain America, and not just that, they give him no benefits whatsoever afterwards. They just, oh, you killed a terrorist. Bye.
Yeah, do we need to be reminded of that shot of him standing over with the blood on his shield? Like, yeah, I don't know. They won't make him look
they
hero,
absolutely try to villainize him for this.
Especially when he loses all his titles.
You killed his friend.
Especially when he loses all his titles and gets discharged.
They're literally saying...
Rawls, stop being disingenuous.
Fuck's sake. Film Fighter is asking if you can call Sema Mary Sue. Yeah, he's definitely a Gary Stu in the show, 100%. Like, it's fucking impressive how retarded it is.
Dude, he literally lifts the truck.
Yeah.
No,
yeah.
both. No, both.
No, you don't understand, Editron. He has a jetpack, therefore he can lift it.
Oh yeah, that makes the jetpack a thick, strong jetpack.
The cherry on top would be if somebody pulled out their new Falcon Captain America toy and tried to show this physically with the official merchandise. That's what we need.
Do people think that different metals make jetpacks stronger than others? It's a fucking jetpack. It's to do with the fuel.
No, both Steve nor Bucky were uncaring about this. They actually figured out about Isaiah Bradley later in. Huh? They all did this for Isaiah, for the shit he went through, that's why. What are you saying? What does this have to do with what we're talking about with John?
We decided to attack John and cause issues in the name of
He was talking crazy. Why was he talking crazy? What did he say that was crazy? Fucking reference what you mean.
All for
What was he talking crazy about?
Well, that's the thing with Rawl. He never presents references. He never presents any kinds of evidence, screenshots, clips, none of that. He just says things and says you're wrong.
Okay.
John literally wants to focus on the mission. That's what he's trying to do. I don't think that's crazy. I'm gonna be honest.
Jeb, that's fucking insane, dude. Why would he do that?
Why would a soldier focus on completing his mission as a soldier?
Why would a man with 3 medals of honors just no? Shut up.
I want to make clear as well.
Shut up.
I want to make clear. I don't agree with the fact that he killed the person because that's my worldview. But like, I can understand why he did it, and it's not something that's.
I totally understand why that guy died. I don't really have a problem with it. He's a terrorist.
See, hot take. I kind of have a problem with it because I'm a pacifist in of itself. So.
Yeah.
But I understand why it's there. I'm not retarded.
If the character, like, you know, their views, they believe it, you know, there's not really a problem with if they think that's the right thing to do. Walker, he's not in the wrong.
I mean, I don't have an issue with someone killing a terrorist. So.
The guy tries to kill him as he's running away from him. He throws
Also,
shit.
I think this is a very pathetic attempt to try to villainize John Walker, because by that logic, Tony Stark is a villain because he literally tried to kill Bucky upon learning that he killed his parents.
Not only that, but Iron Man 1, he kills a bunch of terrorists when he escapes the prison.
He does, yeah.
The guy brutally killed the terrorist.
The guy says it wasn't him, even though he was involved because he held.
He's a terrorist. I don't care that it wasn't him directly. Are you fucking retarded?
What do you think?
Well, I'm gonna.
He's going to do to Walker.
I'm gonna cite like real world examples. When we have like people around Osama get killed, people are so happy about that because it deals a blow to Osama. So if you kill someone around the Flag Smashers, they're going to be happy that you've done that because you're destroying the cause that are killing others.
Yeah. And Steve has killed people too, definitely. Not only in like every other film, but he was a soldier in World War II. Like, we see him using guns and shooting people. He definitely has killed people.
Jeb, if you don't like Walker killing a terrorist, they should be mad at Falcon for killing. Yeah, I don't agree with killing people. I keep that principle. I understand why it's there.
Why?
Yeah,
why do
I
you
guess
say
you don't
that
have it's like you can have an issue with like from a moral standpoint, but if it's consistent with the character, then it's about writing. So it's like
Exactly.
yeah. So Jeb can have his principles.
Hey SK, remember Jensen? Yeah, Jensen. After Jensen was killed, Tony Stark went loose and he killed all those terrorists.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bro, listen, please listen. If they're presenting him as acting fucking crazy, they're presenting him as in a villainous manner. If they're stripping everything,
rewatch the Winter Soldier scene.
Hold on. If they're stripping all of his titles for his actions because they find it wrong, that's presenting him as a villain. If he's acting deranged and going off the rails according to the rules, he's being presented as a villain. That's why they have the redemption scene in the finale.
I never presented anything without evidence.
That's just untrue.
Raw, that's a lie. Well, I have a couple of examples. One, this entire stream, you haven't cited anything. Two, when I talk, because I remember on Twitter today, we were talking about that One Punch in Spider-Man 2. You didn't give a single reference for any of the shit you've been saying. You just said, oh, Doc Ock fell down because the arms fell down because Doc Ock was disoriented or whatever, even though they're separate entities. You fucking idiot.
You're gonna say, so, like, Cap never killed someone in a brutal way, and it's like, that's, not the issue. He has killed people. And I'm pretty sure I could cite someone being killed in a brutal way. Maybe the guy that, Captain America, he kicks him off the helicarrier in Avengers.
The whole ship scene in Winter Soldier.
He kicked
fucking
dude
Rumlow
off the boat, and he's just left to drown.
He dropped a building on Rumlow. He didn't even die. That's way worse than fucking what Walker did to the terrorist.
That didn't villainize John Walker. I fucking hate you.
You just watch the scene. Like, if the whole everyone around him is filming him as if shit.
Are you delusional?
Well, I think if you lose all your titles for being a hero, you're being presented as a villain.
He was dishonorably discharged.
No benefits, mind you. They gave him no benefits.
Yeah, that's fucking. Oh my god.
Yeah, they were going to court-martial him if they didn't consider the circumstances. They were going to put him in jail, or worse.
He's not villainized. No way.
Literally everyone's against him. For no good reason.
Star is the only person with a brain in the show other than John.
And I say it literally goes how disappointed he is that John was chosen, because it's the whole Nazi Aryan race shit.
Yeah, it's like, no, they chose him because he passed all his tests, as like with flying colors. Because he has 3 fucking medals of honor.
And again, I'm on the fucking left. I'm a leftist. Yeah. I agree with a lot of what they're trying to do. They just do it fucking wrong. They butcher it.
Yep, the show is
I never
retarded.
preached for it. We never said you did preach for a terrorist, did we?
That's not what we're saying. We're saying that him killing a terrorist is a big point. Like, the fact that the person he killed is a terrorist explains why he would do something like that and why he wouldn't just be demonized for it. I'm saying that John was attacking and chasing someone, even a terrorist, and brutally kill a guy all bloodied. Yes, because people normally die without spilling blood. That's the only instance ever in the world where people spill blood when they die.
Cap killed people by earthquake. Yes, that guy drowning.
Yeah, yeah, the guy he kicked from the fucking helicarrier in Avengers. Yeah, he definitely died quick. It wasn't just like he was falling thousands of feet up in the air.
Well, you literally just went. This is how he justifies Steve. Yeah, because it was war in his time. They are Nazis, just enemy terrorists.
This is an enemy terrorist as well. This is actually the same thing. This is an enemy terrorist. They're in a war as well. Not like a world war, but it is a war.
Yeah. It's a war against terror.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake.
That's literally why they went to Afghanistan as well. Stop fucking justifying this shit with bullshit arguments. I swear to God. Please.
I guess we can get back to the video until he makes his next
let's get back.
Montage scenes so much. Thank you. One of the greatest things about the finale is that while cool and fight heavy, the climax is the death of a teenager.
Are you fucking no?
What is this?
It's the death of a terrorist who kind of deserved it by that point. I'm not going to lie.
first of all, this scene is laughable. Second of all, this is pretty tone deaf for your video, Brown Table.
Yes, it is. His video is very like, oh, we gotta respect everything and like how.
Yeah, but Brown Table's funny, guys. Look, memes.
How about you watch the videos, watch how they present themselves? How about you fuck off? I watched the episode about twice. I'm literally going by dialogue. Fuck off. Anyway, let's continue.
Hold on, I'm trying to get something.
And Sam arguing with those in positions of power to give more power to the people, to stop treating refugees, human beings, like sheep, and to give the...
What do you mean?
But they killed people, you fucking retards.
They're psychopaths.
They're terrorists.
Again, like Bucky brings
They're
up,
not
brings
refugees.
us up in episode
They are terrorists.
4. He brings us up in episode 4. What makes them different from anybody else they fought? Because they have a point. Like, that's not good enough.
They don't really.
They still killed people. They still did terrible things.
Fucking retarded. And I shared in the group chat it's because like it's clear that they're coming from the same place when they do the thing with Carly and Falcon, but just Arkham City, this shot is way better than anything in Falcon and Winter Soldier, and the story of Arkham City is not even like that great, especially compared to like Arkham Knight and Asylum. So.
he dropped a building on Rumlow by accident. Oh, for fuck's sake!
You're joking, right?
Did he say that?
Yeah,
he said that. Roll, you fucking idiot. He literally said, blow up the fucking helicarriers.
That he knows Rumlow is in. Well, around.
John chop off a guy with the
Well,
shield.
he knew he was in the building, but like if the helicarriers like shoot each other, they're gonna fall. They're pretty much gonna fall near the building.
John chopped off a guy with the shield. Yeah, like Cap let people drown. He let people get destroyed in a building. He killed Hydra people.
Captain America stabbed the dude's hand before knocking him out with a kick to the head.
Yeah. The point is, Cap isn't afraid to kill or do
Also,
what's
he
necessary.
shot people. He shot people before too.
Like, the whole point of dealing with Hydra is you kill them. No, the guy surrendered and really he brutally just killed a guy in front of the public. The guy's a terrorist. That's literally the
He's a terrorist.
Like, again,
okay. So go back to the scene where he's getting held.
No, the guy surrendered.
What do you
really,
think? What do you think? Yeah, you're
savagely killed a guy in front of the public. Okay, here's the thing. The guy saying it wasn't in surrendering, he could have kicked him in that instance, which, yeah, that's a problem in itself. But the fact is, if he just gave up and did nothing, the terrorist could hit him.
The guy tried to hold him back so Carly could kill him not 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, they're holding him.
I'm just like...
Also, what you want to account for, there's other terrorists that are running away. So if he kills this one, chances are he would have to find the others. So if the others are still within his view, he would go after them. If he has to run after them, then there's chances that that terrorist would get back up and hurt other people.
Well,
he is a terrorist.
You can't go, it's funny how you guys don't know how much real life works, and then you go, well, wait, this is what he says. That's basically just a real life thing. To ignore me. I do know how real life works. I do know how terrorism works. They literally kill innocents as they're bombing terrorist areas, and people cheer that. They don't care that the innocents are dying.
Yeah, people cheer when Obama and Trump and fucking Biden do that, bombing Middle East countries, just with the excuse of, well, it's
and he said it wasn't me. He was pleading for his life, and yet John killed him gruesomely. Okay, so I have a question. If the U.S. Army approaches Osama bin Laden and he puts his hands up and say, "It wasn't me. No, I didn't do 9/11. It wasn't me."
It wasn't me.
Yeah, we all know
it was the one-eyed man.
Yeah, it's like, why is it a revolutionary concept that they do violent means to kill terrorists? This has been throughout human history.
That was Carly, and even John pretty much knew. Carly's dude, the super soldier guy that he killed, he was a part of it. He tried to kill them.
an
They were fighting
accomplice.
like in the previous scene. This directly previous scene. They had no problem with killing people.
No, SK's views are much more terrible. Raul, you're fucking delusional. Shut up.
Well, I don't want to hear this when you like ignore that this is literally a thing that's been happening throughout human history, and you've contradicted yourself. Like, shut the fuck up. At this point, I'm meant
Yeah,
to
he
call you.
literally said that John wasn't being villainized in the show. I don't want to
Yeah,
hear what you have to say.
You're a retard by this point. Like, by this point.
Like sheep, and to give the common person, people like you and me, more of a say in political decisions.
That's why we're gonna kill innocent people, to give, you know...
I don't kill
bigger say.
people.
And he never killed Lamar, the guy who was paid for it. So, we said that, but he's an accomplice in the situation. He enables it.
You didn't realize the guy was trying to have Captain America killed.
They were trying to kill all four people there. They were trying to kill They were trying to kill John, Lamar, Bucky, and Sam.
But they were just kidding though. They were just fibbing. They were just play fighting.
Yeah, it's like the Dora Milaje. They fucking tried to murder John Walker, but it was all playful.
Dude, I can't fucking believe I saw people say on Twitter, "Oh, the Dora Milaje, they weren't trying to kill John Walker."
Bruh. They throw spears so many times trying to kill him.
Guy tried to throw something at John.
No, John cornered him, he overpowered him, that's why he never fought back. No, there's a few ways he could fight back, using his legs, for example. They're very useful things, legs. They can reach.
Kicked him in the balls.
He's also a super soldier. If he wants, he can just get enough impulse to jump out of the way.
The guy was stripped of all his ranks and wasn't going to receive any benefits in retirement. Why do you think he wasn't villainized?
It's so dumb.
Because he's retarded, that's why.
Decisions. Whether you like the scene or not is up to you, but that is what the scene is trying to say. The moment felt like the writers genuinely were half making the speech fit the scene, and half making the speech reflect what's going on in the world today.
Which is retarded. Don't you realize how, you know...
Oh, is he about to compare this to
Wonder Woman
84?
Not only does that not work with the real world, it also doesn't work in universe because, you know, they are terrorists. This is 2023, 2 years after we are in the real world. And we also have the huge issue of, you know, the snap and the blip never happened in real life. But
yeah,
whatever.
Roundtable, did you realize that half the population haven't been killed in real life in one snap of the finger, right?
I like how Raul moves the goalpost. This is Sama, not the same thing. They're both terrorists.
It's a comparison. It's not a saying it's exact same. Yeah, it's not the exact same situation, but they're terrorists either way. Like, they are comparable.
And if the US are willing to do drone strikes, even though innocents may get killed, to stop terrorists at any cost, this is believable.
It's like the Wonder Woman 1984 ending speech, but it wasn't full of platitudes this time. It's a legitimate
but they were both bad, though. That's what they have in common.
I'd say Wonder Woman 84 is worse.
Yeah, you don't want to compare the two because that you're not doing the show any favors.
Yeah, it could be worse. I don't care. They're both shit.
Raul just said, yeah, that's what I meant. He chased him, cornered him, and overpowered him, then he kills him. Okay, but here's the problem. The super soldier that he's pinning down could fight back. If he fights back, then he can retaliate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If he kills him, he can't retaliate. He can't hurt any more people.
It wasn't me.
When he's chasing after that super soldier, he says, "Where is she?" So that means she's still out there. So if he kills that one guy, he would still be looking for Carly.
Yeah, he was looking for Carly.
If he just chased after Carly and didn't kill him, again, the dude can run off scot-free and hurt more people.
Yeah, he's part of a terrorist organization, dude.
I've got a good question.
Raul just said, nice calling people retarded, even though you never understand the context nor check the entire thing in context. You call people retarded for having opinions. Really? Shut the fuck up.
No, you're retarded because your arguments are retarded.
You're making shit up.
We call people idiots when they're idiots.
I was the one calling him a retard. I'm gonna tear into him now. So I watched the episode twice. I've been looking at the scripts. I've been debating. I've been break it down frame by frame. Let me tell you this, you little cunt. You are absolutely wrong. I don't give a shit that it's your opinion. Shove your opinion up your ass. Because it's wrong and it's based on invalid reasons that you keep contradicting. And you keep trying to shift the goalposts because you, for some reason, don't want to be wrong. Newsflash, it's okay to be wrong. You know? It's really okay to be. The reality is, Walker shouldn't have been villainized. He was. The reality is, he had every right to kill the terrorist. The reality is, you're a fucking retard if you keep defending it. So maybe stop defending it and I won't call you a retard. Got it, cunt?
Hey,
there we go.
We all
I just like how I just went fucking loose. It's okay, Ral. You're okay. You just... I think you got brain damage, that's all.
Hey, it just can be shit. That's like...
Wait,
but yeah.
No, John wanted to do things himself, wanted to do this, and gave an attitude towards Bucky and Sam. That's why they were playful. They decided to help him second after. Is he talking about the Dora Milaje scene?
I think so.
Yes.
So...
They tried to kill him.
What do you mean they were playful? When they were tossing spears, that's playful?
I think when they were like going, oh, you'll have fun there, John. Or whatever it was.
Yeah, that's bad.
Yeah.
John could die at any moment with these people, trying to fucking stab him.
John killed a guy who was surrendering and pleading his life. Again, but, okay, so the problem is how much does one have to do before that doesn't matter?
Yeah,
Can a guy... So let me say an extreme. Can someone rape, I don't know, 50 kids? You know, let's do an extreme, 50 kids. And they're surrendering and pleading for their life. What, do you just go, yeah, you're fine?
The guy pleaded his life in a way that it was like, no, but I wasn't involved, even though he was.
Also, no, the series have portrayed John as a villain. We're not going to go round in circles with you. You could be ignorant, I don't care.
They literally did. They have the heroes of the show act as if he's an arsehole, so fuck off. They absolutely do. If you don't see that, you're blind and you're actually just ignoring it.
Literally, he has to go rogue, and he has to join with the Countess, who's clearly not a good person, and has ulterior motives, and goes, "Don't worry, we could potentially get you the shield back." Like, I don't understand. Mate, you keep ignoring the episode, you keep ignoring moments or twisting them to fit your worldview. The reality is, it's not entitled to fit your worldview. It is there, or it isn't. Simple as that. Also, Steve just did quick mass killings in situations when it comes to exposure or not. Okay, so let's say, because John has to kill, he can't really arrest this person because he'll get overpowered and such. How is John going to do it, like, quote-unquote, mercy? What constitutes a mercy
kill? He pulled out his gun and killed him, I guess.
But then that's also painful.
Yeah, because super soldiers, they're more resistant to dying by bullets.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, the problem with going what's a mercy kill is death is mostly painful and Steve lets people drown. Again, he dropped a building on a load of Hydra people and they're probably burnt to death. He didn't care. Because they're Hydra. And that's fine. But you can't then break that premise for John. That's the issue.
Bootneck just says, SK, remember Sam and Bucky never say thank you to Walker for saving their lives. Bucky doesn't say thank you to Walker for bailing him out of prison. Sam and Bucky being mean to Walker is unjustified.
Extremely
unjustified.
Man-children. Yep.
They're children.
Actually, that's a good point. Someone just went, the guy was a surrender and he kept trying to get back up. And that's why Walker had to push him down. After the snap, people's lives were greatly affected, some lives were ruined. That's why it's such a big deal.
What are you
Now
talking
you're just arguing irrelevant things.
Yeah, I have no idea what
Like,
you're
this
talking
is-
about. At this point.
That doesn't negate or even relate to anything we've said.
That means you've lost the argument, really, because you have to rely on irrelevant things. So, you tried, Roll. You tried.
It's a legitimate call for those in power to do something. And it's a wake-up call
Do
for
something.
the average person to realize that their lives are being
Do
affected by
better.
these types of people in positions of power. The show is portraying a heightened reality, and I think that's what's so cool about it. And again, you can dislike how the show's
Oh,
messages
shut up,
are delivered, that's
pretentious
totally
prick.
fine. I personally appreciate the lack of subtlety and the directness of the message. And I think that's what...
Wow. Okay.
I hope you hold this standard towards anything else you criticize.
I
really
appreciate
do.
it. So blunt.
I appreciate that they spoon feed everything and nothing is subtle. They just shove everything in your face.
I'm glad the show literally took a bat and beat me over the head with its message.
I'm glad the show is treating us like we're idiots.
I mean, if you like the show, you are.
Well, we
so-
are because we're all racist, clearly.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
what makes it more effective. It pulls no punches, and it feels like a Captain America speech to me. I will say...
No, it doesn't. You
What?
fucking-
No, it doesn't.
It feels like a Captain America speech. Are you retarded?
When would Steve Rogers ever say anything that Sam said in that speech? Fucking never, you absolute moron.
My only
Brown
problem
Table,
is
you're a
that-
shit YouTuber, and you really should think how you do your content, because you are an absolute moron when it comes to scripts and writing and anything you actually do. You should really, really rethink how you do your content, because this is terrible.
Yeah, this is a terrible video essay.
I'm just confused why he thinks it's a heightened
this is
reality.
embarrassing.
Like, to me, this is a complete misunderstanding of world politics on every single level. As I said, it's like someone who's just starting out thinking it's just black and white.
Oh, you know, actually, it's consistent with Brown Table, because just like Sam, he doesn't fucking understand politics.
Yeah, and it's like, I can understand why people don't understand politics, because it's very fucking complicated. But it's like, don't pretend then to understand it, because it's a...
I don't, but I know that not knowing anything isn't a good thing.
Like, as I say, I'm literally the side that is catering towards, and I'm like, you're doing this all completely wrong. This isn't how you do it.
Jeb, you're gonna love Mr. Robot when we watch it. Like,
Yes,
you're
I
gonna
bet
adore that shit.
America speech to me. I will say, my only problem is that Sam's like, nah, Carly isn't a terrorist, and it's like, I get
Oh,
what they're
thank
trying to do. They're trying to
God.
comment on how you shouldn't
Thank
immediately
God.
label groups of people and just...
Yeah, you shouldn't just call a group of people that are doing acts of terror in favor of a political terrorist, because, you know, I don't know.
Well, I think he's saying the idea itself is fine in execution. It's not good here.
Well,
Oh yeah, but the idea is retarded. You can just like the
Yeah.
idea of you can put labels, sure, but labels exist for a reason, and people can fall into those labels. And Carly 100% falls into the label of what a terrorist is, her and the Flag Smasher. So I really don't get, like, this is a retarded.
there's a reason why we have labels for everything.
It's like don't put labels, but like everything has a label because words and definitions, like you have to
It's how
describe
we-
characteristics and
So
traits or
we
something.
Categorize everything.
Or perhaps
so
a
that
better
we
one,
can
a better
understand
lesson is be careful how you label people.
Yeah.
Potentially, but even then, it's like she's a terrorist. Like she,
Yeah,
they need
By
to
the way,
label her a
she-
terrorist, because if they don't, it's like, oh, then that means they're endorsing this, which of course the government shouldn't endorse it. So.
brush them off, but she kind of broke into a government building and kidnapped people and was willing to kill them, and also
No,
blew
she
up a
does
building,
kill people.
injuring 11 people and killing 3. I don't know.
Wait, 3 people died in there?
So she-
Wait.
Yeah,
only
they say
3?
that.
I think
Only
that's what
3?
they said.
Did you
wasn't-
say that?
Yeah, that is nonsense.
What? They were tied down in the building on fire, right next to an explosion. How was it only 3 people that died?
Regardless, she does literally kill people. So
Raul
Yeah.
just tweeted at me saying since you've asked and I expected you understood since you've watched the film, but since you're too much of an a-hole to understand, here's the clip, and it just links the bank fight from Spider-Man 2.
What?
The dire fight?
Bro, you're such a retard. Will you fucking die or something at this point?
I'm just telling him coke.
Okay, I just want to clarify, I don't actually want him to die, but sometimes to say natural selection didn't work.
It felt like such a weird thing to say, and it would have been so easily avoided if they just made Carly not kill people. But hey, maybe I'm wrong, and I have no idea what I'm talking about. I'm on YouTube after all.
Yes. Yes.
Ah, yes, because people on YouTube never have any idea what they're talking about. Okay.
In my opinion, the series can be a little messy, and the finale is a little bit sloppy, but ultimately, everything pulled together. And the emotional climaxes of everyone's arc
this scene that he's citing right here, this scene is disgusting.
Oh, dude, I
he
fucking
talks
hate
to the Asian dude about his son.
Dude, he's
Falcon
so
tells
badly
him,
explained.
you need to help them feel better. And what does he do? Hey, I was the one who killed your son. And he asks why, and he says, I didn't have a choice. What does that mean? That can be interpreted in so many different ways.
That makes it seem like he was given an ultimatum.
Pretty much.
Yeah. Why don't you just mention the brainwashing?
That would be the first
It's like
how is this supposed to help him? How does this make him feel better? How do you expect this to help him?
It's like the Last of Us 2 scene with Joe and Ellie, where it's like Joe just doesn't explain the context, and
it's like the logic people use to defend The Dark Knight Rises by saying, "Oh, well, Bruce is suicidal, therefore Alfred should just tell him, hey, Rachel, she didn't want to be with you anyways, and I'm gonna leave you, by the way." That's the logic here.
Yeah.
And the emotional
guys, how you tell what you're like? You need to explain the context. Like, it's very important. The first thing I would do in that situation is explain my history and what has happened to me. Like how I was brainwashed and against my will was forced to kill people. And unfortunately, one of those people happened to be your son by accident. I couldn't do anything about it. I was mind controlled. And I'm sorry for your loss. I wouldn't do it in a way like I wasn't given a choice. I killed your son.
Yeah, he needed to have phrased that a lot better.
That scene is fucking disgusting. I fucking despise it.
Yeah. Everyone's arcs makes it such a great watch. There were cheesy scenes that felt Raimi-esque, which made me feel excited to watch a superhero.
Of course.
They feel Raimi-esque? Well, that explains why they're shit then.
Raimi wouldn't... Yeah, but even then, Raimi wouldn't have a scene of someone saying, "Hey, Black Spider-Man!"
Yeah.
Go on screen again. If you didn't realize, this is what's on the thumbnail of the video.
It is a masterpiece, James. Complete.
It's not, though. You literally said this mess.
I don't really think the show is a masterpiece in every possible way. Like, John Walker is now a US agent, and his journey was really weird. His redemption was way too quick, in my opinion, and I feel like...
What?
He didn't need to redeem himself.
Yeah.
He just... No.
Well, yeah. Well, here's the thing. He just stops getting mad at Falcon and Bucky for no reason.
They also stop being mad at him for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like, by the way his character was progressing, he wouldn't have saved the bus full of people. But that's just me.
That's the best scene in the film.
He wouldn't have saved. He wouldn't have saved. Oh, are you retarded? Of course he would have saved. Wow. Okay.
Why wouldn't he?
3 medals of honor.
Raul is back in chat. Hey. How you doing, Raul?
Raul, fuck off. Shut up.
This show is one of the few MCU productions that has truly impacted me. One that made me feel, made me think, made me cry.
It made me feel!
It made me feel, think, and cry. Okay.
How did it make you feel?
It made me feel generally angry.
I felt disgusted watching this.
Yeah, I was the same. I fucking despised that finale.
Critical of the MCU for robbing creators of their distinct voice, but it does seem like they're getting much better at it.
Really?
No, they're not.
You're showing WandaVision that WandaVision, the finale was like the most generic Marvel shit you've ever seen, and it's also garbage.
Worst piece of content.
Yeah. And then Falcon and the Winter Soldier is just like, oh, we need Marvel comedy in the show, even though it doesn't fit with the characters or the situations.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't, no.
The Round Table, the writing is getting a lot worse the more we go on. I hope you've realized that.
Notice the recent trend of the MCU movies just assassinating dead characters.
Yeah.
They're gonna assassinate.
Steve Rogers are people.
They're gonna assassinate Heimdall. Trust me. He ain't even got a character really, but they're gonna do it.
To be fair, Captain Marvel did that in a way. To assassinate Heimdall. Because in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Jamie Alexander, what's her character? Sif. Lady Sif, she says that not a single Kree has been on Earth ever since Heimdall's watch began. But in Captain Marvel, they retconned that. So it's like, oh, so he just didn't see them on Earth. Okay.
And with how Phase 4 is going and how Loki is looking, I don't know how to feel about Disney anymore. Captain America 4 has been announced, Sam Wilson is now Captain America, and that's dope. I'm excited for...
No, it's...
Who's ready for the worst Captain America movie?
I'm not watching it. Fuck.
The reason why he chewed out the senator was because he was mentally unstable. He had some self-esteem issues, PTSD, especially by the government. No, the government... Okay, so what happens is he's on trial. The government say you're not getting court-martialed because of the circumstances, but you get all these issues happen to you. You have to give back the shield, you lose everything.
You're saying we're ignoring context when literally every single point of yours is reliant on context.
You just fucking said that the show didn't villainize John Walker. Shut the fuck up, man.
Like, and you haven't provided a single reference still. You're just repeating your points. Like, you're fucking insane. Like, I'm sorry that your show, you know, your lovely shows get criticised, but I don't give a shit. Maybe it should write better. How about that?
Maybe it should be good. That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Be nice. Yeah.
It shouldn't be written by retarded people.
I know that's asking a lot, you know, but who knows? Maybe someday.
You know, that's an insult to people with like abilities because they probably have put more effort into stuff like this. Because it would be insulting to characters that, you know, go through struggles.
That's dope. I'm excited for the future of the MCU once again, like I said with my WandaVision video. And I hope Marvel keeps going forward with this type of storytelling.
No.
Well, then it's gonna die. If
you didn't know,
just stop the entire MCU.
The MCU is gonna die if it keeps doing this.
It's out of control.
I mean, the MCU is already pretty dead, but they're just killing it more and more.
Oh, it's dead, but it's literally like it will destroy itself even more, and it will lose everything if it keeps doing this retarded like storytelling.
I'm trying to find the animation.
No, the series.
No, the series never.
It was very early on. It was like 2 minutes.
Fuck out of here.
2 minutes.
You know what's funny? He was strict because of an act he made. Tried to set things his way. Helped people.
Here we go.
Okay, SK. I want you to see this moment in this video because it's priceless. You're gonna understand Editron's profile picture now.
Since their inception. Speaking of comics, funnily enough, the speech from OG Steve Rogers is the central theme of this entire show.
It doesn't matter what the press says. It doesn't matter what the politicians or the mob say. It doesn't matter what the whole country decides that something wrong is something right. This nation is founded on one principle above all else. The requirement that we stand up for what we believe, no matter the odds or the consequences. So when the mob, and the press, and the whole world tell you to move, your job is to plant yourself in the tree, side the river, and tell the world, no.
Such a pathetic Captain America in my life.
Oh, so good.
Was Grant inspired by that speech by a white Captain America? That seems inconsistent from what you said in this video. Because no, he cares about race
Roundtable will
instead of
never
the
be inconsistent. Stop strawmanning him. So
yeah,
The show never aura-scented him. They never aura-scented John as the villain.
Also, I like your idea with me to clickbaiting this video, by the way.
I mean, yeah, he admits that it's like, oh, it's not actually a masterpiece, but whatever.
It's a meme, so I just like clickbaiting. It's a masterpiece, but not really.
So here's the thing. Hold on. No. Okay, hold on. So.
Oh no.
So.
Already the title.
Yes. So today we plan to cover
I've
two
seen this
videos. Everyone good to stay for the entirety of this video?
Yeah, why not?
Why?
Yeah, sure. Most likely.
Right.
Yeah.
Good. So this other video is a video from dear old High Top, and it's called I don't know what it's called. The Falcon and the Winter Soldier, my favorite MCU movie in years. Now, do you realize something
not a
wrong with
movie.
that title? He calls the show his favorite movie, and that's a consistent thing with High Top because he calls like Spider-Man
that's two
PS4 and
things.
Spider-Man Miles Morales fucking movies for some reason. So I don't get it, but whatever.
It needs to stop that. It's so dumb.
So
Oh my god, Ralph just went. No, the reason I repeat that was because you guys clearly have saw how the context are in your eyes or mine. Really, you really don't know how things are like here, like this. Listen to you condescending fuckhead. Again, I am literally looking at it from a lens of a left libertarian. I am literally the people that they cater towards, and I am telling you what you're saying is fucking false. And I'm
Jeff, you
explaining
need
with
to do
references. And
You need to do better.
shut the fuck up. No. And I'm literally going to you. The US literally drone strike innocents, and they literally record how many innocents they've killed to kill terrorists because they find a war of terror to be that valuable to stop. Innocents, whatever, they don't care. They're like collateral damage. That's the real world. Get over it. You're being like, you know what? You're being like a kid. You're being delusional, pretending that isn't the case. You're just looking at it in your own eyes, and to be honest, you're blinder than Stevie Wonder. So I'm not going to trust you. Anyway, on with the video.
yeah,
Thumbnail looks.
yeah, the thumbnail was really retarded. Like it's really badly cut off. It's fucking in motion, so he looks retarded, and the background is really not blending well. But you know, whatever. It's
Oh,
just a
what do we
thumbnail. Oh shit! Hold on. Here. That was a weird edit, but okay.
Hey, how you doing? You doing good? I really hope so. Listen, I did not finish WandaVision. Call me a punk, call me an idiot,
I can
call
see
me a
why.
hack, but it wasn't for me. It started out for me, then went in a direction that wasn't for me, and I started
You know what?
rewatching Gotham instead.
I
did not
see.
love it.
Understandable.
I mean, sure, but Gotham. I've heard that is not a good show at all. So
Gotham's not good. Gotham's not good. Don't watch Gotham.
Far From Home broke me. I did not love Endgame, I did not love Infinity War, and I did not love Thor Ragnarok, and I don't remember dick about Captain Marvel or Ant-Man the Wasp. Honestly, the MCU and I have not been on the same
What is this
wavelength
editing?
since my dead decrepit soul was blessed by Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 2.
oh, holy shit, he's
Yeah,
okay.
I agree
Yeah.
with that.
Congrats. Yeah.
I did not expect to vibe with, to love, or to feel much of anything when it came to the Falcon and the Winter Soldier. The trailer made it look like more of the same, you know what I mean? The trailer made it
Shit
look like
is.
a dumb, goofy, fun buddy cop show with two pre-established
Pretty much
supporting
is, yeah.
characters being stuck together.
Even
for
if
a
it was
comedic
that,
enjoyment.
what's wrong with
The great
that?
words of Spike Lee, it very much did not look like my cup of tea. But I ain't gonna lie and say that I wasn't curious about it, wasn't intrigued from afar, because to me, this show had a hard task, maybe the trickiest one that Marvel Studios has undertaken in a while. The Falcon and the Winter Soldier had to make the Falcon and the Winter Soldier real characters. The Falcon and the Winter...
As opposed to fake characters
Yeah,
beforehand.
I
Okay.
don't-
They already are.
Dude. Oh, okay. The fucking line in Winter Soldier with Steve, between Steve and Bucky, where he says, "Because I'm with you to the end of the line." Are you actually going to really say that that doesn't mean they're real characters? Fuck off.
Yeah, I don't get it.
What,
Bucky's.
Yeah, what about the scene where we see Falcon? What about the part in Winter Soldier where Falcon is like counseling everybody, trying to help them move past their troubles?
And then he talks to Captain
Gives him
America.
quite a bit of character.
Yeah,
fake stuff.
This is so dumb.
Winter Soldier had to make Sam Wilson and Bucky Barnes real human beings. And as I joyously tweeted out as soon as I watched the first episode.
Jesus Christ, the way he shoots this is so pretentious. Fucking Christ.
It's so artsy though.
It's like, whoa, see, he did a dolly into the fucking phone in his hand. Just show that he's tweeting something. Just show, just screen cap your tweet and say, this is what I'm referencing. Stop being such a cunt.
This is so jarring.
So, holy fuck,
I don't feel
Falcon and the
comfortable.
Winter Soldier is my favorite MCU thing in years. Vulnerable.
I hate
and
this
human.
profile pic.
Loved it. So yeah, Falcon and the Winter Soldier is my favorite MCU thing in years. It's vulnerable and human, and I loved it. But before we dive into Birdman and depressed Bucky the Snowman, I'd like to give a big old thanks to Babbel for sponsoring this video. For those of you who don't know, Babbel is the #1 language learning app in the world with more than 10 million subscriptions worldwide. What sets Babbel apart from the other online learning language platforms is that their lessons are actually built by 150 plus real-life language teachers, whereas other apps use
advert
creepy
stuff
machine
is
learning
fucking
AI
pretentious as
technology.
fuck.
Fuck the machines. I was shocked, flabbergasted to learn that you only need about 10 to 15 minutes of lessons per day to see results.
This is really, really
so
cringe.
Oh my god, stop.
They even have a
Oh
feature
my
called
god.
Babbel Live, where you can join a live
Dude,
class online
high
for an
top.
additional
That
fee.
doesn't
Take
make
a
me wanna
break
buy
from watching
Babbel,
my
it makes
shitty
me wanna
videos,
slit
and
my
I'll
wrists.
take a break from making them, please.
Look at
And we
this
can
lighting. Jesus Christ. Does he
This
not know how
editing
lighting
is so
works?
bad.
Oh my
This editing is terrible.
fucking Christ.
Dude, high top. Take a fucking breather.
Feels like he's on crack, dude. He's just fucking Christ.
You might legit be on crack.
improve our minds, our memories, our souls, and grow and be productive by learning a new
Bro, fucking calm down, it's learning the language.
Babbel. And right now, Babbel is a very special
Oh, right.
promotion for you. If you buy a 6-month subscription, you'll get an additional 6 months for fucking free, and your first lesson is
I don't
always
care.
free. So if you want to get a head
So you're paying for
Nobody
12
cares.
months. That's okay. Whatever.
start on
Hey,
learning
you
a
need
new
to
language,
learn how
or
to
if
say
you just
au
want to brush
revoir.
up on a language you already know, click on my link in the description. You'll be supporting the channel and
could
learning
just
a fantastic
try
skill.
Google Translate.
Let's
So
be
is
real
that.
here. You hopefully know me well enough by now. If not, check out the High Top Cast now on Spotify to know that as soon as
Nope.
they showed Sam Wilson
Nope,
getting denied
nope,
alone
nope,
and Bucky
nope,
Barnes
I'd
having
rather-
PTSD, having so much
Pretty sure I'd rather watch
self-hatred that he
Piff.
tortures himself by having his only real-world human connection be the father of someone he brutally murdered as the Winter Soldier, that I was gonna fuck with this show. I mean, I could make
Okay. So
it never went.
So you like the
What did you
idea,
say?
and you don't care about execution. That's what you're saying. Cool. I don't
Yeah,
care.
but it never went back to his name. Surely he would be like, okay, but where was this the rest of this show?
Yeah, it was just the idea. They didn't really work with it at all. And and it's like it doesn't make sense that he needs a loan anyway. So the PTSD with Bucky is a good idea. They just don't care about it until episode 5.
make this entire video about how cool it is that the MCU is finally giving us a relatable hero who has financial trouble.
He shouldn't, and the MCU
Yeah,
has
so
done that before.
this famous Avenger who works for who's under a government contract is somehow super fucking poor. I don't buy that.
I mean, if you want to
Working
use,
for the government currently, I don't get it.
I mean, for a
Paid for everything.
genuine example for someone who's actually quite relatable characterization, Scott Lang, to be honest, where he wants to.
He's a working class dude. He had to rob some places because of his financial situation. He's actually way more that than Sam will ever be.
Relatable people who have real world problems, who struggle with their mental health, who struggle to do the right thing for the world, who
That's Tony Stark to a T. He struggled with his mental health and with doing the right thing for the world. But whatever.
struggle to do what's right for themselves.
Yep.
I can't really thank Marvel or the mouse for that, though.
It's funny because that scene and that moment ended up triggering everybody at Marvel. We were getting calls from Kevin, from Lou, from Victoria.
Well, I can see
from
why,
Nate,
'cause it's horrible.
everyone.
Yeah, it's garbage. You should have listened, you fucking moron.
Doesn't make sense. minutes.
Marvel wanted input there.
I could make an entire damn video on the first episode where in just 40 minutes we finally get to actually know and understand.
But it's all set up though. There's no payoff in episode 1.
No, but even then, he's like, oh, so we get to know who these characters are from episode 1. Do we? Because all we see is setup. We don't see any like execution, any development. All we see is like, okay, so you're setting up these problems, these conflicts they have, and it's like, that's all that is. It's setting up. They never deal with it after this. So it's like, we don't know anything about them. Just saying, oh, these characters have conflict in their lives. It's like, yeah, no shit, everyone does. I need to know how they're going to resolve it, how they're going to develop it. Just know more about their characters. This is worthless.
For over half a fucking decade. There's a reason Bucky and Sam don't meet up until the second episode, because we need to understand Bucky and...
They shouldn't have met until like episode 4 or 3. Like, it should have taken way longer. Like, he just happens to be there at the hangar, and then because of that, they're like, okay, so I guess you're with us now, and that's what makes him be a part of the team trying to stop the Flag Smashers. It's like, wow, okay, that makes perfect sense, I guess.
Sam before try to understand each other. We need to finally know about Bucky's family. We need to see Sam's family. We need to know what these two do, what they did when they weren't serving Steve's narrative and the MCU's ongoing story. And by the end of that first 40, we do understand, we do empathize. It's kind of incredible how efficiently and naturally the creators make us feel.
Speak for yourself. I don't really care, but sure.
For them through something as simple as a battleship game or a family talk or an intense therapy session. It's kind of incredible just how focused on character Falcon and the Winter Soldier is. They could have easily opened the whole show.
You say that, but they forgot to deal with the characters from episode 2 until episode 4. Then episode 5 they try to do it, but it's retarded. And then episode 6 it does that kinda, and it's retarded.
Yeah, and he's saying that they're focusing on the characters of Bucky and Sam. No, they're not, if they're straight up assassinating them in numerous episodes.
I mean, I guess you could say that focusing as in, like, giving them characterization. It's just a characterization contradicts what we've seen before.
Yeah, exactly. I don't see it as focused to just ignore what came before. You're not focused if you're ignoring that.
Right, fair enough.
Easily open the whole show on Falcon flying around with the slick little wings and a slick little action sequence. Instead, we open on a man ironing a shirt, getting ready to make a hard choice, facing the legacy of his friend and the responsibility that friend thrusted upon him. This is the benefit of having a 6-hour movie compared to a 2-hour movie.
It's not a fucking movie, you dumb cunt.
Not a movie.
TV show.
Please stop.
Jesus Christ.
You know something I find funny? How this reminded me because he called it a movie, and I was like, you know, it's a TV show, and people are saying that there's gonna be a season 2 because the show ends with the Captain America and the Winter Soldier showing up.
Oh no.
Yeah, I don't think there will be because you know they're making Captain America 4, so you know. But I know something I find funny how the show is very clearly about identity, and we know Bucky's trying to move on from his past from being the Winter Soldier.
Yep.
So what they do is when Falcon becomes Captain America, they change his name to Captain America. But once but Winter Soldier, his name stays as Winter Soldier, even though his Winter Soldier is his past. That is the fucking worst part of his life, and that he's trying to move on from. But the show is just like,
Yeah, isn't his name White Wolf now?
Yes, it
should be White Wolf.
Yep.
Apparently, I just saw a tweet on IGN a few minutes ago that they considered doing it, but decided not to.
Yeah, I remember seeing that.
Shows
I changed my mind on it.
Because people are retarded.
You can hold on an emotion. You can see the vulnerabilities.
Because you can't do that in a film? What are you saying, dude? You love filmmaking. Are you retarded?
Can't do that in 2 hours.
You can't have characters that are human in films, only in TV shows. That is what he's saying. He's fucking moronic. Like, you don't even need examples. Just that, like, inherently is a retarded point.
I mean, the Avengers literally does this.
And you can see the vulnerabilities of someone who would be two-dimensional with only 2 hours. A feeling can last an eternity. The weight of their journey is not
you're so
undermined by the
pretentious.
need to
Right.
cut to the next
This is
grand
so
bit of
fucking
spectacle.
pretentious.
Sebastian
You say that because in films you need to cut to the next bit of spectacle, but every episode in this show has like 2 action scenes that are clearly mandated by the studio because it makes no sense how they exist. It's just like, okay, so now there's an action scene, like the Dora Milaje, for example, or them fighting John Walker in episode 5.
And also, he wouldn't be saying that these problems would occur if he were talking about Spider-Man 2.
Good point. Yeah, because he does say that Spider-Man 2 focuses way more on character than anything. Even we fucking have Doc Ock having his redemption. He says that Doc Ock isn't two-dimensional and he gets a lot of development and his redemption is good. So it's like, oh, so a film can do that, like from his standards. Even though we know Spider-Man 2 is garbage, but just from his standards. So
Stan and Anthony Mackie finally get a chance to really dive deep into the truths of these characters. Explore.
No, they're good actors, but fucking. Fuck the moment in Winter Soldier when Bucky's punching Cap at the end, and Cap is doing nothing, and Cap says, "I'm with you to the line, pal." That moment does way more than the entirety of the show does for Bucky's character, and I don't even give a shit about this. This is such
and showcase the beauty of these characters, and we are given enough time to see that beautifully honest truth.
These
MCU miniseries, these 6-hour movies have the potential to be more.
It's not a movie, you fucking idiot.
He says it as if he would watch a 6-hour film anyway. It's like, it's not a movie, it's a TV show. It's spaced like a TV show.
Oh, you were.
Fucking demented.
Our movies have the potential to be more storyteller driven, more creative, more impactful than their theatrically released films.
You just said you loved Guardians Shield, which is exactly that. Guardians Shield basically has no plot. It's all character.
Has Tyler ever heard of TV before?
He's figuring out this new concept of, well, in TV you can tell longer stories.
Yo, dude, I love that 22-hour film, Prison Break.
So dumb, dude.
Filmmaking and creative choices on display have the time to feel more thought out, more genuine. Falcon and Winter Soldier.
They have time, to feel that, but this doesn't.
And I don't see it as genuine, especially the ending with Bucky's interaction with the old man.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it's not.
Also, I find a sign of a good writer or a good creator is to create something with so many constraints, and that includes time.
Yeah, if you can pack an entire story like that in like 2 hours and make it coherent and everything, it's like very impressive.
Takes the Russo-style handheld grounded filmmaking vibe and instills it with color, dramatic lighting, and most importantly, purpose.
Lighting.
It's more than an aesthetic choice that semi-syncs up with the look of Civil War and Winter Soldier. It's the best way to visually tell this story. Constant claustrophobic camera angles and shots are
I like the cinematography, but dude, please talk about the writing for the love of God.
As if it doesn't make it, unique.
Also, I don't think it works with the scene with Bucky and the therapist.
Oh no, it doesn't. It's retarded because it's doing the same close-up shot with the therapist, and it's like, no, you should do it literally just for Bucky because he's the one experiencing this. It's like really dumb.
Exactly. There's no purpose of doing it to both of them.
Yeah, it's like you should start with like a normal, just shot reverse shot of showing them like Fuck, I forgot the name of the shot. But yeah, just have them normally just showing like from their upper body, and then you move closer as they start talking, and then once Bucky is like really talking about himself, you just have the camera be really close to him. Then you have that shot, but you don't have it for the therapist, and that's how you make it purposeful.
You know what you could do? You could have a one shot where the camera just slowly but surely moves closer and closer onto Bucky's face as he just goes on about how all of his anxieties, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I know something that good shows do, like Hill House and Bly Manor. I was watching Hill House yesterday, the Dad episode, and the housekeeper dude from the Hill House. There's just that scene where he monologues for like 3 minutes, the camera just zooming in slowly onto his face.
Yeah. So Hill House is like known for its like long monologues.
Yeah, and it's
but you know
fucking
why it's
phenomenal.
good? Because it has amazing dialogue with really good acting.
Good character.
Wait. No, we're apparently demonizing people for their opinions. No, we're literally calling you retarded because you're being retarded.
No.
You don't.
Anyone
if
can
you
have an
don't-
opinion. It's fine.
You're literally you called SK an asshole. So why is that okay? You're a hypocritical cunt.
Yeah,
Like,
Raul, why are you still here? Genuinely.
and you
We're
had
not even responding to
literally
him.
stated. He literally went. They see it as a bad act. It is a bad act. It's actually killing. The show doesn't feminize him. I'm like, well,
It is a
that
bad act,
screams
but it's
bias
not
to
seen
me.
as a bad act, but it's also seen as a bad act. So, you know, yeah.
But we're biased.
Sure.
Raul, can you go outside, please?
Touch some grass.
Raul, get some
Can you go and
bitches.
touch some grass? Touch grass, get bitches.
To immediately reattach us to these characters. They're invasive. A therapy conversation feels too close, especially when you're lying. Making a speech and
he redid the shot with himself. Fuck off.
So
And he also did it
fucking
retarded
original.
because the point is that you see the background being out of focus,
therapy
right?
conversation feels
Like this is the
too
point.
close, especially when you're lying.
But he did it with a black background, and he was also close to the background, so you can't even see it's out of focus. Oh my god, that face! Oh no.
So he was pretentious and he was lazily pretentious.
Yes, he was lazily pretentious and retarded. So, hold on, I'm screenshotting this face because I need it in my life.
I already did it. Yeah, my one's better than this.
Oh, sorry.
Making us in Washington while the whole world watches every step, every word and choice you make feels almost haunting. Throughout the entire series, we feel that pressure. We feel like we're watching two outsiders in their most private moments. And maybe we shouldn't be. Maybe we're crossing a boundary that these characters don't want us to.
What? What are you
I'm
talking
what are you
about?
on about?
Characters don't have
I
feelings.
don't-
Characters are fucking fictitious. Like what? Fictitious? No, fictional. Yes, words.
He's using flowery language as Snap likes to put it. It's like, will you like get your head out of your ass for a second, High Top? Like, what? If someone actually said this to me in a conversation, I'd probably get up and walk away.
What does this mean? Like, okay, hold on. Hold on.
Throughout the entire series, we feel that pressure. We feel like we're watching two outsiders in their most private moments. And
yeah, isn't that just character writing in general? When we see moments with the characters, or it's just we see what the characters are, what they've experienced. That's just normal. That's not something special about the show. And
maybe we shouldn't be. Maybe we're crossing a boundary that these characters don't want us to.
So the characters don't want the audience to know what they've went through? So the characters have feelings now.
I guess.
In regards to audience members.
Yeah, because they didn't have feelings before.
So every
Apparently-
character is like Deadpool now. They are aware they're in the media and they just break the fourth wall. They don't want you to see this, but they can't do nothing about it.
Yeah, apparently they're like, okay, like if it was about to show it, and they're like, no, we'll go over here. We control the script now.
Yeah. So retarded.
When Bucky finally makes the choice to step through the glass he's been frozen behind most of his life, maybe we shouldn't follow him.
Bruh.
Maybe we should just allow him to have this moment.
Dude, that's a
of
stretch and a
peace.
half.
What is he
And as the
saying?
show progresses, as we grow closer to these people, the camera warms up, just as the characters do. What was an invasion now feels like warm intimacy.
It should, yes. That's what the
Pretty sure it's just
cinematography is
different
trying
lighting,
to do.
different
But
times of day.
yeah, I mean, no, but I mean that is purposeful. But like the
The
point is,
writing was good.
yeah, the point is that's what the show is trying to tell us with the cinematography. That's not what happens though, because the writing is garbage. So please, let's talk about the writing.
Yeah, that's the thing with High Top. He doesn't care if the writing is logical or not. The camera is doing the work for him.
For fuck's sake.
And that's it. That's all you need.
Imagine him like watching Legion, a show that is actually good but has fantastic cinematography. I feel like he loses.
He would die of cooing.
Yeah.
That's what this is how these people act. They act like this, and it's really, really cringe.
Very.
The shot composition, the camera movement, the visual language here is a huge step forward from the recent Marvel films.
Don't play that scene.
What about variety, you pretentious fuck?
I agree. The cinematography is good. Let's move on.
Entirely unfair of me not to point out how well and how purposeful the visuals are in telling this.
You've already been talking about
We
it.
know.
That getting a director like Ari Skoglund, who has worked in the comic book world, the prestige television world.
Oh, okay. That's why it's good. She's working on The Punisher. That has good cinematography. And House of Cards.
Oh, yeah.
Walking Dead has okay cinematography. But yeah. The rest I haven't seen. But yeah, Punisher and House of Cards have really good cinematography. Punisher, I remember more.
I've watched a lot of Walking Dead. I haven't watched the last few seasons, but I don't think the direction was that good.
Yeah, I think it's more an issue with
Dead,
direction other than cinematography with The Walking Dead. Because I stopped watching Rick's last episode, and I think that episode was well shot actually. So, but just yeah, she's a good cinematographer. Punisher has good cinematography, as does House of Cards. That makes sense. I haven't seen the rest of the shows, by the way. So.
For over a decade was beyond the right move. It feels like she knows exactly the vision she and showrunner Malcolm Spellman want to achieve. It feels like she knows exactly.
If only the writing helped her.
Yeah, she's like, how? No, I don't think she knows what the showrunner's trying to achieve. Or maybe she does, and she's like, okay, so I gotta do it this way, even though it makes no sense. Like, I don't know, like, cinematography is good and, like, communicating what the writing wants to communicate. But, like, the writing is garbage, so, you know, it doesn't actually communicate that. Like, the intentions are laid out, but the actual execution is not.
And do style. It has the most tactile, crafted by hand, down to earth, and shot on location feel since the first act of Civil War. It's kind of amazing how effective a simple
Since the
moment
first act? Did he not watch the end of Civil War?
Yeah. Okay, so he's saying shot on location, shot by hand. That's weird because I feel like there are a lot of moments in the MCU where shit like that is true.
Homecoming. Like, a lot of it is set in New York streets. Obviously, there's some aspects where it isn't, but that's very grounded.
Did you not watch the scene in Homecoming where Peter's just doing his day-to-day, like, Spider-Man stuff? Like, helping someone with direction?
Yeah, this is a weird statement you make.
Down to earth and shot on location feel since the first act of Civil War. It's kind of amazing how effective a simple moment of a superhero just saving people in New York City can be when we're so used to armies
how he did it
soldiers.
Was really retarded.
Yeah, it made no sense. I really didn't care about that. I enjoyed the endgame scene more, even though it probably made less sense.
In Endgame, what did you actually want? Did you just want like 10 people going up against an army or something? I don't know.
I get a lot of people say is that they should have the army scene first, and then you just have the Thor, Captain America, and Iron Man fighting Thanos afterwards to make it more personal.
Did near the end of the fight.
Well,
like for the they have a small fight.
Yeah, but like that scene that they had beforehand with the three.
But then you have Captain Marvel.
Yeah, Captain Marvel also fucking makes that scene really retarded. So.
And warriors charging in a swarm of aliens led by a purple god wielding magic fucking space rocks. It's amazing how how childlike I felt watching these two characters try to save human beings and not a universe.
But
he's acting as if a lived-in universe with multiple characters with a lived-in history. Bad thing.
It seems like he's just praising this because, well, it's more small scale.
Yeah, it's more grounded.
But thing.
Yeah, just because something is grounded.
Doesn't make it better. Though. It's not really. It's inherently. It's like it focuses on the fact of the the post-Endgame reality of people coming back from the dead.
Well,
so
it's
that's
not even. It's not even that. His source of reference is using a anomaly event because obviously this is meant to be the biggest scale because it's got all the build up. You should be using something that's part of the norm.
I guess...
You can't use an anomaly and act like it's the norm.
I guess the Winter Soldier would be a better comparison because it is much larger scale, but it's like just a normal MCU film instead of being like Avengers, which is like a team up film. Like there was build up for it. It's just, you know, a film on its own, I guess.
I'd say Age of Ultron works as an example.
Potential, yeah, I'd say so, yeah. But it's also Age of Ultron is not really. I mean, the stakes are just save the world, but all that gets destroyed is like one. What is it? Sokovia is like the entire country is destroyed, or is it just?
Yeah, the entire country.
All right. So yeah, it is. I guess it's a better comparison.
Guess when you sit down, when you boil it back to basics, I feel that early MCU
It's not
magic
back
that
to
I thought had
basics.
faded away long ago. So many times I got a little taste of the goosebumps, of the nostalgia, of the excitement just from hearing Henry Jackman's Captain America themes come back here, be remixed here, and recontextualized. So
Yeah,
this would apply to Endgame as well. I guess Endgame's also good.
Apparently, by his standards. Like, Endgame has some good shots as well. Has some good character moments, like in the beginning with Tony being angry at Cap. I really like that moment. We have, and the score, I'd argue the Endgame score is pretty good as well. Like, it's just generic Marvel usually, but it's like the theme and everything, like, I think it works for what the story's trying to tell. So, by the same standards, yeah. But it's not small scale, therefore it's bad, I guess. Like, fucking Christ.
So many times I was shocked at how violent, raw, and done for real the action was. I was ready to nitpick. I was ready to be like, it ain't Daredevil. And while it still very much ain't Daredevil, it's a step in the right direction.
No. Dude, this section is garbage. Do not compare this to Daredevil at all.
Oh, the Sharon stuff is really shit.
Well, it's a step in my kind of direction. And fuck me, dude. Even when we do get the standard Marvel fare, it's done with a lot more flair and a lot more visual punch. I guess I'm just happy to be...
Dude, if he...
How's that?
I imagine he likes the Iron Man 3 scene where he's just saving everyone from falling down the plane. Because, like, it sounds like his kind of thing, where it's just like... it's very,
yeah, I think he would.
Yeah, it's very visually interesting and everything.
Regular people working together to live.
Yeah, like that scene is pure high top pretentiousness.
Enjoying something in this universe that I thought I was numb to. It's a great feeling to once again love something.
Did he just... He did. He just reversed that shot.
Why are you showing this again?
Yeah, he's showing literally the exact same shot, but reversed. It was mirrored.
This is really, really bad. Like, it's cringe, but it's really bad.
What is this lighting, dude? Like, you can see the light from here. What's happening?
I actually hate people who are like this.
Is it perfect? Nah, but nothing is. The plot, the bits where our heroes aren't fixing up a damn boat or just, you know, talking, but are actually facing the flag smashers, feels kind of empty. I knew what they wanted, I knew and understood why they wanted it, but I genuinely had no clue what their grand master plan was.
You know what's funny? Everyone says this. Like, nobody knows what the flag smashers are, and they still praise the show, even though the entire plot revolves around the flag smashers.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody does. They're like, okay, so... before the blip, people were like working together and there were no borders. And then when people got back, people wanted to, you know, live their normal lives. But, you know, a lot of people came back. And therefore, our lives got worse. And that's why we need to kill a bunch of people because we want one world united. And also, they're taking our resources.
Well, yeah, what exactly... Yeah, what exactly is this end game here? It's just we want no borders.
That's pretty much
what we want everyone.
It's kind of like
nonsense.
It's an extreme form of communism, to be honest.
Yep.
And Falcon thinks that she has a point.
Yeah, he's a commie, apparently, so that's cool.
Half the time, it felt like it shifted episode to episode. Maybe something was cut out, rewritten at the last second, or maybe I really just am an idiot.
Yeah.
But with that lack of focus on the physical
I
conflict,
mean
we
both.
get more time for more character work, which makes me a very happy guy. The characters are never in service to the plot, to the world-building narrative. Those things are entirely in service of Sam and Bucky developing.
That's not true at all. They ignore character writing for like 3 episodes. What are you saying?
Sam and Bucky. Does Zemo really need to be here? Does he really add anything to the story of the...
Not really. It doesn't really make sense that he's there, like, at all. Like in Civil War, he's like, okay, so I decrypted some files. Oh, it's so cool. Like, he's like,
his purple mask.
He says, I decrypted some files, and then he's like trying to find out stuff about Stark's parents' death, and he finds out, oh, other Winter Soldiers existed and I gotta kill them, and that's it in Civil War. And in the show they're like, oh, so he knows everything there is to know about Hydra for some reason, even though it should be fucking public knowledge, because it's like,
and
because like
and he only
they say that the files were released, so it's like I don't get it.
Yeah, and the thing is, like, he's getting this knowledge off files that were released to the public. You don't need to bring him out for this stuff.
Yeah, like I don't know why fucking this is so retarded. I don't know why he's in the show, to be honest. They're just like, okay, so we gotta bring him back because people like him, I guess.
The show.
Yeah, I gotta head to dinner soon, so I'm gonna hop off. Maybe I'll come back. I don't know. But yeah, thank you for having me. Had a good time.
Yeah.
It's alright.
See you.
Yeah.
His channel's in the description if anyone wants to check him out, even though I imagine most people know of SK already. But yeah, he was here 2 hours after everyone arrived, and he left before everyone left too, so that's funny. So let's continue with this masterpiece of a video.
Does he really add anything to the story of the show?
Irresistible.
No. But what he does do is serve Bucky. What he does do is provide Bucky a chance to let go of vengeance, to show us how far he has come, to show us him choosing to let go of violence. Honestly, though, my biggest issue.
But Winter Soldier was a mind control thing. He never chose to be.
Yeah, like him having trauma because of his past as the Winter Soldier makes sense, but that it doesn't mean that he chose to do those things. Like, it's what he says in the Civil War. It's like, I remember all of them. It's like, yeah, that's the issue. Is that he couldn't do anything about it. Like, these people that were dying in front of him, it was like by his hands, but it wasn't him doing it. He couldn't do anything to stop himself, and he's like, he's done with it. That's what his character is, and this show is like, oh no, he had a choice. It's like, of course he didn't. That's retarded. He couldn't choose anything about that.
Stem not even Falcon and the Winter Soldier itself really, but from how the previous films set up Falcon and Winter Soldier. Steve and Bucky's goodbye in Endgame felt hollow to me. We missed a conversation, a final farewell between two best friends,
it wasn't.
two brothers.
I mean, it felt hollow because Cap shouldn't have left, but you know.
That was only implied. The central physical conflict revolves around the real-world implications of the snap. The 5 years where the world fundamentally changed, so many died, so many were left behind. That's some serious shit, and that serious shit is played seriously here, given real consequences and impact, which is fan-fucking-tastic, but I couldn't forget that less than 5 years ago, Broke Me From Home handled the 5 years, the snap, the blip, as if it were some kind of comedic gag.
The blip.
Sharon coming back and being right.
Okay, so... Okay, why take a dig at a fucking Far From Home there? Like, that made no sense.
Because it broke him.
Okay, cool.
Well, this show broke us.
Quid pro quo.
Fully pissed that the Avengers that kind of forgot about her after she essentially sacrificed her career.
But that's inconsistent with his character, you retard.
Yeah, that's an issue.
That's not a good thing. That isn't a praising thing.
Yeah, how are you gonna fucking praise the show for doing something that makes no sense?
Films forgetting about her. Her turning out to be the power broker feels
Oh my god, you absolutely...
Wow. Okay, hold
films
on.
didn't forget you fucking idiot. They just didn't have time to actually explore her.
The only thing they thought they could do with her character.
The only thing they thought they could do with her character was becoming the power broker.
Oh,
Are you retarded?
idiot.
She was working for like CIA in fucking Civil War. Imagine if she was still working with the government and she helped Sam and Bucky try to fight the Flag Smashers. That is so easy to do. And then you give her more development, and you have her and Falcon and the Winter Soldier being a trio.
You're acting as if the show had no other choice but to have her be like, oh, she was here. They could have absolutely had her just be like, oh yeah, I've been here the whole time. I've been in America the whole time. Pardon me.
Why isn't she like a SHIELD agent?
I mean,
They could have absolutely done that.
SHIELD
Because
exists at this point?
Yeah, they're in Far From Home.
Isn't there like sword disguised as SHIELD or some shit? It's weird. I don't get Far From Home.
Well, if they're disguised as SHIELD, that means SHIELD has to exist.
I mean, yeah,
Or
it's it'll
disguised
be
as something.
yeah. Anyway, it's like SHIELD or sword. It's basically the same thing at this point. So yeah, she could have been
Like-
working for them.
Was she actually forced into having this whole plot of her being in Madripoor before this show?
Not really. No. They could have done a
No,
lot of
they
shit with
didn't
her.
have to do this.
Yeah, they've said,
She could have
she hasn't
literally
been pardoned and
been
she's in
America
Madripoor for
the whole
years now
time.
for some reason. Like, okay, she shouldn't, but sure. Like, why didn't they pardon her?
Rytop is an actual moron.
Complete 180 character change from the kind woman who looked up to her fearless and endlessly sacrificing aunt to a cold, exploitative villain. And it's all kind of Steve's fault. It's kind of the...
What do you mean?
Don't stop.
Oh,
What are you saying? Okay, so oh my god. So you're saying
I hope you see this, High Top. Generally, I think you're an absolute moron. You're actually stupid because that is all introduced in this show, not in the films. You absolute moron. Legitimately, think about what you just said in this video. You absolute fucking idiot.
I'm just okay. So he's saying that not Natasha, Sharon. She is fucking turns 180 from what her character was established as, which I agree. And he says that as a praise because it's Captain America's fault. It's like, oh, okay, that's really retarded. Because she is not like she is 180 from a character, but it's not Captain America's fault. I mean, in theory it is, but it's like a character assassinating him after he dies again. It's like, why didn't he try to help pardon her? Why didn't the government pardon her after the events of Infinity War? Why is she not in the U.S. working with the CIA or SWORD or SHIELD? She would work for Nick Fury again because, she worked for SHIELD. It's like, they just ignore everything. There is to have, like, for context, to have her be a Madripoor and for her to be the power broker. So it's retarded that she is a power broker.
Did Hyde forget about the scene in Endgame where Steve is trying to help people move on? He's still a good person. Why this narrative of him being a terrible person?
What I don't understand is, because even in theory, it would have been Steve's fault, because Sharon's fully motivated by Peggy. That's like who she wants to live up to be. So I'm like, given that's her core character, she's literally doing everything that Peggy despises.
That is a good point. She's going completely against Peggy as a character, and Peggy's actually really good person.
You know what the worst bit is? Sharon's character, because she says the speech at her funeral, is the whole reason why Steve goes against the cause properly, because he knows to him that's right.
Yeah, so, she says when you have to, even with the whole world is telling you to stand, to like move, you stand your ground or some shit. It's like her telling Steve that her something that Peggy said. So fantastic show. You're fucking destroying Captain America more and more.
Yeah.
Previous film's fault for forgetting or just not knowing.
This show decided that the previous films forgot. She's a side character. Why would they focus on her in fucking Endgame?
You're an idiot.
Oh my
God.
God.
I genuinely hope you go back to school because you really need the help.
He does sound like a film school student, to be fair.
No, he needs to go back to English and maths. He needs to learn about real world. He's actually mentally stupid.
I thought Shield.
I don't care if he feels insulted by that because it's the truth.
I thought Shield and Sword were two separate entities. I don't really know because the MCU is weird.
I already explore it.
Yeah, it's just Sword exists in WandaVision, and then in Far From Home, it's like, was it Shield? Because I don't know.
Well, it seems to be the fact that Sword is its own organization, with also a secret organization behind it, and then Shield is a separate thing.
Right, and why are they separate?
Because they deal with different aspects. To use comic accuracy to help explain this, Sword was more the cosmic threats and the celestial threats, whereas Shield dealt with more Earth-based threats.
Right, but then in Far From Home we see Fury in space with the scrolls. So doesn't that seem
Which is
like
Sword?
Yeah.
That is Sword, but Shield is still its own thing.
Right, so Fury is controlling Sword and Shield.
By the looks of it, yes.
Okay, then they're pretty much the same at this point. They're like they're controlled by the same person. They're secret organizations being controlled by the same person, I'd say. But it's just
it's like
making sure, I guess.
It's like the president has control of the CIA, FBI. They have like similar functions, but they're different organizations.
Right. Gotcha.
Do with the character. You get what I'm getting at? But can I really hold all that against Falcon and Winter Soldier?
Yes.
Against what the storytellers are
Yes,
now
you can.
trying to do?
Yes.
Hell no. And what they are trying to
Yes,
do
you do,
is
because they
ask
introduce it here.
Oh, don't talk about this scene.
questions. Winter Soldier and Civil War raised various political and social questions about our modern world, but then never really answered them and instead went boom, boom, stork, boom. And I was worried.
Are you kidding?
Oh, fuck you.
Are you genuinely
You're
kidding?
an idiot. Go fuck yourself.
Wow. Imagine fucking ignoring everything those movies did.
Hey, hi, Top. Your favorite film of all time is really shit. I hope you know.
Your feelings about Spider-Man
You're
2 are
bad.
wrong.
This would be another case of that. I was worried they would half-assedly resolve Isaiah Bradley struggling and ignore the serious and powerful implications of his story. But the final episode solidifies that Falcon and Winter Soldier wants to actively question the system with as much authenticity as you could possibly get.
As much authenticity as you can possibly get. Jeff, what do you have to say about that? About the authenticity of real-world politics and Falcon and Winter Soldier?
Okay. Imagine. Imagine a random on Twitter doing politics on their first day. That's how accurate it is.
I mean, it's Baller Regs even say that like Carly, she sounds like a Twitter activist. Like it's just so retarded the way they deal with politics in this show. It's like they do politics here worse than Wonder Woman 1984 did, and let that sink in.
You're not wrong.
Yeah.
The Disney-produced billion-dollar streaming service property of a corporate machine. It's shockingly sincere in its execution and never apologizes for it.
They will.
Maybe it should.
Let a black man
Yeah, it's all
to
voted.
America.
And you're gonna have a bunch of middle-aged dudes screaming about how bad this kind of writing is.
And we're not middle-aged, so, you know.
Oh.
I didn't know I was middle-aged. That's a new development to me.
I mean, Jeb is
Hey,
like 9 years
Say hi,
old.
Top.
Sure, I sound middle-aged, but not middle-aged.
16 years old is
Yeah.
middle-aged.
Hi, Tom. Have you watched Iron Man 3 lately? Just a random question. No.
What is
certain side character?
Hold on, I'm gonna try to read what's on screen. I don't believe what? I don't believe
Marcus, get
in bed. If it didn't work for you, that's totally cool. But what if it did work for someone? Okay, hold on.
Fuck off.
What if a different audience member watched this and had a profound response to it? Is it still bad? Why do so many critics only look on script elements that don't work for them when film is a visual medium? Composition, lighting, movement, rhythm, color, and 1,000 more visual elements are used to give you a feeling, to elicit an emotion. When we don't feel that intended feeling, we too often consider it bad. I used to use bad a lot, and I'm totally guilty of using it too much. But when it comes to art, someone's form of expression, a wonderful collaboration of people who put their souls into their work, can we stop acting like a piece of meat should be judged? That's a really bad comparison because fucking meat is food, and food is the most subjective thing you can judge because it just tastes buds in your mouth. But whatever.
So,
hold on, I'm halfway through. Hold on. I read too many comments. I see too many other artists on this platform that ridicule and mock those who passionately express their love for something. Why are we mocking those who share their love? There's nothing that comes from spewing hate and then hiding that hate behind critique. Oh my god, this is so... Okay, I'm still learning this lesson. It's fun being a dick and roasting something, but there are always people behind the writing you read, the videos you watch, and the art you consume. And no artist has ever set out to make something that gets called bad by idiots like myself on YouTube. If you somehow read all this, thank you for watching. So I have read all that.
Fuck you.
So
don't hate. That's
If
the message.
film is just a visual medium, then why does anyone bother with dialogue?
Like, right. So, High Top. You can't do this whole people put effort into it, therefore you can't say it's bad. I don't care that people put effort into that. If it's bad, it's bad. Like, if someone put a lot of effort into making food, considering you use the food analogy, and they horribly burnt that food, or they gave you raw chicken, that's pretty bad. That means they're doing bad cooking.
Let me use an interesting analogy. So Hitler, he put a lot of effort into the Holocaust.
Yeah, he did.
That is all I'm going to say on the subject. So now we can move on.
Oh no, I want to add another one. I want to get offended.
Oh no.
Jimmy Savile. He put a lot of effort into hiding that he molested children. So we can't call that bad. Well done, Jimmy. Well done.
Hey, High Top, if I really loved murder, what would you do then? If I really loved, if it was my passion and I considered it my art, what would you do then?
Serial killers do put a lot of effort into hiding their kills, not gonna lie.
Dexter.
Fucking I imagine High Top admires that guy a lot. I was bored, so I did that. So yeah, that's Jeb.
How bad this kind of writing is. But fuck that, man. It ain't about that. It ain't about their opinions or mine. What the fuck do we matter?
So why are you making a video if it don't matter, you fucking moron?
It's about
this. High Top, get off the site. Go away. I don't want you here.
Nobody likes
bring
you.
no value to the site.
Oh fuck, he's being really pretentious here.
Fuck do we matter? It's about this.
It's
about a young kid seeing
about a kid
this.
tracing
It's about
the
a
star
young kid
machine.
seeing himself as someone who could
You're
be
acting as if
Captain
we can't have
America.
this in well-written stuff. Like, if they focus on logic, you can't have this.
Yeah. Just watch the first Avenger, and it's like, or Avengers, I'd say it's better. As like,
watch Avengers.
Yeah, we see characters that like inspire people, but it's also a well-written film. Like, it's not hard.
Yeah, the waitress gets inspired by Captain America because he logically saved her. Oh my god.
It's about a young kid seeing himself as someone who could be Captain America, and it's about earning that. It's not.
He didn't
earn it. Didn't earn it. He had earned it, and then he unearned it, and then he was like, "Okay, never mind, it's mine."
You do realize that Falcon helped save the universe, right?
Yeah, he was part of the fight against Thanos. Twice actually, in Infinity War and in Endgame.
Yeah. He gives a
people as
really
being
cringy
handed a
speech.
shield. It should be and is about discovering what it means to be Captain America. Every character in
Do
the
you think he
Falcon and the Winter
didn't
Soldier is
before?
compared to the idea of Captain America to Steve Rogers. John and Lamar are what the government wants Captain America to be.
No, they're what Captain America should be.
Capable of the job.
Yeah, they're good at their job. They're moral. They're fucking matter of fact. You know, they just get shit done. At least try to. Like, I don't know, dude. Fucking John Walker is the best Captain America you could ever have, ever.
They have the withgram attitude and the physical aptitude to be a great symbol of change, and
they also have the morality and the hard work they've put into it. They follow
medals,
Captain America's.
honor.
John follows Captain America's way of doing things, of thinking. He based his life on Captain America, and like you said, Callum, he has 3 medals of honor.
And a symbol of
America.
Isaiah Bradley is the sickening and terrifying truth of what the USA did as soon as the serum worked on Steve Rogers. It's taking someone those in power view as disposable and experimenting on them with hopes that they will be America's next super soldiers.
Yeah, it was, wasn't it Hydra who did that? Who worked on him, on Isaiah?
Yep, and also every time it was the US that tried using this whole serum experiment, they got showed why that was a bad thing.
Yeah.
So they already learned that.
Steve never appears physically, but I would say America's desperate attempt to recreate him to live up to the legend is the true villain of the story. And our heroes have to face
that is so pretentious. Fucking Christ.
that. They have to fight America's Captain America. They have to fight what the world wants them to be.
They didn't have to. They didn't. You're making it seem like
they fought him for absolutely no reason
No,
at
they
all.
wanted to.
Yeah.
They didn't have to. They wanted to because they're fucking arsehole pricks.
Yeah, they were like, okay, so we want your shield. And he's like, what? And they're like, okay, let's fight.
Like we have mentioned in this stream, John, the first thing John says to them is that they should go and get themselves a medic because they could be hurt.
Because John is the best person ever in the history of the world. I don't even
I top, you need to pay attention to the dialogue instead of just watching the cinematography.
See, but it's a visual medium, so dialogue is useless.
It's not. It's a visual medium with dialogue. Both are important.
It's not like it's audio visual instead of just visual. But
oh Jesus, this frame.
To be in order to become what they need to be. Bucky has fought for everyone else his entire life. He has been the
No, he didn't. He fought. Oh my god.
No, in Civil War he fought for himself.
Endgame.
Yeah, Endgame as well. Yeah. When he saves Steve and the Winter Soldier, that's him fighting for himself too. But whatever.
Metal arm is more than a tool. It's a physical representation of the violence and brutality that has defined the bulk of his life. And it's only after he beats America's soldier that he can let go of the Winter Soldier.
Why didn't you?
He doesn't really, because the show keeps his name, which I find fucking hilarious.
You use the metal arm.
Well, I don't always think of it immediately. I'm right-handed.
He can use that arm to save people. He can take control. He can choose to let that metal arm that has dragged him down lift those around him up.
He likes the metal arm.
Oh my god.
He literally gets upset when he gets deactivated.
Dude, his arm is a tool. It's useful. It's like, it's not just it doesn't like always have to represent something bad. He has a new arm. That one was made from Wakanda. It's like, no, this isn't the arm that he used to kill people. It's just an arm that he has made of vibranium.
Hell, that arm
That's the arm he used to save to help save the universe, basically.
Pretty much.
That arm he's given, the arm to show he had got over all the trauma.
Yeah,
he gets given that after.
Yeah, he was given afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just like would have wanted for his brother. Because that's the thing, right? America misses the point of Captain America. They miss the point of Steve Rogers.
Well, they did
Steve's
at
gift
first,
wasn't
but
his
then
physical-
in future films.
Yeah, they did in
It was more-
the first Avenger until he actually joined the fight because he wanted to do it himself. He actually wanted to help people, despite what the government tried to do with him. But then then they knew what he meant, but whatever.
Point of Steve Rogers. Steve's gift wasn't his physical strength. It
We
wasn't.
know that's the point of Captain fucking America.
They literally had the scene with Erskine, and we got told this
No, and
immediately.
it's not only that, because he's saying like America misunderstands that. But John Walker, he has 3 medals of honor. Do you really think that's missing the point of Captain America?
Yeah, because obviously in the interview, they mainly state all the heroic things he's done, rather than him being physically strong.
Yeah, they say, yeah, he passed his test with flying colors, but he has 3 medals of fucking honor. So, that's a big fucking deal of why he chose. And John Walker says himself that he based his morality around fucking Captain America.
And the fact is, they even make the point of the grenade thing.
Yeah, have you ever jumped on a grenade? Yes, 4 times. Oh, okay. So this guy is like, he's the best person ever. Like, genuinely, unironically, the best person ever.
Wasn't anything that came from the serum. It was not his ability to be a perfect soldier, but was his ability to, no matter what, be a
good man.
Yeah, the first
no
Avenger
matter
is a good
how many
film.
times he got knocked down, no matter how many times he was told he was wrong by the government, by his friends, no matter how many times he lost someone he loved, he always got back up.
I just want to say something funny about that. So he's citing that for Cap to ignore Walker, but didn't Walker do that when he saved the people?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Weren't there like 3 super soldiers
revenge.
grabbing John Walker when he was trying to grab the fucking truck, and he still held on? He was like, no, I'm gonna do this.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
exactly
Heroic.
that. Yeah.
Good man.
What a hero.
Yeah. He cared more about the people inside than his own life.
Yeah, because he's a fucking fantastic person.
He always did what he believed was right. He always remained a kind, good-hearted,
What about
and
John
caring
Walker?
hero who always remained
Yeah, he
that
did that
good
too.
man. And
And you're showing the scene where he genuinely is not
Don't
doing
show
that.
this scene.
Yeah, this goes against everything he's saying right now about Captain America, because it's Captain America doing the opposite. But whatever.
so is Sam.
What would be the point of
No,
all
he's
the
not.
pain and sacrifice if I wasn't willing to stand up and
Dude,
keep fighting?
he literally asked for Walker's shield the second he meets up with him.
Yeah. Sam is a terrible
that
person
is
in this show.
Lionheart.
How is he kind-hearted? Oh, fuck off.
Dude, he makes fun of fucking Bucky for getting beat up by a girl.
He makes Bucky jump off a plane without a parachute to record him
Which is
doing
kind.
that.
Isn't
a
it
cunt.
quite? Is it quite amusing that this is anti-discrimination, but he makes a xenophobic remark to the French and then a sexist remark?
Yes.
Maybe
it
a
is.
big ass few French fries. Man, what a racist.
Sam Wilson has become the icon that Steve created through his
He's
heroism
not.
and
He
through his
just.
selflessness.
He.
Not really.
He's
disrespects
destroying.
Steve.
He's destroying the image of what Captain America is.
Mm-hmm.
And Sam has evolved that icon for a modern age while honoring its
No, he
original
hasn't. I hate that
purpose.
show.
No, he
Captain
hasn't.
America was
I made me
always
think of it.
supposed to be the hope, the dream of what America can be, and what it
Yeah, which is why John Walker is the perfect example. You know, the guy who has 3 medals of honor. Like, I know we're fucking repeating this a lot, but do you know how much 3 medals of honor means?
That literally, no one has ever done that.
a hero.
Yeah, but it's a visual medium. Dialogue doesn't matter.
I'm gonna fucking...
and what a hero should be. Someone who questions the system while trying to change it through compassion. Someone who has empathy for those who are struggling, those who have been wronged. Captain America is doing
in that
the right
scene you just showed, Sam literally ignored Sharon, who was bleeding on the floor. Instead, he takes the woman, the girl, who is dead.
Sharon's fine later though, so who cares? Even though
she'll be fine.
Even though the fact that Carly didn't kill Sharon is extremely contrived, but whatever.
thing. He's the idea of getting back up no matter how far you've fallen. He's the idea that we can grow.
The only power I have is that I believe we can do better.
Do better. Fuck off.
Okay, Sam. Then tell
I have is to be retarded.
Sam, tell me what we need to do better, please. I dare you to tell me what we need to do better.
Just in general, do better. You know.
That's why.
Surely, you think there is a way to do better if you have the idea or thought that something needs to be done better here. Surely you would know.
This is kind of the issue, which is why I'm saying it does understand politics. It's like, just do better, and it's like that's not productive at all. That doesn't help anything.
Yeah, it's meaningless. Just say do better. Like, yeah, we all want people to do better, like regardless of what they're doing. It doesn't mean anything.
It's why civil rights protests have explicitly what they want.
Yeah, it's why the protests have like I said, explicitly it's like the names. It's like Black Lives Matter. You know why it's called that, or fucking Asian Lives Matter. It's like yeah.
And Sam is Captain America. The strength of Falcon.
That fucking guitar. That was so pretentious. Oh my god.
What I have is that I believe we can do better.
And Sam is Captain America.
What's that?
The strength of...
What's that music? Sam is Captain America.
This MCU is just Last of Us.
It does.
Winter Soldier. My favorite thing about Falcon and Winter Soldier is how it took the Falcon and the Winter Soldier, Sam and Bucky, two characters that were defined by Steve Rogers, and finally allowed them to define themselves.
By making Sam take up Cap's shield and mantle. He's becoming Captain America. He's becoming the new Steve Rogers. So that's not true.
He would have just been like, I am not Captain America, I am the Falcon.
If he kept the shield, it was like, no, I'm not Captain America, I'm Falcon. Like, I'm my own thing. That would have been a lot better in terms of like identity for himself. And then you have Bucky calling himself the white white tiger, whatever.
The white.
And the thing is, all Steve wanted for Bucky was just to be himself.
Mm-hmm.
He's still the Winter Soldier.
Apparently, according to the show.
Yeah.
Listen, I would and gladly would watch 6 hours of Sam Wilson trying to fix his family's boat. And in a way, I did. That boat is the...
In a way, I did. Oh my god. What did he just say? I would watch a 6-hour movie of Sam fixing his boat. And in a way, I did. High top 2020.
Well, you have a sad life. Sorry, but you have a sad life.
I just okay. I get what he means. It's like, okay, I like these characters. I like them so much that I could just watch them talk for hours, and it's like I feel that way about a lot of characters, like in Legion or Black Panther or Hill House. Exactly, that's the issue. But this show, it fucking butchers these characters, so it's like, no, I don't want to see them anymore. The characters that came before them, the characters that they actually are. In like Civil War, for example, like, yeah, no, I like these characters. The characters in this show are just like, no, fuck off.
Wilson legacy. Sam needs to fix it. Sam needs to make
How much do you actually know about their legacy?
Again. That shield is Steve's legacy.
They had a boat.
Needs to make sure it lives on. Bucky needs to make sure it becomes the symbol of hope and perseverance.
Oh, don't show the same, please.
Needs to make sure that. Why didn't they just let John Walker be? Why did they have to go after John Walker? He's the symbol.
He hasn't talked about John Walker that much at all.
Yeah.
As a person. Making it seem like he isn't an actual person, which is like, he is the most person in this TV show.
Oh, for sure. He's the only human person in the show. Him and Battlestar, I guess.
In the end, when all is said and when all is done, they both succeed in fixing, repairing, and maintaining their
Black Falcon!
And that's not because of their strength, their guns, their wings, or their shields, but because of their will and their willingness to get back up and still be here. Because of their love and dedication to Steve.
What are you talking about?
So you're... Oh my god! You just said it's because of their motivation to, like, live... okay, hold on. Let me get exactly what he says. Because he just contradicted himself.
Get back up and still be here. Because of their love and dedication to Steve.
Love and dedication to Steve. So he's literally saying they're defined by Steve, which he just said the show allowed them not to be defined by Steve anymore. He just contradicted himself. Amazing. Congratulations.
Classic high top.
And now to each other. The Falcon and the Winter Soldier allowed these two, this odd couple of outsiders, to redefine what Captain America needs to
What are they looking at?
redefine what Captain America
sunset, I guess. I don't fucking know.
Has to be.
Okay, you didn't say what they defined him as. I don't know what you mean. Okay, that was a very bad video.
High top, quit YouTube.
You know what? I support that. Quit
Just-
YouTube. I'm just skipping to see if there's anything after. Oh shit! Did you guys see that? Oh no!
There were 2 texts.
Oh, Crisis Variety Hour. I could have sworn there was Cosmonaut when I read it because I only read the Variety Hour.
Oh,
That would have been really fun. Like, not gonna lie, that would have been hilarious.
That would have been great.
Yeah. I think the video is done.
So many people giving so much money to someone with no talent.
You know, I can proudly say I am a patron of Maulers and not this garbage. So,
I'm happy to say that publicly.
yes. So yeah, great video, wasn't it?
No, it was shit. I'm not even gonna joke about it. It was shit.
Please kill me.
How long have we been going for?
Bullshit I've ever seen.
Yeah. Oh my god, 4 hours and a half. Jesus, yeah, no, this video was garbage. Thing is, I think this.
Which one was worse?
I think this is worse than Brown Tables because he is
it's worse.
way more pretentious. Like, it annoyed me way more. But the thing is,
Brown Table was actually somewhat like he critiques the bad parts decently, not
somewhat,
like amazingly.
Yeah. Well, like, the thing is, with Brown Table, he was actually making points. This video was pure, like, pretentious
The best part
nothingness.
of Brown Table's video was that he actually agreed that, you know, the Flag Smashers were terrorists.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah. And, like, this video, I don't think fucking High Top said anything. Like, genuinely, like, was there any arguments? Like, every time he said something, it was like, okay, so this is purely from, like, thematic and emotion-based, and it's like, okay, that doesn't, I don't really care.
He literally just talks about the themes.
Yeah, and he talks about, like, oh, the cinematography and everything, like, yeah, the cinematography is good, move on. He talked about the cinematography for the first 7 minutes of the video. It's like, dude, chill.
But hey, it's just a visual medium.
Yes, it's only visual. Nobody cares about, you know, the rest.
Some of there are characters that are literally talking for most of the show.
I'm gonna refute the idea that the other aspects of the story don't mean as much. So the notion we have is like that people have is that because it's an audio visual means it's like, okay, so we have to like see each aspect as their own thing instead of just analyzing everything in terms of like writing, because people say, oh, writing is not everything about a story. But what is about a film? So but what is film and TV? They're, you know, audio visual storytelling. Like, I'd say everyone here agrees with that.
Yes.
Yeah, audiovisual storytelling. So what is a story? The definition I like to use is a progression of events is told by something or someone, which, you know, I'd say that's fair enough to describe what a story is. So so if it's a progression of events, what matters is how much how the progression happens, right, from one event to the other, and it has to follow cause and effect because that's what progression is. Something happens and that causes another. So that's how events progress from one to the other. So if that's what a story is, and it's an audio, the medium is audiovisual storytelling, you're telling a story through audiovisual means. Therefore, the audio and visual means have to work in favor of telling that story. So if the story is broken, the audiovisual means don't really matter because they're telling a broken story. Even if they're good at telling that broken story, the story is the most important part because it's what the thing is trying to tell. It's what the film is trying to tell, so the show is trying to tell. And it's retarded to think that, oh, just because the show has good cinematography, good score, oh, the shot means that, how deep that is, that's really worthless. It's just really just like diminishing what filmmaking is because it's trying to tell a story, and you're just like, okay, the story doesn't matter. What matters is the other aspects. And those other aspects, they all work towards telling a story, which is what these people always fucking ignore, that the story is the central piece of storytelling, of filmmaking. And that's a huge issue when you're like analyzing films like this, because it really misses the point of storytelling, because the point is to tell a story, and if the story is shit, then it's shit. It doesn't matter if other aspects are good. So yes, that is my small rant. And yeah.
In other words, higher top, you're really shit at your job.
Pretty much.
So yeah, that was garbage. Falcon Winter Soldier is garbage. We went on for a long time today, 4 hours and 40 minutes. It's longer than I thought we would be able to go because, it's late for these people because they're all British. Like, it's like, what, almost 1 a.m. for you guys? So.
Yep.
Yeah.
See,
Yeah.
it is.
Thankfully, I didn't fall sick this time.
Yeah, I was hoping you would. It would be pretty funny to clip you snoring.
Better luck next time, Satan.
Next
Oh,
week.
that's your cultural snoring.
Yeah, next time I'm just gonna start streaming later, like an hour later, and each time I'm gonna start streaming an hour later until I can catch you streaming during stream, catch you sleeping during stream. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching this episode of ECUM. Thanks Editron for coming on, and Zod and SK, who's not here anymore. All their channels in the description. Oh, that's a good profile picture change. Other channels in the description if you want to watch them. Yeah, thanks everyone. We will see you all next time.